Chapter 32:15. Chai Xiongyi, Lian Qinghe, and Hao Wang Tongjin, these two aren't outsiders. Chai Xiongyi replied indifferently, they're the two revered elders who recently joined the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. This is revered elder Duan Lingtian, and this is revered elder Huan. Following that, Chai Xiongyi introduced Duan Lingtian and Huan to the four people who were staring at him with unsightly expressions. Revered elders, they're from the Tong clan. The Tong clan is one of the 4 grade 6 forces in the northern tundra. Tongjin is the clan leader of the Tong clan, and the other 3 are the supreme elders of the Tong clan. After introducing Duan Lingtian and Huan to the 4 people, Chai Xiongyi introduced them to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Send them away. A hint of coldness flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he saw the 4 people in front of him had no intention of paying him any heed. Yes, Brother Lingtian, replied. At the same time, a terrifying wave of mental energy spread out from her body and enveloped the 4 people from the Tong clan. While the 4 people from the Tong clan were momentarily affected by Huan's mental energy fluctuation, Duan Lingtian had already teleported to their sides. He lifted them up one by one and threw them out of the glacier valley. Bang, 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 bang. When the 4 people regained their senses, they felt a sharp pain in their bodies. They discovered they were no longer in the glacier valley. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw this. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan. These 2 people aren't even celestial lords. Why are they so terrifying? If the purple-clad young man didn't hold back earlier, we would have died. The old man from the Tong clan said with an unsightly expression on his face. I'm certain that woman is only a 10 directions celestial king while the man is only a 9 palaces celestial king. Since when did 2 mere immortal kings possess such strength? The other middle-aged man's expression was unsightly as well. Based on Huan's soul aura and Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy, he was able to determine their true cultivation bases. The ones who threw the 4 immortal emperors out were actually 2 immortal kings? In the past, when others told them that there was an immortal king who could do this, they would definitely not believe it. But now it happened to them, so they had no choice but to believe it. I feel that we were too careless. Otherwise, how could we have allowed them to take advantage of us? Tongjin said in a deep voice. I think so too. The last middle-aged man felt the same way. In an instant, 2 of the 4 people stepped into the air one after another. Clearly, they wanted to step into the glacier valley again. If you dare to come in again, you won't be leaving today, Duan Lingtian said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. I advise the 4 of you not to take any chances. Even if Lian Qinghe and I join forces, we're not a match for any of the 2 revered elders of the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect. Hao Wang laughed heartily. Naturally, his words were meant to intimidate the 4 people from the Tong clan. The 4 people from the Tong clan were indeed intimidated. Various expressions flashed across their faces before they finally left. Chai Xiongyi, Hao Wang, Lian Qinghe. The Snow Horizon Immortal Sect's stay in the Glacier Valley isn't decided by the Tong clan alone. If the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect wants to take back the 3 months, you'll have to obtain the agreement of the 3 clans first. Before he left, he looked at Chai Xiongyi and the other 2 immortal emperors coldly and said in a deep voice, We'll go to the Thousand Search Celestial Sect and the Situ clan now. I only hope that the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect can convince the 3 clans. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people from the Tong clan flew away. So what if all the celestial lords from the 3 clans are here? We have 2 revered elders of the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect. If they dare to be arrogant, don't blame us for taking away their time in the Glacier Valley. Lian Qinghe snorted and said, You can't say that. We can only say that the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect is taking back their time. Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hao Wang and Chai Xiongyi who were standing at the side felt reassured. At this moment, Duan Lingtian began to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Glacier Valley. Indeed, it was very dense. With the help of the Divine Tree of Life's main branch, his cultivation speed would be able to reach a higher level. In addition, in this glacier valley, he also felt a bone-chilling aura. That aura gave him a mysterious feeling. Sometimes, he felt that it was easy to grasp, but in the blink of an eye, he felt that there was no way to grasp it. The Law of Ice. When Duan Lingtian recalled what Chai Xiongyi and the other two immortal emperors had said earlier, it was not difficult for him to guess it was the Law of Ice. The Law of Ice was something that could not be touched or touched. One could only rely on oneself to comprehend it. Brother Lingtian, there seems to be something down there. The aura here seems to be coming from that direction. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard Huan Er's voice transmission. At this moment, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and discovered what Huan Er was talking about. That must be the place that's shrouded by the formation. However, even if they join forces, they still can't break the formation. Brother Lingtian, this formation is indeed very powerful. However, I seem to have records of this formation in my memories. If I remember correctly, this formation is called the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation. It's usually used to suppress things of extreme cold. Huan Er continued to speak to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. The Swirling Freezing Sky Formation? Duan Lingtian was confused. Then, he asked the 5 divine elements in his body, "Do you know what the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation is?" The Profound Divine Metal, Chaos Divine Flame, and Chaos Divine Earth in his body had ancient memories. It could be said that they were like encyclopedias. It was only natural that they had some understanding of the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation. The Swirling Freezing Sky Formation? Lad, are you telling the truth? The Chaos Divine Flame and Profound Divine Metal asked one after another. Hints of shock could be heard in their voices. If it's really the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation, then it must be suppressing something of extreme cold. Normally, the thing suppressed by the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation is extremely powerful to an artifact soul. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Lad, the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation is set up by a titled Celestial Emperor. Don't even think about breaking it. The only thing you can do is let Huang Er have a look. She's the artifact soul of a divine artifact, so the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation won't reject her. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huang Er. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then he nodded. All right. Following that, under the shocked gazes of the 3 men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and struck the ground, creating a huge ice crater. At the same time, a chilling light shot out of the ice crater. It's the formation. Chai Xiongyi's expression was grim as he said, "Lord Revered Elder, I'm afraid even a titled Celestial Lord might not be able to break this formation." Chai Xiongyi was about to advise Duan Lingtian not to waste his time when Duan Lingtian dove into the ice crater. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the 3 from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's disciples changed drastically. They wanted to step forward, but Huan Er had already stepped in front of them, preventing them from taking another step forward. Revered Elder Huan Er, we just wanted to warn Revered Elder Lingtian that the formation is not an ordinary formation. If he uses brute force, he'll be injured. Xianxia said with a bitter smile on his face. Revered Elder Lingtian, just look at the formation. Don't rashly attack it. Hao Wang reminded Duan Lingtian, who had already entered the ice crater. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had no intention of attacking the formation under the ice pit. He hovered in the air inside the ice pit. Below the ice pit was a layer of light at the edge of the formation that looked like a glass cover. However, the light was so cold that he could not see what was happening inside. Huang Er, go. Duan Lingtian called out to Huang Er, who was in his body. Go and see if that thing is useful to you. If it's useful to you, it'll be good fortune for you. I'll bring the 7 orifices exquisite sword with me. After a few moments, a silhouette appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was a graceful woman with a seductive appearance. She wore a rainbow-colored robe that was dazzling. She looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. All right. Upon hearing Huang Er's words, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword and handed it to her. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to use the thing inside the formation to merge with the 7 orifices exquisite sword and become its sword soul. At the same time, I'll be able to leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword and reveal my true form. After Huang took the 7 orifices exquisite sword from Duan Lingtian, she entered the formation at Duan Lingtian's feet. Although Duan Lingtian could not enter the formation, Huang was able to pass through it with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. From the beginning until the end, she did not encounter any obstruction at all. It was as though she was returning home. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was the only one who saw this. Before entering the formation, Duan Lingtian had told Huang not to let the 3 people from the Snow Horizon Celestial sect near the formation because he did not want them to see her and the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Sush. After Huang entered the formation with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian rose into the air and left the ice pit before he returned to the glacier valley. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the ice shards that flew out of the crater were all sent back into the ice crater, and the ice crater was once again filled up. As the ice water flowed over the surface of the ice pit that had been filled, a wisp of cold air spread out. The ice water condensed and smoothed the ice pit again. At first glance, there was no trace of the ice pit at all. If the 7 orifices exquisite sword and Huang completely merge, its power will increase tremendously. Since Huang can leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword and reveal her true form, her strength must be extraordinary as well. Chapter 32:16. Duan Lingtian and Huan had only stayed in Glacier Valley for half a day when they were awakened by Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial sect. Revered elders, the people from the Tong clan are here again. The people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial sect are here as well. Upon hearing Chai Xiongyi's voice, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. With just a glance, he saw the 4 people from the Tong clan flying toward them in the distance. There were 5 other people in the group as well. 2 of them were standing close to each other while the other 3 were standing closer to each other. Those 2 old fogies are from the Situ clan. As for the other 3, they're the 3 guardians of the Thousand Search Celestial sect. All of them are one basic celestial kings. Naturally, the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial sect each have a celestial lord as well. Even their clan leaders aren't here. Before the 9 people entered Glacier Valley, Chai Xiongyi said to Duan Lingtian. As soon as Chai Xiongyi finished speaking, the 9 figures had already entered Glacier Valley. It's the 2 of them. Chai Xiongyi said they're the revered elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial sect, but I think they're reinforcements. Otherwise, how could the Snow Horizon Celestial sect attract them to join us? After the 9 people entered Glacier Valley, Tong Jin, the clan leader of the Tong clan, glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan before he said to the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial sect. Before the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial sect could reply, Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had already risen into the air. She looked at the 9 people from the Tong clan and said coldly, "How dare all of you ignore Brother Lingtian's words?" As soon as Huan finished speaking, her powerful mental energy swept out again, stunning the 9 people from the Tong clan. When she reappeared, she was already standing in front of the 4 people from the Tong clan. The Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring appeared in her hand before she threw it at the 4 people from the Tong clan. Spurt! 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 In the blink of an eye, the Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring had already streaked across the bodies of the 4 people from the Tong clan, instantly killing them. When the 4th person was killed, the 2 men from the Situ clan and the 3 men from the Thousand Search Celestial sect finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically as they hastily retreated. Then, they spread out and looked at Huan, from afar as though they were facing a formidable enemy. At that very moment, their eyes were filled with intense fear. It was too terrifying. The peerless beauty in front of him was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the 4 celestial lords of the Tong clan were all killed. After all, if the 4 people of the Tong clan were to join forces, even if the 5 of them were to join forces, They would still need to spend at least 15 minutes to be able to take them down. Yet, the woman before them had killed them in an instant. If her target was us, we would be dead by now. The five of them looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. This, Xianxia, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, the two supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Xianxia and Hao Wang, stared at the white figure with their mouths agape. Although they knew the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's revered elder was strong, they did not expect her to be so strong. However, they did not expect her to be so strong. In just a blink of an eye, the four celestial lords from the Tong clan were killed. They did not even have a chance to retaliate. Brother Ling Tian, called out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she collected the spatial rings left behind by the four celestial lords from the Tong clan. Then, she returned to Duan Lingtian's side and obediently handed the spatial rings to Duan Lingtian. The five of you, did you follow the people from the Tong clan here to spar? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked at the two men from the Situ clan and the three men from the Thousand Search Celestial Sect after he collected their spatial rings. Spar? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the corners of the five celestial lords' mouths twitched in unison. How were they supposed to spar? The four celestial lords from the Tong clan were not much weaker than them, and yet, they were killed in just a blink of an eye. I'm Situ Yun, and this is my second brother, Situ Feng. We have no objections to your decision. Moreover, since the four celestial lords from the Tong clan have died, the Tong clan won't be able to return here in the future. In the future, the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect can stay here for 6 months while the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect can stay here for 3 months each. What do you think? One of the men from the Situ clan looked at Duan Lingtian warily as he asked for Duan Lingtian's opinion. The Thousand Search Celestial Sect has the same opinion as the Situ clan. The three men from the Thousand Search Celestial Sect hurriedly expressed their opinions as well. It was as though they were afraid they would follow in the footsteps of the four celestial lords from the Tong clan if they were too slow. You're quite tactful. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Since you're so tactful, I won't make things difficult for you. We'll do as you say after 60 years. However, for the next 60 years, this place will belong to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect won't be allowed to enter this place. Can you do that? Duan Lingtian asked. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the expressions of the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect changed drastically. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so domineering as to occupy this place for 60 years. However, they still agreed to it in the end. They could afford to wait for 60 years. Moreover, they had taken advantage of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect in the past. Even if they returned the favor, it would not be just 60 years. Even after the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect left in a fluster, the three men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect were still in a daze. Thank you, revered elders. When the three men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect regained their senses, they bowed and thanked Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. We'll be cultivating here for a period of time. You don't have to worry about us. Feel free to come here at any time. We don't care about the heaven and earth spirit energy and our comprehension of the law of ice. Duan Lingtian said to the three men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. In the following days, he would have to stay here and pay attention to Huang's condition to avoid any accidents. Thank you, revered elder. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the eyes of the three men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect brightened. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. If you really want to thank me, please inform me immediately if you receive any news about the appearance of celestial pills or celestial fruits that can help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. Duan Lingtian said, Rest assured, revered elder. I'll immediately send a message to Elder Chiu, who's in charge of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's intelligence network. I'll ask him to keep an eye on this matter. I'll inform you immediately, Xianxia said confidently. Revered elder, I have 2 celestial fruits that can help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. Please take them. I have one as well. Xianxia and Hao Wang took out the celestial fruits they had kept for many years from their spatial rings and gave them to Duan Lingtian. Although they were ordinary celestial fruits, they were still useful to Duan Lingtian since they could raise his cultivation base to a certain extent. Thank you. After that, Duan Lingtian and Huan stayed in Glacier Valley for a period of time. Duan Lingtian had specially built an exquisite wooden hut for Huan. Apart from that, he also had a courtyard planted with flowers and trees that were resistant to the cold. It was just like the courtyard where they lived in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. During this time, the 3 celestial lords from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect did not hesitate to help Duan Lingtian. All of them were eager to help Duan Lingtian. After witnessing how Huan killed the 4 people from the Tong clan, they treated Duan Lingtian and Huan like gods. Not only did they not dare to neglect them, but they were also afraid that they would leave the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect in a fit of anger if they had wronged them. They wished that Huan and Huan would stay in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect forever. However, they knew it was impossible for them to do that. 60 years. Revered Elder Lingtian, let's just say 60 years. I have a feeling he'll still leave after 60 years. Xianxia and Hao Wang whispered to each other. Even so, the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect won't dare to go back on their word. Unless they're certain Revered Elder Lingtian and Revered Elder Huan will never return, they'll have no choice but to tuck their tails between their legs in front of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Hao Wang said. Spring passed and autumn came. However, the change of seasons did not affect the northern ice plains at all. The northern ice plains was cold all year round, and snow covered the land. 10 years later, in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan, in a wooden hut, a beautiful woman dressed in a rainbow-colored robe appeared in front of them. At first, it was just a shadow, but it gradually became more and more corporeal. It was none other than Huang, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Thank you for giving me a second chance at life, Master. Huang knelt in front of Duan Lingtian. Whether it was on the surface or in her heart, she was extremely respectful toward him. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel that Huang was different from the past. In the past, although Huang had agreed to become the sword soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword, she had her own past and was still immersed in that memory. She was more perfunctory to him. However, the current Huang seemed to have truly become the sword soul of the divine weapon in his hand. She was completely obedient to him, and she was no longer obsessed with her past. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, what's going on? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. It's simple, the Chaos Divine Flame said. The 7 orifices exquisite sword has long acknowledged you as its master. Although this girl used to be the sword soul of another divine weapon, her thoughts are more influenced by the 7 orifices exquisite sword's loyalty to you now that she's completely merged with it. Even if you ask her to kill that brat Ling Jueyun, she won't hesitate at all. Duan Lingtian nodded. Is it possible that she no longer has her past memories? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Her past memories haven't disappeared. They've just faded away. She doesn't care about them anymore. What she cares about the most now is being loyal to you and obeying your orders. In her life, your will is the only thing that keeps her alive. Chapter 32:17. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian immediately understood. Although the current Huang was still the Huang of the past, her will was also influenced by the 7 orifices exquisite sword due to the fact that she had completely merged with it. Everything she did was to follow its master. To test Huang, Duan Lingtian deliberately asked, what if I go back on my word and refuse to avenge Ling Jueyun's clan when I'm strong enough? What will you do? If you're unwilling, master, I won't force you, replied without hesitation. Huang responded without any hesitation. From beginning to end, whether it was on her face or in the depths of her eyes, there was not even a trace of dissatisfaction. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was certain. Huang would only listen to him regardless of whether he went back on his word or not. I was just kidding. Don't worry, I'll definitely fulfill my promise to you. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Alas, Huang did not respond even when he tried to salvage the situation. It was as though she would support Duan Lingtian unconditionally no matter what he did. It seems like she's completely loyal to me now, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but worry about Huang Er's independent will in the past. What if she was still loyal to Ling Jueyun and Ling Jueyun's clan after becoming the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword? Moreover, if he were to oppose Ling Jueyun one day, it would be impossible for her to help him deal with Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian was very pleased with Huang Er's change. After all, no one would want to have a ticking time bomb by their side. Brother Ling Tianxi's? Looked at Huang. A hint of wariness could be seen in her eyes when she saw another woman standing next to her brother Ling Tian. Although this woman was inferior to her in all aspects, there were some things that she did not have. This is the soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword that I mentioned to you before, Huang. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, now, she has completely merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and can show her real body. So she's the sword spirit of Big Brother Lingtian's Seven Orifices exquisite sword? Huang was enlightened. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to this place. Duan Lingtian explained the whole story to Huang. Over the past 10 years, Huang successfully merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword with the help of the extremely cold object beneath the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian thought. Huang, who'd been kneeling in front of Duan Lingtian, transformed into a beam of rainbow light and entered his body. Huang, what is that thing of extreme cold? Duan Lingtian asked Huang curiously. Master, it's the primordial ice marrow. Huang, who was already in Duan Lingtian's body, replied, after I merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword with the help of the primordial ice marrow, the primordial ice marrow was almost depleted. The primordial ice marrow in this valley will disappear in at most 100 years, Huang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on Huang Er's words, it was clear the valley would lose its original use and become an ordinary valley after 100 years. At that time, his cultivation speed would not be fast if he were to cultivate here. In addition, comprehending the laws of ice here would no longer give him any advantage. I didn't expect Huang to merge with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and take away the Snow Horizon celestial sect's fortune. I hope I can compensate them for the next 50 years. If the Snow Horizon celestial sect had not brought him and Huang here, he would not have known about this place and would not have been able to merge with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in such a short time. For this reason, he owed the Snow Horizon celestial sect a favor. Now that he knew the Snow Horizon celestial sect would lose such a good place because of Huang, he could not help but feel guilty. How strong are you now? Duan Lingtian asked. The sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon in the hands of an expert in the realms of gods. Even in her human form, she was still very powerful. My cultivation base is the same as Master's. My cultivation base is the same as Master's, Huang said. As for the laws I've comprehended, they're still there. However, with Master's current strength, you're unable to unleash the full power of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. That's why the laws I've comprehended are suppressed as well. However, I'm not any weaker than you, Master, said. Duan Lingtian nodded. What law did you comprehend? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Weapon souls usually comprehend the law of destruction, Huang replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. The law of destruction? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. As far as he knew, the law of destruction was not related to the laws of the five elements, just like the law of light and the law of darkness. The law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of wind were closely related to the laws of the five elements. Moreover, it was said that the law of destruction, the law of light, and the law of darkness were below the four supreme laws. After that, there was the law of ice, the law of thunder, the law of wind, and the law of comprehension. Celestial methods and divine abilities can only be comprehended from the laws of the 5 elements. The law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of wind are closely related to the laws of the 5 elements. As for the law of destruction, the law of light, and the law of darkness, one needs a certain amount of luck to comprehend them. Duan Lingtian knew this as well. Master, if you use the 7 orifices exquisite sword more, you'll be able to comprehend the law of destruction that I've comprehended through the 7 orifices exquisite sword. For someone with a divine weapon, it's not difficult to comprehend the law of destruction. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian agreed with Huang Er's words. It was not difficult to comprehend any law of destruction, but it was extremely difficult to comprehend it to a high level. Although Duan Lingtian knew that he could comprehend the law of destruction through the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he did not plan to find a place to use the sword to comprehend the law of destruction. Even if he comprehended the law of destruction now, it would not be of much use to him since his comprehension of the law of space had already reached a high level. However, it would be difficult for him to catch up with the law of space. If he could not catch up, there was no need for him to spend time comprehending the law of space. I have the supreme divinity, so I won't encounter any bottlenecks in comprehending the law of space. Before I comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, there's no need for me to waste time comprehending other laws. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Even the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth reminded him of this. Although they could help Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of fire, the law of metal, and the law of earth faster, they knew that the supreme divinity would give Duan Lingtian an advantage that they could not compare to. Moreover, the stronger Duan Lingtian was, the better it would be for them. At that time, they would be able to devour the 5 divine elements with Duan Lingtian's help. At this moment, they would not be willing to leave even if Duan Lingtian chased them away. Lord Revered Elder. 20 years after Huang Er had merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian was cultivating in Glacier Valley when he heard the voice outside. He immediately left his room and saw Xianxia, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, standing not far from his courtyard. Is something the matter, sect leader? Duan Lingtian asked. Reverend, I've found a clue about the matter you asked me to pay attention to. Recently, a place that seems to be a precious land of herbs has appeared 1,000,000 miles to the east of our northern ice field. Now, many people are rushing there. Many people are rushing there, Xianxia said. However, it's said that the people from the nearby Grade 5 forces have also gone there. It's very likely that they've sealed off the medicinal herb paradise and only allowed their own people to enter before the medicinal herb paradise appears. A medicinal herb paradise? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In the Devata realms, medicinal herb paradises were small realms that were hard to come by. They were filled with all kinds of celestial herbs and celestial fruits. Medicinal herb paradises were the benefits given by the Heavenly Emperor's forces to the people in the Devata realms. Only those who were fated would be able to witness the birth of a medicinal herb paradise. Only those who were fated would be able to enter the medicinal herb paradise to harvest celestial herbs and celestial fruits. There were no tests or dangers in the medicinal herb paradise. The only dangers were those who entered the medicinal herb paradise with the cultivator. For this reason, the medicinal herb paradises would usually be monopolized by the people from the major forces. Then, the people from the major forces would peacefully harvest the celestial herbs and celestial fruits. Is it really a medicinal herb paradise? Duan Lingtian asked again. After all, medicinal herb paradises were extremely rare. Not everyone would be able to find one. In the past 30 years, although Xianxia had provided him with information about celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base through the Snow Horizon Celestial Sects Intelligence Network, he did not obtain many celestial fruits. After all, most of the time, it was purely a matter of luck. For example, when he arrived, not only did someone obtain a celestial fruit, but they even ate it. There were a few times when this happened. There were other situations as well. In the end, Duan Lingtian was a little lazy and did not like to move. He was not interested in competing for celestial fruits. However, medicinal herb paradises were different. It's very likely, Chai Xiongyi said solemnly. However, if the medicinal herb paradises are monopolized by those grade 5 forces, it'll be difficult for you to enter, revered elder. You don't have to worry about that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Where's the medicinal herb paradises? After learning the location of the medicinal herb paradises, Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan, and the two of them made their way to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. It had been 30 years since they arrived at the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Huan Er's cultivation base had long since become a one basic celestial lord. Chapter 32:18. In the Devata realms, apart from the mysterious tidal temple, the most powerful force was the Heavenly Emperor's faction. The Heavenly Emperor's faction was also known as the Heavenly Emperor Palace, and the Palace Master was the Heavenly Emperor of the Devata realm. As a Heavenly Emperor who ruled a Devata realm, it was only natural that he would take care of the people in the Devata realm. The medicinal herb paradise was one of the Heavenly Emperors. There were various grades of medicinal herb paradise. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial emperors improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases. In the first-grade medicinal land, immortal fruits and immortal herbs that could raise the cultivation of immortal kings were like weeds all over the mountain. Naturally, the medicinal herb paradise was the rarest. Every 10,000 years, the heavenly emperors of Devata realms would distribute a medicinal herb paradise to the Devata realms under their control. Below the first-grade medicinal herblands were the second-grade medicinal herblands. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial dukes improve their cultivation bases. There were only 2 medicinal herb paradises that would appear once every 1,000 years. There were also 3 medicinal herb paradises that appeared once every 1,000 years. Third-grade medicinal treasure grounds would appear once every 100 years. There were also immortal fruits and immortal herbs that could help immortal emperors improve their cultivation. However, there were very few of them, as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. There were only a few celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial dukes improve their cultivation bases. However, there were more celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help overarching heavenly supreme celestials improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs and celestial fruits that could help celestial dukes improve one's cultivation base. There's no way that medicinal herb paradise is a first-class medicinal herb paradise. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, first-class medicinal herb paradises only appear in the Jade Emperor territory. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. As for a second-grade medicinal herb paradise, that's possible. However, the possibility of a third-grade medicinal herb paradise is still the highest. On the way, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. It would be best if it was a second-grade medicinal land. On the other hand, if it was a third-grade medicinal land, although it was slightly inferior, there was still hope for him to obtain the immortal fruits he needed. As for immortal herbs, although there were some that could assist in cultivation, their effects were far inferior to immortal fruits. Immortal herbs were mostly used to concoct pills. However, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills had fallen behind. Moreover, the chaotic divine flame was only in its 3rd form. Even if he wanted to refine pills, he wouldn't be able to refine the immortal pills that he needed. Therefore, he could only stare at the immortal fruit. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the place that Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, had told them about. Greetings, Sir Consecrators. the elder from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect who met with Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian was an old man. He was extremely respectful toward Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. He did not even dare to look at Huan, afraid that he would blaspheme her. "What's the situation now?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "The auspicious signs from the Mountain of Herbs appeared this morning. It's a third-grade medicinal herb paradise," the Snow Horizon Celestial Sects elder said. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sects elder said, "A grade 3 medicinal herb paradise means a grade 5 force won't be able to seal it off. Once a grade 3 medicinal herb paradise appears, anyone within 10,000 miles of it will be able to enter the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise with just a thought. No matter how many people there are in a 5th grade force, it's impossible for them to seal off an area of 10,000 miles. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sects elder explained to Duan Lingtian that the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise that appeared this time was only a 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise. The auspicious signs appeared this morning. This means the medicinal herb paradise will appear in 3 days. Duan Lingtian had learned about the medicinal herb paradise through the memory celestial talisman. Therefore, he knew the medicinal herb paradise would appear 3 days after the auspicious signs appeared. It was not only the case for 3rd grade medicinal herb paradises, but it was the same for 2nd grade and 1st grade medicinal herb paradises as well. "Sir Consecrators, I've arranged a place for both of you to stay for the next 3 days. Come with me." Under the Snow Horizon Celestial Sects elders' arrangement, Duan Lingtian and Huan stayed within 10,000 miles of the medicinal herb paradise. At that time, they did not even need to leave their lodgings. All they had to do was extend their divine consciousness and come into contact with the light from the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise. The light from the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise would cover an area of 10,000 miles. Anyone who came into contact with the light would be transported to the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise. If it was a 2nd grade medicinal herb paradise, the light from the 2nd grade medicinal herb paradise would only cover an area of 100 miles. It was not difficult for other forces to monopolize the 2nd grade medicinal herb paradise. On the other hand, the light from the 1st grade medicinal herb paradise would only cover an area of 1 mile. "Brother Ling Tian, there's still 30 years left. I'm sure you'll be able to break through and become a celestial lord." Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in front of the window and looking at the location of the Medicine Mountain's treasure vault, was waiting for them to settle down in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sects residence. I know my own situation. I only became a 10 Directions Celestial King 20 years ago. My cultivation has been progressing at a snail's pace. Unless I have a fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for me to become a celestial lord in 30 years. Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face. "Perhaps, the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise is an opportunity for you, Brother Lingtian," Huan said solemnly. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I hope so. However, I won't force it." After 30 years, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about whether he would be able to enter the genius secret realm or not. He just wanted to leave it to fate. There were only 30 years left before the genius secret realm would open. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Duan Lingtian cultivated while Huan comprehended the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. "Brother Lingtian, is that the light from the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise?" Without any warning, golden rays of light appeared outside the window. However, as soon as they appeared, they began to fade. "Huan, use your divine consciousness." Duan Lingtian called out to Huan. With just a thought, he extended his divine consciousness and probed the fading golden rays of light. As soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the golden rays of light, his vision darkened. When he reappeared, he was already in a world of lush greenery. So many celestial herbs. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian discovered 10% of the greenery was filled with celestial herbs. When he looked around, he discovered there was no one around. As for Huan, she was not by his side. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Although Huan was holding his hand before he entered the secret realm, they would still be separated when they entered the third-grade medicinal herb paradise. Nevertheless, this was not a bad thing. Both of them could collect the celestial herbs and celestial fruits on their own. Duan Lingtian had already told Huan about this. Duan Lingtian was not worried about Huan Er's safety. The strongest person in the secret realm was a celestial lord from a grade 5 force. It was impossible for a grade 5 force to have a titled celestial lord. As long as they were not titled celestial lords, they would not be a threat to Huan. Not only had Huan become a one basic celestial lord, but her comprehension of the law of space had also reached a high level. Let alone ordinary celestial lords, not many titled celestial lords could compare to Huan in terms of comprehension of the law of space. Are those flowing elements celestial fruits? After searching through the celestial herbs in the secret realm, Duan Lingtian saw a group of people frantically searching for celestial herbs. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw 3 glowing celestial fruits on a small tree not far away. With just a glance, he could tell they were flowing elements celestial fruits. These celestial fruits could help a celestial king cultivate. He was eager to obtain them. They're flowing elements celestial fruits. Flowing elements celestial fruits. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the flowing elements celestial fruits. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw the flowing elements celestial fruits. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to the flowing elements celestial fruits. He extended his hand and plucked the flowing elements celestial fruits. It's the teleportation profundity. He has comprehended the law of space. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian plucking the flowing element celestial fruits in just a blink of an eye, the group of people who had yet to make a move looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Brother, don't you think it's a little unfair for you to take all 3 flowing element celestial fruits? A bald man stepped forward and asked Duan Lingtian with narrowed eyes. What? Are you dissatisfied? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the bald man. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who's dissatisfied. Everyone here is dissatisfied as well. The bald man said matter-of-factly. If that's the case, why don't you take a move from me? If you can take a move from me, I'll give you a flowing element celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the bald man. Are you serious? The bald man's eyes lit up. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had revealed his celestial origin energy when he teleported. Many people in the surroundings could tell he was a 10 Directions celestial king. The bald man was one of the people who had seen through Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Most importantly, he was also a 10 Directions celestial king. Swoosh! As soon as the bald man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian teleported in front of him. As soon as the bald man's celestial origin energy surged and he cast his profundities, Duan Lingtian waved his hand. Buzz! A gray light blade swept past and annihilated all of the bald man's hastily launched means and killed him. The entire place fell silent immediately. You're considered strong among the 10 Directions celestial kings. However, hand over the 3 flowing elements celestial fruits now. A figure stepped out of the air and looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. It's Elder Sun Yu from the 5th grade Ganji's profound sect. Elder Sun Yu is a celestial lord. Chapter 32:19. The person who stepped forward to demand Duan Lingtian to hand over the celestial fruit was a middle-aged man dressed in a long silver robe. His face was as fair as jade, and there was a conspicuous cinnabar mole on his forehead. One basic celestial lord? Duan Lingtian could tell the middle-aged man was a one basic celestial lord based on the celestial origin energy he emitted. If you want my celestial fruit, we'll have to see if you're strong enough to take it away from me. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. From the beginning until the end, he did not take this celestial lord seriously at all. Duan Lingtian's words stunned the onlookers. This 10 Directions celestial king dares to speak to Elder Sun Yu in such a manner? Elder Sun Yu is not only an elder of the Ganji's profound sect, but he's also a one basic celestial lord. Is this brat crazy? I'm afraid this brat is in trouble. At this moment, a hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the onlookers as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They felt Duan Lingtian was seeking death. Brat, since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Sun Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he made his move. He did not even take out his celestial weapon. In his opinion, a 10 Directions celestial king was not worthy of his celestial weapon. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Sun Yu had comprehended the law of wind. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a gust of wind that blew toward Duan Lingtian. Just as he was about to attack Duan Lingtian suddenly vanished from his spot. Teleportation? Sun Yu sneered. So what if you've comprehended the law of space? My speed can keep up with your teleportation speed. Is that so? Duan Lingtian, who had teleported 100 meters behind Sun Yu, could not help but laugh. I'll give you a chance then. Let's see how you're going to catch up to me. A moment later, the two of them started to chase after each other under the watchful eyes of the crowd. However, as time passed, Sun Yu was still unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian. This caused his expression to become increasingly unsightly. You're really slow. You're a disgrace to a one basic celestial lord who has comprehended the law of wind. Duan Lingtian glanced at Sun Yu and said, if that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian teleported behind Sun Yu under everyone's watchful eyes. When Sun Yu's celestial origin energy that was infused with the wind elemental energy and contained the profundities of the law erupted from his body, Duan Lingtian thrust his palm forward, causing golden flames to fill the sky. Within the golden flames, there were 3 gray blades that had suddenly emerged from the spatial rift. Poochie, poochie, poochie. The 3-dimensional slashes instantly pierced through Sun Yu's energy barrier and entered his body, killing him instantly. A one basic celestial lord had died just like that. You've only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. How dare you cause trouble with such little strength? After killing Sun Yu, Duan Lingtian left after leaving these words behind. The crowd only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian had left. Elder Sun Yu was killed by him? Heavens! A 10 Directions celestial king like him actually killed Elder Sun Yu, a one basic celestial lord? Elder Sun Yu didn't even have time to use his defensive celestial weapon at the critical moment. His speed is a little too fast, right? The law of space he's comprehended is terrifying. Based on his earlier attack, I can see he has comprehended at least 4 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Apart from that, the golden flames in his attack are also terrifying. I wonder what technique he used. Although Elder Sun Yu didn't use his offensive celestial weapon, he didn't use his offensive celestial weapon as well. After all, Elder Sun Yu is no match for him. I wonder where he became a 10 Directions celestial king from. I've never heard of such a powerful 10 Directions celestial king in the vicinity. While everyone was still in shock and in the midst of their discussions, Duan Lingtian went elsewhere to search for immortal herbs and immortal fruits. Although the immortal herb was not very useful to him now. However, these immortal herbs were all extremely valuable items outside. Moreover, they were priceless. Thus, he decided to keep them for now as a precaution. Who knew if he would be able to help the primal chaos divine flame reach a higher form in the future? At that time, he would be able to pick up the path of alchemy again. The Red River immortal fruit has appeared over there. Go! Let's go and take a look. I heard that the Palmfire Zen sect and the Ganges Profound sect have 2 celestial lords there. They're currently confronting each other. After all, there's only one Red River celestial fruit. Since the immortal emperors of the Palmfire Zen sect and the Ganges Profound sect are here, it's obviously impossible for us to participate. 10 figures flitted past Duan Lingtian, and their words successfully attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The Red River celestial fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard about the Red River celestial fruit. It was a celestial fruit that could raise the cultivation base of a celestial lord. Moreover, it was one of the most effective celestial fruits. With her current cultivation base, she'll definitely be able to break through and become a two-form celestial lord in a short time if she obtains the Red River celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Sush. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian caught up to the group of people in just a blink of an eye. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw 50 to 60 people surrounding two old men in a ravine with clear hills and clear waters. The two old men were standing opposite each other, staring daggers at each other. Beside them, on one side of the cliff of the canyon, there was a withered tree. On the tree, there was a crimson celestial fruit. The celestial fruit was surrounded by wisps of red mist. As the red mist moved, it looked like a flowing river. This was how the Red River celestial fruit got its name. Old Man Wang, I found this celestial fruit first. If you continue to fight, we'll miss out on more celestial fruits. One of the green-clad old men said to the blue-clad old man in a deep voice. Since you've said so, give me the celestial fruit. The blue-clad old man said with a smile. It seems like you insist on fighting me? The green-clad old man asked coldly. That's good as well. Let's see if you've improved recently. If you're able to defeat me, I'll let you have the celestial fruit. The blue-clad old man said with a smile. Humph. The green-clad old man could no longer hold himself back. He made his move at lightning speed and charged toward the blue-clad old man. At the same time, the blue-clad old man made his move as well. One of them had comprehended the law of water while the other had comprehended the law of fire. As soon as they began to fight, the idiom, fire and water are incompatible, was brought to life. The onlookers shifted their attention to the two old men who were fighting. I wonder if Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect or Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect is stronger. Rumor has it that they're old rivals. In the past, their fights usually ended in a draw. Old rivals? No wonder they're fighting as soon as they meet. The onlookers discussed among themselves. However, no one dared to pick the Red River celestial fruit since they did not want to die. In their opinion, picking the Red River celestial fruit under the watchful eyes of two celestial lords was tantamount to suicide. Sush. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he saw the two old men fighting. With just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to the Red River celestial fruit. With a wave of his hand, he collected the Red River celestial fruit. When he put away the Red River immortal fruit, not only did the people who were watching the fight between the two old men focus their attention on him, but even the two old men stopped in their tracks and looked at him. Brat, you're seeking death. How dare you steal my celestial fruit? You're courting death. The two old men made their moves almost at the same time. The two energies of water and fire seemed to have transformed into a water dragon and a fire dragon as they charged towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. They only dared to make a move when they saw Duan Lingtian keeping the Red River celestial fruit in his spatial ring. Otherwise, they would not have dared to make a move since they were worried they would destroy the Red River celestial fruit. Boom, boom, boom. However, as soon as the two streams of water and fire energy collided with Duan Lingtian vanished into thin air. The two streams of water and fire energy missed their targets, creating a huge crater on one side of the cliff. It's the law of space's teleportation profundity. His teleportation profundity isn't even at the rudimentary stage. He has only comprehended the initial stage teleportation profundity. Where did that purple-clad young man come from? I haven't heard of any 10 Directions celestial kings who are skilled in the law of space who have comprehended the initial stage teleportation profundity. Duan Lingtian vanished from everyone's sight with just one teleportation profundity. With the second teleportation profundity, he successfully evaded the two old men's divine consciousness. A two-form celestial lord and a three-talent celestial lord. I'm sure they didn't expect someone as bold as me to steal the Red River celestial fruit right under their noses, right? After using the teleportation profundity thrice, Duan Lingtian finally stopped fleeing. He knew the two old men's divine consciousness could no longer lock onto him. Meanwhile, the two old men who had lost their Red River celestial fruits to Duan Lingtian were furious. Old Man Wang, if you didn't try to snatch the Red River celestial fruit from me, he wouldn't have gotten it first. It's your fault for not letting me have the Red River celestial fruit. While the two old men were arguing, they began to fight again. The onlookers were speechless. However, the group of people quickly dispersed. Now, the Red River celestial fruits were also gone. Though the battle between the two celestial emperors was worth watching, compared to plucking the various celestial herbs and celestial fruits in this precious medicinal mountain, they were more inclined towards the latter. The third-grade medicinal herb paradise was huge. Although many people had entered the medicinal herb paradise and some time had passed, there were still many places that no one had entered. Due to the presence of illusory formations in some places, many people were unaware of them. There were no offensive formations in the medicinal herb paradise, formation spirits, celestial beasts, or guards to protect the celestial herbs and celestial fruits. The illusory formations were there to protect those who entered the medicinal herb paradise. Chapter 3220. Where are you? Duan Ling Tian had been in the medicinal herb paradise for quite some time now, and he had been to many places along the way. At this moment, he sent a message asking for Huan Er's location. Huan Er quickly replied, "Brother Ling Tian, I'm at a place with 2 hills. There's a small stream near one of the hills. All the celestial herbs here have been taken away. Have you been here before?" Huan Er told Duan Ling Tian her current location. "I think I have an impression of this place. I'll go and have a look." Duan Ling Tian teleported to a place that was similar to the place Huan Er had told him about. Brother Ling Tian was indeed here, and the two of them successfully reunited. "Huan, I've obtained a Red River celestial fruit. I'll give it to you once we're out of here. With your current cultivation base, you'll be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial lord in no time." Duan Ling Tian said with a smile on his face. It was as though he was happier to obtain a celestial fruit that Huan could use. "Brother Ling Tian, I've also obtained more than a dozen celestial fruits that celestial kings can use to improve their cultivation bases." Huan Er smiled. "More than a dozen?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He had only obtained a few celestial fruits in total, but Huan Er had obtained more than a dozen celestial fruits in such a short time. "Where did you obtain so many celestial fruits?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "I snatched a few from others. As for the other celestial fruits, I found them in places that were shrouded by illusory formations. Those people didn't notice them at all." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Illusory formations?" Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Illusory formations were nothing to Huan. "Brother Ling Tian, most of the celestial fruits in places without illusory formations have been taken by others. Why don't we look for places that are shrouded by illusory formations?" Huan Er said to Duan Ling Tian. "All right." Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er began to wander around the 3rd-grade medicinal herb paradise. They discovered a few places that were shrouded in illusory formations. One of them had already been looted. According to Huan Er, these illusory formations were more advanced than the others. However, no matter how powerful the illusory formation was, it was as though it did not exist in her eyes. With Huan Er leading the way, Duan Ling Tian swept through all the immortal herbs and immortal fruits along the way. "I really didn't expect that the places I've been to would be so different." Duan Ling Tian had passed by 2 places covered by the illusion array before, but at that time, Duan Ling Tian did not find any clues. It was only when Huan Er brought him into the illusory formation that he realized there was another world in this place. There are still 3 hours before the 3rd-grade herb mountain closes. As soon as Duan Ling Tian collected a celestial fruit, a loud and majestic voice rang in his ears. He felt an urge to kneel and worship the voice. This voice? Could it be the voice of the Jade Emperor, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? The Jade Emperor from the ancient legends on Earth? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. His eyes shone brightly. The Jade Emperor was a mythical figure that he had heard about since he was young in his previous life. When Duan Ling Tian realized this voice might be related to the Jade Emperor, he could not help but feel excited. After all, he was born and raised on Earth in his previous life. His memories in this life were from his previous life as well. Brother Ling Tian, there are only 3 hours left. Let's continue to wander around and see if there are any places that are shrouded in illusory formations. Huan said to Duan Ling Tian. All right. Duan Ling Tian and Huan continued to wander around the herb mountain. An hour later, they finally found another place shrouded in illusory formations. After looting the celestial herbs and celestial fruits, they left. So far, I've collected more than 20 celestial fruits. Including the celestial fruits I have almost 50 celestial fruits. After leaving the area shrouded in illusory formations, Duan Ling Tian made some calculations in his heart. I wonder if I'll be able to collect more than 50 celestial fruits in the next 2 hours? Fortunately, no one knew what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. Otherwise, they would have attacked him. For the others, it was already considered good if they could obtain a few celestial fruits. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was counting on obtaining more than 50 celestial fruits. Brat, it's you! A thunderous voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears as soon as he stepped out of the illusory formations. When he turned around, he saw Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. He was the one who had fought with the Ganges Profound sect's celestial lord for the Red River celestial fruit. However, Duan Ling Tian had beaten him to it. Elder Wang was a 3-talent celestial king. Although he could not defeat the Ganges Profound sect's 2-form celestial king, that was only because water countered fire. After all, he had comprehended the law of fire while his opponent had comprehended the law of water. At this moment, there was another old man standing next to Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. Elder Wang, do you know him? The old man asked. Elder Lu, he's the brat I mentioned to you earlier. When I was fighting with Old Man Qin from the Ganges Profound sect for the Red River celestial fruit, he used his teleportation profundity, which was at the initial stage of the law of space, to snatch our Red River celestial fruit. Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect said in a deep voice. Based on how he addressed the old man, it was clear the old man was also an elder from the Palm Fire Zen sect. It's him! Elder Lu's eyes lit up when he heard Elder Wang's words. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a hunter who had spotted his prey. Elder Wang, is it? Did the two of you gain anything during this time? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Even if Huan was not with him, he would not be afraid of Elder Wang. The Palm Fire Zen sect was only a 5th-grade sect. They did not have any titled celestial lords. Naturally, the elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect who entered the medicinal herb paradise were not the strongest in the sect. Even if Duan Ling Tian was only a 10 Directions celestial king, he was not afraid of them. In fact, he was confident he could kill one of them in a breath and 2 in 2 breaths if he took out the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Now that the 7 Orifices exquisite sword had a sword soul, the power it could unleash was above all Emperor-grade celestial weapons, even though it was still limited by his cultivation base. Even an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an acquired weapon soul would not be as powerful as the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, Huang could help him in the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Although Huang had not regained her comprehension of the law of destruction due to Duan Ling Tian's low cultivation base, she could not unleash the full power of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. However, Huang's strength was not inferior to Duan Ling Tian's at all. Duan Ling Tian had sparred with Huang 10 years ago. The battle ended in a draw. After all, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. What? Don't tell me you're thinking of taking advantage of us? Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect laughed. You're just a 10 Directions celestial king. Don't you think you're being too greedy? Brat, you better hand over the Red River celestial fruit. Otherwise, even if you can avoid me, the Palm Fire Zen sect won't let you off the hook. Elder Wang said threateningly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Avoid me? Duan Ling Tian smiled. When did I say I'm going to avoid you? If you're not going to avoid us, are you going to fight us? Elder Wang said with a disdainful smile. What? We'll take one each? Just ask them to hand over the Red River celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian said to Huan. Under the scornful gazes of the two elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect, Duan Lingtian and Huan made their moves. As soon as they made their moves, they swiftly suppressed the two elders from the sect. Even after the elders took out their royal-grade celestial weapons, they were still overwhelmed by Duan Lingtian and Huan. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian and Huan did not take out their royal-grade celestial weapons. If you don't want to die, hand over your loot. This person next to me can hypnotize you with an illusory technique, so don't take any chances. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. The two elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect had a look of despair on their faces. After witnessing Duan Lingtian and Huan's strength, even without Duan Lingtian's warning, they did not dare to take any chances. After all, with Duan Lingtian and Huan's strength, they would have died a long time ago if they wanted to kill them. These are the celestial fruits I obtained after entering this place. I only obtained these celestial fruits. The two elders of the Palm Fire Zen sect were reluctant to part with the treasures they had obtained from this trip to the Mountain of Herbs. At this moment, they could only feel relieved that Duan Lingtian did not take their celestial herbs. However, Duan Lingtian's next words made them despair. And the celestial herbs you obtained this time. Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to leave after collecting the celestial herbs from the Palm Fire Zen sect. Elders, it's him. He's the one who killed Elder Sun Yu. A loud voice rang from afar, attracting the attention of Duan Lingtian, Huan, and the two elders from the Palm Fire Celestial sect. There were 4 people in total, 1 middle-aged man and 3 old men. Duan Lingtian was familiar with one of the old men. It was Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect who had competed with Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect for the Red River celestial fruits. It's you! At the same time, Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect also recognized Duan Lingtian and the 2 people from the Palm Fire Zen sect. Wang Udong. The Ganges Profound sect will take the Red River celestial fruits from this brat. Elder Qin looked vigilantly at the 2 elders of the Palm Fire Zen sect and said in a deep voice. He was very confident. After all, he had the advantage in numbers. You, Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect wanted to say something but was stopped by Elder Wang through voice transmission. Don't remind him. We can't be the only ones at a disadvantage, right? Chapter 32:21. As soon as Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect finished speaking, he stood aside and watched the show, as if he would not interfere. Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect also stood at the side with Elder Wang after the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Brat, did you kill Elder Sun Yu from the Ganges Profound sect? Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect asked in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Why did you kill Elder Sun Yu from the Ganges Profound sect? At this moment, the other 3 people from the Ganges Profound sect were also looking at Duan Lingtian with a cold expression on their faces. He attacked me after I obtained the celestial fruit. Should I wait for him to kill me instead? Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he glanced at the 3 people from the Ganges Profound sect. Brat, how dare you kill an elder from the Ganges Profound sect? You'll die here today. The middle-aged man from the Ganges mysterious sect coldly spoke. An icy murderous intent promptly surfaced in his eyes. The other 3 old men from the Ganges Profound sect, including Elder Qin, looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as though they were waiting to devour him. What? All of you want to kill me? A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at the 4 people from the Dao Scholar Profound sect meaningfully. All of you better think twice. Brat, you'll definitely die today for killing an elder from the Ganges Profound sect. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Seeing that the situation was on the verge of breaking out, Elder Lu of the Palm Fire Zen sect couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Elder Wang. Elder Wang, should we remind them? Based on the situation, I'm afraid these 2 young men won't show mercy to the 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect like they did to us. Elder Lu, you're an elder from the Palm Fire Zen sect. What does the life and death of the people from the Ganges Profound sect have to do with you? Elder Wang replied non-committally through voice transmission. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people from the Ganges profound sect attacked Duan Lingtian at the same time. This was because they had learned from Elder Qin that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the profundity of teleportation to the initial stage of the law of space. In order to prevent Duan Lingtian from escaping, they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before he could teleport away. Seeing this, Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect gloated. The result was just as he expected. The 4 people from the Ganges profound sect were completely annihilated. Not a single one survived. However, what surprised him was that the purple-clothed young man had not made a move from the beginning to the end. The one who had made a move was the breathtakingly beautiful white-clothed woman beside him. Moreover, it only took her less than a breath to kill the 4 celestial lords from the Ganges profound sect. Is that a soul attack? Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect had a grim expression on his face when he recalled how the 4 celestial lords froze in place before the white-clothed young woman killed them. Even Elder Lu of the Palm Fire Zen sect, who was standing next to him, had a fearful expression on his face as he thought to himself, "Fortunately, she didn't use that technique on me earlier. Otherwise, I would have died." Earlier, when Duan Lingtian fought with Huan, he was the one who fought with Huan. At this moment, he realized Huan, had been concealing her true strength when she fought with him earlier. After collecting the spatial rings and celestial weapons from the 4 people from the Ganges profound sect, Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Wang meaningfully and said, "Are you using us as cannon fodder?" Earlier, Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect did not tell the 4 people from the Ganges profound sect about their strength. It was clear he did not want to warn the 4 people from the Ganges profound sect about their strength. "My lord, I didn't mean that. I just think we've suffered a loss, and it's only right for them to suffer a loss and hand over the celestial herbs and celestial fruits to you." Elder Wang's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He hurriedly explained, "After all, if they didn't make a move with your character, you wouldn't have taken their celestial fruits and celestial herbs from them. So you're saying you're doing this for my sake?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Of course. Elder Wang had a righteous look on his face, as if he was very serious. Even Elder Lu couldn't bear to continue watching. Let's go." Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan, before he left. He no longer bothered to tease Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. He did not have much time left. He had to cherish the remaining time and see if he could find another place that was shrouded by an illusory formation. The 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan had left. A 10 directions celestial king and a 1 basic celestial lord are so powerful. I feel like I've lived my life in vain. Elder Wang smiled bitterly. "You're not the only one. It's truly a blow to our confidence." Elder Lu smiled bitterly as well. Duan Lingtian and Huan had gained a lot from their trip to the medicinal herb paradise. This made Duan Lingtian even more confident that he would be able to break through and become a celestial lord in the next 30 years. In the next 30 years, they returned to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. However, they did not return to the Glacier Valley. This was because, compared to the large pile of immortal fruits he had obtained, the little bit of cultivation assistance in the Glacier Valley was negligible. Moreover, Huan preferred to stay in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's estate instead of the Glacier Valley. Spring went and autumn came, and time passed quietly. 20 years later, Huan had successfully broken through and become a 3 talents celestial lord. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had yet to become a 1 basic celestial lord. Even his comprehension of the law of space had not improved. Of the 9 profundities of the law of space, apart from the basic profundity, space elemental profundity, I have comprehended the other 8 profundities to the initial stage. However, I feel like there's a limit to comprehending the profundities to the mastery stage. Most of the time, I feel like I'm close to comprehending the profundities to the mastery stage, but I just can't. Duan Lingtian was already vexed by the lack of a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian was even more vexed by the lack of a breakthrough in his comprehension of the law of space. After learning about Duan Lingtian's troubles, the chaos divine flame in his body said, "It's impossible for those below the celestial lord realm to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage. If you want to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage, you'll have to become a celestial lord at the very least." Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian felt even more vexed. There are only 10 years left before the genius secret realm opens. I can only hope that I'll be able to make a breakthrough in these 10 years. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was close to that of a one basic celestial lord. However, he had yet to make a breakthrough. His current situation was similar to Huan Er's when he left the spirit overarching heaven. Fortunately, Huan Er's situation had been resolved with time. Do I have to wait until the time is right before I can make a breakthrough? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to leave the spirit overarching heaven and search for opportunities to make a breakthrough in these 10 years. For a time, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er left the Snow Horizon Celestial sect and traveled around the world. However, as the years passed, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base remained stagnant. Next year, the genius secret realm in the Nando territory that only opens once every 1,000 years will open. I still have 1 year left. Duan Lingtian felt a great deal of pressure. Whether he was fated to enter the genius secret realm or not would depend on whether he could make a breakthrough and become a celestial lord in the next year. The opening of the genius secret realm was a grand occasion in the Nando territory. All the young prodigies in the Nando territory would participate in the genius secret realm. Now that there was only a year left before the genius secret realm opened, the Nando territory was already bustling with activity. It has been a long time since a grassroots prodigy from a grade 1 force appeared in the genius secret realm. In the past 10,000 years, it has always been the young prodigies from the grade 1 forces. Although there are some outstanding young prodigies, none of them are as good as the grassroots prodigies from the grade 1 forces. Well, it's normal. Which young prodigy from the grade 1 forces didn't grow up with a silver spoon in their mouths? It's only natural that they're stronger than ordinary grassroots prodigies. Actually, every time the genius secret realm opens, there will always be grassroots geniuses being roped in by first-class forces. This is already considered pretty good. The genius secret realm is not only a stage for the young prodigies from the grade 1 forces to search for treasures, but it's also an opportunity for many grassroots prodigies to prove themselves. Outstanding grassroots prodigies will be invited by the grade 1 forces. However, in the past 10,000 years, only 2 grassroots prodigies have been invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan. As for the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, it has been 10,000 years since they last invited a grassroots prodigy to join them. The ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were the 3 strongest grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Rumor had it that there were no titled celestial emperors in the Nando territory due to their existence. Some people even suspected that there were titled celestial emperors in the 3 grade 1 forces. However, due to the fact that they kept each other in check, none of them could rule the Nando territory. For this reason, the Nando territory had no titled celestial emperors. Only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 could enter the genius secret realm. Those who could become celestial lords before the age of 1,000 were considered prodigies. Apart from the prodigies from the grade 1 forces, the prodigies from other forces and sectless cultivators were known as grassroots prodigies. The prodigies from the grade 1 forces entered the genius secret realm to search for treasures and fortuitous encounters. On the other hand, the prodigies from other forces and sectless cultivators entered the genius secret realm to search for treasures and enter the grade 1 forces. Naturally, most of them wanted to join the 3 strongest grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Every time the genius secret realm opened, the 3 strongest grade 1 forces would recruit disciples. However, most of the disciples chose to join the 3 strongest grade 1 forces. Chapter 32-22. Every time the genius secret realm opened, The Grade 1 forces would usually recruit people inside. However, those who could make a Grade 1 force take the initiative to send out invitations were all outstanding grassroots prodigies. A grassroots prodigy who was invited to a Grade 1 force would receive a completely different treatment compared to a grassroots prodigy who took the initiative to join a Grade 1 force. In the past 10,000 years, there were only 2 grassroots prodigies who were invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan, 2 of the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. On the other hand, the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect had not invited anyone in the past 10,000 years. I wonder if the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect will take the initiative to invite a grassroots prodigy to enter the genius secret realm? I don't think so. The Thousand Tribulation Sword sect has higher standards than the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan. They won't casually invite grassroots prodigies. I think so too. It's already not bad if the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan invite a grassroots prodigy to join the genius secret realm. Days passed as the people in the Nando territory discussed among themselves. The genius secret realm was about to open. The genius secret realm was open to everyone in the Nando weave. There were entrances to the genius secret realm. As long as they were celestial lords and younger than 1,000 years old, they would be able to enter the genius secret realm. Meanwhile, there were many 10 Directions celestial kings who were younger than 1,000 years old in the Nando territory. They were only a step away from becoming a celestial lord. They were frantically searching for a breakthrough. As long as they became celestial lords, they would be able to enter the genius secret realm. In the Snow Horizon celestial sect, Duan Linkan sighed as he sat in the valley. There's still a month left. It seems like I won't be able to enter the genius secret realm. Currently, there was only a month left before the genius secret realm would open. After the genius secret realm opened, the entrance would only be open for 3 days. After that, it would be impossible to enter again. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still a 10 Directions celestial king. I wonder if the consumable royal grade celestial weapon that allows me to possess the celestial origin energy and soul energy of a 1 basic celestial lord will be able to fool the entrance of the genius secret realm. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian went to look for the sect leader of the Snow Horizon celestial sect, Xianxia, to ask about this matter. After staying in the Snow Horizon immortal sect for so many years, Duan Lingtian knew that Xianxia was the most knowledgeable person in the Snow Horizon immortal sect. In fact, it was hard to find someone more knowledgeable than Xianxia in the northern icy plains. Lord Revered Elder, theoretically, with the consumable royal grade celestial weapon and the celestial origin energy of a 1 basic celestial lord, you should be able to deceive the formation in the genius secret realm. Xianxia said, but have you ever thought about it? Could it be that you're not going to make a move after entering the genius secret realm? Once you make a move, your cultivation base will fall back to the level of a 10 Directions celestial king. At that time, you will still be sent out. In the history of the Nando territory, someone has used this method before. However, in the end, he was forcefully sent out of the genius secret realm. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. Lord Revered Elder, since you have the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, why don't you just use it? You can use it to sense your cultivation base as a 1 basic celestial lord. Perhaps, you'll find a miracle and become a celestial lord. Xianxia gave Duan Lingtian a suggestion. With your current cultivation base, there's no point in keeping the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. That was right. Why had he not thought of this before? Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian took out the consumable royal grade celestial weapon he had obtained in the past and used his last chance to refine it. The consumable royal grade celestial weapon disappeared after Duan Lingtian used up his last chance. Duan Lingtian's body was filled with the celestial origin energy of a 1 basic celestial lord. Even his soul had been elevated to the level of a 1 basic celestial lord. So, this is the level of a 1 basic celestial lord. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he bade farewell to Xianxia and left. In the following month, Duan Lingtian did not dare to recklessly use his celestial origin energy and soul energy for fear that his cultivation base would fall back to the level of a 10 Directions celestial king. On the second day of the Genius Secret Realm, Duan Lingtian, who had given up all hope, finally found a miracle and successfully broke through to the level of a celestial lord with the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Congratulations, revered Elder Lingtian. Hao Wang, the supreme elder of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, hurried over to congratulate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded at Hao Wang before he went to Wei Quan, who was still comprehending the law of space. I've broken through. Let's go. Let's go to the entrance of the Genius Secret Realm. There was only a little more than a day left before the entrance of the Genius Secret Realm closed. Even with their speed, it would take them almost a day to reach the entrance of the Genius Secret Realm. Although they were not in a hurry, Duan Lingtian's emotions were still fluctuating. Sush, sush. Hao Wang's eyes widened in shock when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huan disappearing into the horizon. The Genius Secret Realm? Revered Elder Lingtian and Revered Elder Huan are less than 1,000 years old? Hao Wang's heart skipped a beat when he recalled the strength Duan Lingtian and Huan had displayed before they broke through to the Celestial Lord Realm. They'll definitely be able to compete with the young geniuses from Grade 1 forces in the Genius Secret Realm. In fact, I'm afraid not many young geniuses from Grade 1 forces are a match for them. Hao Wang was confident in Duan Lingtian and Huan's strength after witnessing Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's strength. Almost a day later, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at the entrance of the Genius Secret Realm that was closest to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The entrance of the Genius Secret Realm was located halfway up a cliff. There were many people hovering in the air outside the entrance. It was clear they were here to accompany someone. However, there were only a few people who had entered the Genius Secret Realm. Let's go in. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan held hands as they entered the Genius Secret Realm. After the two of them left, another round of exclamations rang out from the crowd. They were all amazed by Huan's flawless face. So, this is the Genius Secret Realm? Duan Lingtian's vision blurred for a moment before he found himself in the air above a group of magnificent buildings with Huan by his side. He could vaguely see some figures loitering around the magnificent buildings. It was clear they were people who had entered the Genius Secret Realm. Let's go over there and have a look. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a mountain in the distance that pierced through the clouds. At this moment, many figures were making their way over. After a while, Duan Lingtian and Huan caught up to the group of people. At this moment, many people had also noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan. They were shocked by Huan's stunning appearance and were attracted to her. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian holding Huan's hand, their expressions darkened. Of course, almost everyone's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. There are very few female celestials who can enter the Genius Secret Realm. I didn't expect one of them to be such a beauty. Unfortunately, she's already taken. A middle-aged man sighed emotionally. Although she's already taken, as long as you're strong enough, it's not impossible for you to snatch her away. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, another young man who looked frivolous laughed. All talk and no action. Why don't you give it a try? A young man not far away glanced at the frivolous young man and ridiculed him. However, in the end, no one dared to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. After all, everyone in the Genius Secret Realm possessed extraordinary innate talent. Apart from young prodigies from Grade 1 forces, no one dared to offend anyone in the Genius Secret Realm. After all, no one could be certain if they had offended someone more outstanding than them. It's been less than 3 days since the Genius Secret Realm opened. I wonder if there are any prodigies from Grade 1 forces at the foot of the Peak of Gravity. If there are, I'm afraid he won't be able to rank higher. A young man standing near Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. Peak of Gravity? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the mountain peak that towered into the clouds and attracted everyone. As more and more people spoke, he finally learned what the peak of gravity was. The peak of gravity was a mountain where the higher one climbed, the stronger the gravitational force. There were 99 peaks of gravity in the genius secret realm. One could challenge any one of the 99 peaks of gravity. Once one reached a certain height, one would be rewarded. If one could break the record, one would have a chance to obtain an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Even if one did not obtain an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, the value of the peak of gravity was similar to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, it was not easy to break the record. It seems like the peak of gravity hasn't been broken for 20,000 years. The last person who broke the record was Yu Jiancheng, the current sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, right? That's right. When sect leader Yu was a 6-combo celestial lord, he broke the record by climbing 37,870 meters to the foot of the peak of gravity and obtained an Emperor-grade celestial sword for it. The best result in the past 10,000 years is only 30,000 meters. It's still a long way from sect leader Yu's record. Sect leader Yu of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect is not an ordinary person. Rumor has it that he's the youngest among the pillars of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, but his strength is not inferior to the older generation. Chapter 3223. Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, is a 6-combo celestial lord even though he's not even 1,000 years old? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to deduce that the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, one of the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, was such an outstanding prodigy. Since he's able to leave behind such an unsurpassable record, it means he has comprehended an extraordinary law as well. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. After a while, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at the peak of gravity. It was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. When they arrived, there were already more than a dozen people gathered at the foot of the mountain. It seems like many people have entered the genius secret realm. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned that there were 99 peaks of gravity in the genius secret realm. There were more than 30 people gathered at one of the peaks of gravity. Moreover, many people were making their way to the peak of gravity as well. It's not surprising. Although it's rare to see a celestial lord younger than 1,000 years old, the Nando territory is so huge that there should be a lot of them. Apart from that, not everyone who enters the genius secret realm is from the Nando territory. There are many outsiders as well. The Nando territory was a territory without a titled celestial emperor. It was ruled by the various Grade 1 forces. Due to this reason, the top forces in the Nando territory were at loggerheads. Some Grade 1 forces would even fight to the death if they encountered each other outside. Such an environment was the dream of many people who attained their Tao through battle. I wonder if Ling Jueyun will enter the genius secret realm as well? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think about Ling Jueyun, who had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit with him in the equal heaven territory. Ling Jueyun was from the divine offering land. It could be said that he had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Now that he had become a celestial lord, he was certain Ling Jueyun would do the same. It's Yu Qin from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. He reached the peak of gravity. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian and Huan, turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Huan, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a figure flying up the peak of gravity. The peak of gravity looked like an ordinary mountain from afar. However, upon closer inspection, it was actually a mountain with layers of stairs. The distance between the steps of the peak of gravity was very high, at least 10 meters. One had to cross 10 meters to reach the next step. Bush. At that moment, a black figure was rapidly climbing up the steps. In the blink of an eye, he had climbed up the 1,000th step. And that was also 10,000 meters high. However, the clouds in the genius secret realm were 30,000 meters high. One had to climb 3,000 steps to reach the clouds. It was unknown if it was intentional or not. Now, the black shadow had covered 1/3 of the distance between the ground and the clouds. He's Yi Chen, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect who's already a 4-phenomenon celestial lord before the age of 1000? That's him. I've seen him before. Yi Chen is ranked in the top 3 among the prodigies under the age of 1000 in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. I wonder how he'll perform this time. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. The genius secret realm only opens once every 1000 years. Only celestial lords below the age of 1000 are allowed to enter. In other words, everyone can only enter once in their lifetime. Not only are we here for the first time, but it's also the first time for the geniuses from the Grade 1 forces. Yi Chen can only be considered above average among the prodigies from Grade 1 forces who are younger than 1000 years old. Upon hearing the discussions in the surroundings, Duan Lingtian learned that the person who was climbing the peak of gravity was Yi Chen. Naturally, he had never heard of such a person before. All these years, he had been in the Snow Horizon Celestial sect and had not heard of any prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Let's go as well. When Duan Lingtian saw the others had no intention of climbing the peak of gravity, he brought Huan along with him as they flew toward the peak of gravity. However, as soon as they reached the peak of gravity, they were separated by a gentle force. Clearly, the peak of gravity didn't allow anyone to team up with others. One could only rely on themselves to ascend as high as possible. They're climbing the peak of gravity. I don't know why, but I feel a lot better when I see them separated even though I don't know them. He has such a beautiful woman by his side. Any man would be jealous of him. I'm almost dancing for joy right now. The people below the peak of gravity shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan when they saw the duo ascending the peak of gravity. Many of them began to ridicule the duo. Let's go and have a look as well. Let's go. There's no point in waiting here. Why don't we challenge the peak of gravity? As long as we can climb 20,000 meters, we'll be able to leave our names on the peak of gravity. Is that so? Then I'll leave my name on the peak of gravity. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures caught up with Duan Lingtian and Huan. As expected, the further one climbs the peak of gravity, the stronger the gravity is. Duan Lingtian and Huan climbed the 1000th step at the same time. They were now 10,000 meters away from the peak of gravity. At this point, they did not feel any pressure at all. Their speed was comparable to Yi Chen from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, and they weren't any slower than Yi Chen. His speed is actually faster than Yi Chen's. I don't know. However, based on their auras, they don't seem to be from ordinary forces. Perhaps they're from a Grade 1 force? I don't think so. If they are, it's impossible for so many of us to not recognize them. Perhaps they're the direct disciples of a high-ranking official from a Grade 1 force. They don't usually show themselves so they can make a name for themselves in the genius secret realm. Maybe they're grassroots prodigies. Duan Lingtian and Huan outstanding performance shocked the people at the foot of the peak of gravity and those who followed them up the mountain. He slowed down when he reached the 1,600 step. It seems like he's already under pressure from there. When they reached the 1,100 step, Duan Lingtian saw Yi Chen, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, was clearly slowing down. However, Yi Chen had not even reached the 1,700 step. In other words, he was already under pressure before he reached the 17,000 step. Otherwise, he would not have slowed down. Duan Lingtian and Huan did not slow down at all as they continued to climb. When Yi Chen reached the 1,800 step, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally caught up to him. Yi Chen was a black-clad young man with a cold expression on his face. An expression of surprise appeared on his face when he saw two people chasing after him. He was even more shocked when he realized he had never seen these two people before. Grassroots prodigies? As a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, a Grade 1 force, Yi Chen was certain these two people were not among the young prodigies under the age of 1000. Young prodigies from Grade 1 forces would often have gatherings, and Yi Chen had attended them. Therefore, he knew almost all of the young prodigies from Grade 1 forces. For this reason, Yi Chen was certain these two people were not ordinary prodigies. He was certain these two people were not from Grade 1 forces. When Yi Chen saw Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's faces, the duo continued to climb. In just a blink of an eye, they had already reached the 1,900th step. The law of space? At this moment, Yi Chen could tell Duan Lingtian and Huan Er had comprehended the law of space based on their gray celestial origin energy. They've surpassed Yi Chen. They haven't slowed down at all. It seems like they'll definitely reach the 20,000-meter mark. Look, some names have already appeared on the peak of gravity. Yu Pingji is a prodigy from the ancient Phoenix clan. Bailey Xing is a prodigy from the Bailey clan. Ouyang Chen is a prodigy from the profound Sky Dao sect. And that one. At this moment, a few names appeared on the peak of gravity. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's strength. They were certain the duo would be able to reach the 2,000th step. However, at this moment, a few names appeared on the peak of gravity. After these names appeared, there was also the number of steps they were currently on, and the number of steps was constantly changing. For example, Bailey Sheng was currently ranked second on the 2,113 steps. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had surpassed the person who was ranked first. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er finally arrived at the 2,000th step. Everyone's attention was focused on the name and the number of steps on the peak of gravity. As soon as Duan Lingtian stepped onto the 2,000th step, he felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. It was completely different from the pressure he had felt before. Big brother Lingtian, the pressure here seems to have increased. Huan Er sent him a voice transmission. I can feel it. Duan Lingtian replied. Please leave your name. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were about to reach the 2,000th step when a voice rang in their ears. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er felt a new pressure bearing down on them. In the next moment, the silhouette of a brush appeared in front of them. However, when Duan Lingtian and Huan Er extended their hands, they grabbed the brush and wrote their names in the air. After they finished writing their names were at the end of the list of names that appeared on the peak of gravity. Huan 2,000th step. Duan Lingtian 2,000th step. Chapter 32-24. Huan Duan Lingtian? Have you heard of him? I don't think they're prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Earlier, the names that appeared on the peak of gravity were all prodigies from Grade 1 forces. However, the names of grassroots prodigies have already appeared on the peak of gravity? In the genius secret realm, a commotion could be heard at the foot of the 99 peaks of gravity. In the Nando territory, the Grade 1 forces had the most outstanding prodigies. The Grade 1 forces were rich in resources, and their prodigies were heavily nurtured since they were young. It was only natural that their prodigies would have great achievements. Now that two grassroots prodigies had made it to the peak of gravity ranking, the grassroots prodigies in the genius secret realm were all excited. After all, the number of grassroots prodigies in the genius secret realm was much higher than the number of prodigies from Grade 1 forces. However, the quality of the grassroots prodigies was far inferior compared to the Grade 1 forces. This made the grassroots prodigies feel very frustrated. Now that a grassroots prodigy had made it to the peak of gravity ranking, all the grassroots prodigies in the genius secret realm who were paying attention to the peak of gravity ranking were extremely excited. Another grassroots prodigy has made it onto the peak of gravity rankings. At this moment, an unfamiliar name appeared at the bottom of the peak of gravity's ranking. Many people were watching as Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's rankings rapidly rose to the middle of the peak of gravity's rankings. Ho Zilong, 2,000th step. Ho Zilong? I've never heard of him. Another grassroots prodigy? I think so. It seems like there are quite a few outstanding grassroots prodigies this time. At the same time, a group of grassroots prodigies who had been paying attention to the peak of gravity and had not attempted to climb the peak of gravity were also inspired to climb the peak of gravity. At this moment, the number of names on the peak of gravity ranking had increased to 22. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan had already risen to the 4th and 5th place respectively. There were still 3 people in front of them who were slowly closing in on them. The pressure is getting stronger. When he reached the 2,600th step of the peak of gravity, Duan Lingtian still felt a great pressure even though he had exerted all his strength. You don't have to wait for me. Try your best to climb up, Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission as he looked at the calm Huan. He could tell Huan did not feel too much pressure, so she could walk a little further with ease. All right. When Huan saw the anticipation in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she nodded and continued to climb. A moment later, she surpassed the 3rd place. Then he overtook the 2nd place. Then he overtook the 1st place. Not only was her cultivation base higher than Duan Lingtian, but her comprehension of the law of space had also caught up to Duan Lingtian. Long before he broke through to the immortal emperor realm, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended all the profundities of the law of space to the minor accomplishment realm. However, if he had not become a celestial lord, he would not have been able to comprehend the profundities of the law to the mastery realm. As for Duan Lingtian, he had only become a celestial lord before he entered the genius secret realm. Therefore, he did not have the time to use the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space. Because of this, she was able to further her comprehension of the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse godhead. She even managed to catch up to him. Although the pressure is great, with my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to climb to the 3,000th step. Duan Lingtian continued to climb. It did not take long for him to reach the 3rd place. After all, he was faster than the people he had overtaken. An uproar broke out at the foot of the peak of gravity again. Heavens! Huan is ranked first on the peak of gravity ranking. She's already on the 2,932th step. Is she going to challenge the 3,000 step? Based on her current strength, even if she doesn't reach the 3,000th step, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan will definitely extend an olive branch to her. Once she reaches the 3,000th step, even the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect won't be able to sit still. Duan Lingtian isn't a pushover as well. He's already ranked 3rd. He's really an embarrassment to us grassroots prodigies. In the genius secret realm, the grassroots prodigies were in an uproar. On the other hand, the prodigies from Grade 1 forces were embarrassed. Many prodigies from Grade 1 forces who had yet to reach the peak of gravity began to climb as well. Moreover, they did not slow down at all. It seems like this is the limit. Although I can teleport up there, I'll definitely be injured by the weight. It's not worth it. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the 2,839th level of the peak of gravity, he did not continue climbing. Instead, he decided to stop here. I'll return after I've comprehended the law of space. The genius secret realm will be open for 10 years. I'll have plenty of chances in the future. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian was no longer in a hurry. He had 10 years left. He was confident he would be able to comprehend the law of space to the mastery stage with the supreme powerhouse divinity. She's going to climb the 30,000 meters. After giving up, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the higher steps of the peak of gravity. He could see Huan was getting closer and closer to the 3,000th step. She's going up. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when Huan finally made it to the 3,000th step. Brother Lingtian, the pressure is too great. When Duan Lingtian heard her voice transmission, he could tell she was struggling to speak. Huan, let's give up for now. We'll try again next time. You've done well for now, Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. Along the way, Duan Lingtian discovered the peak of gravity was not only a test of one's strength, but it was also a test of one's endurance. He and Huan's strength was considered outstanding among ordinary celestial lords. However, there were many celestial lords with high cultivation bases in the genius secret realm, including 5 elements celestial lords and 6 stars celestial lords. As for those celestial lords, not only were their profundities on par with Duan Lingtian and Huan, some of them were even stronger. When Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, set the record as a 6-combo celestial lord, he must have comprehended a profundity to the mastery stage. Most likely, he must have comprehended more than one profundity to the mastery stage. Before climbing the peak of gravity, Duan Lingtian did not have much of an idea about this. However, now that he knew about it, he finally had an idea. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huan and Duan Lingtian left the peak of gravity and returned to the bottom of the mountain. When the male prodigies saw Huan holding Duan Lingtian's hand, they no longer felt jealous of Duan Lingtian. In fact, they felt only a man like Duan Lingtian was worthy of such an outstanding woman. "Brother, you're amazing. Brother, you and this lady are really proud of us grassroots prodigies. Brother, lady, both of you must be grassroots prodigies, right?" At the bottom of the peak of gravity, apart from Yi Yuqin from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, the other grassroots prodigies greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan warmly. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I'm here to join a Grade 1 force. With your strength, any Grade 1 force would be willing to accept you." That's right. Upon learning that Duan Lingtian was a grassroots prodigy, the grassroots prodigies present on the scene grew even more excited. At this moment, Yi Yuqin, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan with a smile on his face. "Gentlemen, are you interested in joining the Thousand Hands Devil sect? If you're interested, I can recommend you." In Yi Yuqin's opinion, it would be a great merit if he could recruit these two grassroots prodigies into the Thousand Hands Devil sect. However, he knew they might not be willing to join the Thousand Hands Devil sect. After all, among the Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the Thousand Hands Devil sect was not as strong as the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, or the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would be more willing to join one of the three major forces. The Genius Secret Realm has been open for 10 years. Let's continue watching. Duan Lingtian smiled and politely declined Yu Chen's offer. "Brother, this is my soul pearl. If you want to join the Thousand Hands Devil sect, you can look for me at any time. I'm Yi Yuqin, the third direct disciple of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect." Yi Yuqin left a soul pearl behind for Duan Lingtian before he left. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to be angry at all. That grassroots prodigy is quite strong as well. He's already at the 2500th level. He barely made it into the top 10. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He glanced over and saw a name that had just squeezed into the top 10, Ho Zilong. Upon hearing the words of the people around him, he discovered Ho Zilong was also a grassroots prodigy like him. Ho Zilong is quite strong as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered another name was climbing up the stairs at lightning speed. It did not take long for it to overtake his name. Then, it continued to climb until it reached the 3000 step before it finally slowed down. At this moment, this name pushed Huan out of the second place and took the first place. Feng Qiqi. It's the ancient Phoenix clan's #1 prodigy under the age of 1000, Feng Qiqi. How terrifying! Feng Qiqi's peak of gravity ranking is terrifying. In just a blink of an eye, she has already climbed to the 3300 step. However, her speed has slowed down. It seems like it'll be difficult for her to climb to the 3500 step. At this time, Duan Lingtian learned that Feng Qiqi was the ancient Phoenix clan's #1 prodigy under the age of 1000. Most importantly, Feng Qiqi was a female prodigy. Feng Qiqi was a woman. Feng Qiqi. I wonder how Tian Wu is doing in the ancient Phoenix clan? Chapter 3225. Feng Qiqi was ranked first on the peak of gravity ranking. Moreover, she had climbed over 3,400 steps. This attracted everyone's attention. Even those who were climbing the peak of gravity paused and stared at the peak of gravity ranking. Feng Qiqi, 3,432 steps. Feng Qiqi, 3,433 steps. Feng Qiqi continued to climb the peak of gravity ranking, but her speed had obviously slowed down. In the end, it took her a dozen breaths to reach the next step. In the end, Feng Qi stopped at the 3,462nd step. But even so, her results were still far ahead of everyone else. Currently, Huan who was ranked second, had only reached the 3,000th step. Amazing! As expected of the number one prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan. Her result is comparable to Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. That's right. That year, Yu Jiancheng's record was 37,870 meters. That is, he stopped at the 3,787th floor. Now, Feng Qi stopped at the 3,462nd floor. She's only 300 floors away from him. Grassroots prodigies like us can't compare to a prodigy from a grade 1 force. She's amazing. Did you notice? Now, both the first and second place on the peak of gravity ranking are women. Don't tell me men are inferior to two women? As Feng Qi stopped at the 3,462nd step of the peak of gravity and reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking, the people around the peak of gravity in Tianjiao's secret realm started to get excited. Feng Qi was a famous young prodigy in the Nando territory. After all, she was the number one prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan. However, most people only knew that she was strong, but they had never fought her before. Therefore, they had no idea what she was capable of. Today, however, Feng Qi's result on the peak of gravity ranking gave them a better understanding of her strength. The group of grassroots prodigies who had reached the top because of Huan were more or less disappointed when they saw Feng Qi's strength surpassing all others. Naturally, most of them felt that Huan had done well. Another person is rapidly climbing the peak of gravity after reaching the 20,000th step. It's Bailey Hongfei. Bailey Hongfei is the number one prodigy in the Bailey clan. It is said that his strength is not inferior to Feng Qi's. Let's see how high he can climb in the end. The name that was rapidly rising up the peak of gravity ranking was none other than the number one prodigy of the Bailey clan, Bailey Hongfei. Bailey Hongfei soon reached the 3,000th step as well. Then he continued to climb. Soon his speed slowed down as well. In the end, he stopped at the 3,466th floor of peak of gravity, 4 floors higher than Feng Qi. He's actually 4 levels higher than Feng Qi. Could it be that his strength is stronger than Feng Qi? Many people thought so. Of course, many people didn't think so. Feng Qi got the 362nd floor first. Bailey Hongfei is 4 floors ahead of her. It doesn't mean that he's stronger than her. It's just that he's more motivated because Feng Qi is ahead of him. I think so too. If Bailey Hongfei went up first and Feng Qi went up later, it might be because Feng Qi's ranking is higher than his. Even Duan Lingtian felt the same way. There was only pressure when there was a comparison. After Feng Qi reached the 30,000th floor, it was inevitable that she would slack off since there was no one ahead of her. Bailey Hongfei, on the other hand, must have been obsessed with surpassing Feng Qi. That was why he managed to surpass her by 4 floors. He only managed to surpass 4 floors because of his obsession. I'm afraid Bailey Hongfei is not as strong as Feng Qi. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After Bailey Hongfei, it had been a long time since another prodigy like him and Feng Qi appeared on the peak of gravity. Half an hour later, Huan was still in 3rd place. Huan let's go. Duan Lingtian brought Huan away from the peak of gravity. After all, the genius secret realm did not only have the peak of gravity. There were many other places. Brother Lingtian, did you notice that the celestial origin energy in my body seems to have become denser after climbing the peak of gravity? Huan asked. Upon hearing Huan's words, Duan Lingtian sensed the celestial origin energy in his body. Indeed, his celestial origin energy had become denser. It seems like the pressure from the peak of gravity can help one's cultivation as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. It's said that there's a place in the genius secret realm called the World of Laws. One can increase one's comprehension of the laws there by fighting with the formation spirits. Before entering the genius secret realm, Duan Lingtian had learned about this. For this reason, he was very interested in the world of laws. After asking around for directions, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at the world of laws half a day later. In the genius secret realm, there were not as many worlds of laws as the peak of gravity. There were 99 peaks of gravity in total. On the other hand, there were only 9 worlds of laws. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the world of laws, there were already more than 100 people gathered there. This was because most of them were stuck at the peak of gravity. The world of laws was located in a vast plain. When one arrived at the plain, one could see that there was a separate space where the fluctuations of the laws were different. These spaces that contained the fluctuations of the laws were grouped together to form the world of laws. Every space was independent of each other. Currently, many people were challenging the world of laws. Once one entered the world of laws, a formation spirit with the same cultivation base as one would appear. No matter what profundities one cast, the formation spirit would cast the same profundities. Most importantly, the formation spirit had rich combat experience. It was said that the formation spirit's combat experience was comparable to the combat experience of a celestial emperor. Very few people were able to defeat a formation spirit. In the world of laws, those who could fight a formation spirit to a draw were considered outstanding. Not only would those who defeated a formation spirit be rewarded by the world of laws, but they would also be noticed by many forces. After all, if anyone defeated a formation spirit, a voice would ring in the world of laws, announcing that they had defeated the formation spirit. In the past 10,000 years, the 2 grassroots prodigies who were invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan were only invited after they defeated the formation spirit. What a beautiful woman! As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the world of laws, a sinister-looking young man dressed in brocade robes walked over to them while waving a fan made of feathers. "I'm Yun Xiao from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Shall we get to know each other?" The young man ignored Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, blocking Duan Lingtian and Huan's path. However, Huan completely disregarded him. Scram! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, "Brat, don't tell me you don't know who I am? I'm the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. How dare you offend me?" The young man looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said, "I'll give you a chance. Kneel and kowtow 3 times before you leave her. Otherwise, I'll kill you." As soon as the young man finished speaking, a dark light shone from his body, blotting out the sky. The commotion here had alarmed quite a few people as well. Did that purple-clad young man offend Yun Xiao? Not only is Yun Xiao a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, but he's also the only son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Who's that young man? How dare he offend Yun Xiao? It's not that young man who offended Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao is the one who's looking for trouble. Some people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan when they saw Yun Xiao blocking Duan Lingtian and Huan's path. Yun Xiao's strength is above average among the prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. That purple-clad young man must be a grassroots prodigy. I'm afraid he's in trouble. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Duan Lingtian and Yun Xiao were at each other's throats, and everyone's attention was on them. At this moment, Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, made her move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huan raised her hand, and a gray light flashed in the air, cutting Yun Xiao into 2. As soon as Huan made her move, Yun Xiao stood rooted to the ground as though he had been struck by lightning. "Those who want to kill Brother Lingtian deserve to die," Huan said coldly. Huan said coldly as she glanced at Yun Xiao's corpse. Gasp, 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 gasp. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw Huan trying to kill Yun Xiao. They stared at Huan as if they had seen a ghost. That woman is too strong. That's Yun Xiao, a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Although he's not the most outstanding prodigy, he's still a prodigy who managed to climb more than 2,300 steps at the peak of gravity. That woman killed him in an instant. Since she dares to kill Yun Xiao, she must have a powerful background as well. Is she from a grade 1 force? I don't know. Did you hear that? Earlier, she addressed the purple-clad young man next to her as Brother Ling Tian. Is he Duan Ling Tian? The grassroots prodigy who managed to climb nearly 3,000 steps at the peak of gravity? It said that Huan who managed to climb 3,000th step of the peak of gravity is his companion. Could it be that woman? That must be it. My friend just sent me a message saying that Huan is a peerless beauty that's hard to come by. Look at her. Have any of you seen a woman who can compare to her in terms of looks? As the onlookers discussed among themselves, they began to speculate about Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's identities. If I'm not mistaken, they're grassroots prodigies, right? 2 grassroots prodigies actually dared to kill Yun Xiao? Killing Yun Xiao is equivalent to offending the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Unless they join one of the 3 strongest grade 1 forces, it's unlikely they'll survive. If they want the 3 grade 1 forces to protect them, their strength isn't enough. Chapter 32:26. Perhaps Yun Xiao was strong. However, he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian and Huan. At the same time, she unleashed the innate skill that only direct descendants of the Phantom Fox clan's main clan could use. She spread out her psychic energy to distract Yun Xiao. By the time Yun Xiao regained his senses, Huan had already raised her hand and killed him. Perhaps Yun Xiao didn't even know how he died until the moment he was killed. Aren't these 2 a little too careless? They're acting as though nothing has happened. The onlookers soon discovered that while they were worried about Huan were walking toward one of the spaces in the world of laws as though nothing had happened. Why don't you go in and give it a try? Duan Lingtian said to Huan with a smile. If you defeat the formation spirit, apart from announcing it to the entire genius secret realm, you'll also receive a reward. I'm curious to know what the reward is. All right. Nodded before she entered the space filled with the law of space. Before this, no one had entered this space of law. On the other hand, the other law spaces were more lively. For example, the law spaces of the 5 elements were the most lively. Next were the law spaces of the wind, lightning, and ice laws. As for the spaces that contained the laws of light, destruction, and the 4 supreme laws, apart from Huan and Eva who were in the space, there was no one else in the other spaces. However, there was a person fighting the formation spirit in the space containing the law of darkness. The battle was intense, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Naturally, it was not because his combat experience was on par with the formation spirit. It was because he had something else to rely on. The formation spirit had the same cultivation base and comprehension of profundities as him. In fact, the formation spirit had more combat experience than him. If he had other techniques, the formation spirit would not be able to replicate them. For example, the formation spirit could only replicate Huan's cultivation base and comprehension of profundities. However, it could not replicate Huan's other techniques as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. It seems like Huan wants to increase her combat experience by fighting the formation spirit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered Huan did not use any of her 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox techniques. Instead, she relied on her cultivation base and comprehension of profundities to fight the formation spirit. As time passed, Huan gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. What a mysterious formation! Earlier, when she stepped into the law space, her opponent appeared. At the same time, she and her opponent were isolated in a separate space. During this time, no one could attack Huan since she was protected by the laws of the genius secret realm. It was the same for the others as well. Anyone who entered the law space and fought with the array spirit that was born from the law space would be isolated and protected. Meanwhile, the news of the death of Yun Xiao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, had spread like wildfire. Yun Xiao's Huan's the woman who killed Yun Xiao. Yun's killed Yun killed Yun. Yun killed? A grassroots prodigy killed Yun Xiao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Demon sect. Will she be able to survive? Based on her current strength, it's not enough for the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, or the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect to protect her. Although the genius secret realm was huge, the speed at which the news spread was extremely fast. Yu Chen, who had invited Duan Lingtian and Huan to join the Thousand Hands Devil sect, smiled wryly when he heard about Yun Zhao's death. It seems like they won't be joining the Thousand Hands Devil sect. However, Yu Chen was indifferent to Yun Zhao's death. He was not angry at all. It was clear Yun Xiao and Yu Chen were not close, even though Yu Chen was his father's direct disciple. Yun Xiao is dead? Many young prodigies from Grade 1 forces also learned about Yun Zhao's death. That grassroots prodigy is really bold. Isn't she afraid of death? Although Yun Zhao's strength is mediocre, he's still the young sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Even we don't dare to touch him. However, he was killed by a grassroots prodigy. Rumor has it that Yun Xiao provoked the young sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect and was killed instead. It did not take long before more than half of the genius secret realm was talking about Yun Zhao's death. At the same time, Han was still fighting the formation spirit in the world of laws. She seemed to be on the verge of defeat. I thought she'd be able to fight the formation spirit to a draw. However, it seems like I was wrong. If she can't even defeat the formation spirit, there's no way the Bailey clan, Ancient Phoenix clan, and Thousand Tribulations Sword sect will be interested in her. She'll lose in 30 breaths at most. Many people were paying attention to the battle between Huan and the formation spirit since they had witnessed Huan killing Yun Xiao. They could not help but shake their heads when they saw Huan was about to be eliminated. However, at this moment, an aura that was different from the profundities of a law and celestial origin energy suddenly surged out of Huan's body. In the next moment, Huan's opponent stopped fighting. Huan made her move and destroyed the formation spirit with a single blow. The formation spirit was about to defeat Huan. However, in the next moment, Huan defeated it. She defeated the formation spirit? Heavens! Can someone tell me what's going on? Wasn't she about to lose? Many of the onlookers were aghast. Of course, there were also those who were more observant. They looked at Huan with a hint of surprise in their eyes. So she still has other tricks up her sleeve? How unexpected! From the beginning until the end, she was accumulating battle experience? She only used her true strength to defeat the formation spirit in the end? The scene earlier was exactly the same as the scene where she killed Yun Xiao. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, a loud and majestic voice rang in the genius secret realm. Congratulations to Huan for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Defeating the formation spirit in the law world would cause an announcement that would resound throughout the entire genius secret realm, letting everyone know about it. At this moment, Huan's name spread throughout the genius secret realm. Those who knew about Huan were even more shocked by her strength. Those who did not know about Huan now knew that a grassroots prodigy had appeared in the genius secret realm. Congratulations to Duan Lingtian for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Not long after Huan made the announcement, another voice echoed in the prodigy's secret realm. Duan Lingtian? Everyone in the world of laws shifted their attention from Huan Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had just defeated the formation spirit from the law of space. Although the formation spirit could replicate Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and profundity from the law of space, it could not replicate the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's power. With the power from the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian had easily defeated the formation spirit. Similar to the law of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, external forces were prohibited in the space of the laws of the heaven and earth. After Huan and Duan Lingtian defeated the formation spirit, The people in the genius secret realm received news that two items had appeared in front of them. They were a celestial fruit and a celestial weapon. The celestial weapon was a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, it was not attractive to Duan Lingtian and Huan. The celestial fruit, on the other hand, was a high-quality celestial fruit that could boost a celestial lord's cultivation base. Huan and Duan Lingtian. These two grassroots prodigies actually defeated the formation spirit from the world of laws? The grassroots prodigies in the genius secret realm were shocked by Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's achievements. I didn't expect grassroots prodigies like them to exist. So far, two grassroots prodigies have defeated the formation spirit. However, none of the prodigies from Grade 1 forces have defeated the formation spirit. While many grassroots prodigies were discussing this, the voice that resounded throughout the entire genius mystic realm was heard again. Congratulations to you Tianxing for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Yu Tianxing. He was one of the most monstrous prodigies among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. He was also the nephew of Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Yu Jiancheng had always been focused on his cultivation and had never married. For this reason, he treated Yu Tianxing as his own son. It's Yu Tianxing. A prodigy from a Grade 1 force has finally defeated the formation spirit from the world of laws. Good job, Yu Tianxing. After Yu Tianxing, a few other prodigies from Grade 1 forces managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. In just a day, more than 10 people managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. However, Duan Lingtian and Huan were the only grassroots prodigies who managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. If it was in the past, even if the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect wasn't interested in them, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan would have invited Duan Lingtian to join them. However, they've killed the only son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Based on their strength, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan still haven't made a move. If they accept them, they'll offend the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Although the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan aren't afraid of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, they're still Grade 1 forces. They'll have to show some respect to the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Unless Duan Lingtian and Huan display their monstrous strength, they won't be able to protect them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to a secluded place to cultivate. To be more precise, they were comprehending the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. As for Huan, she needed to absorb the spirit fruit she had obtained earlier to improve her strength. Before they went to bed, Duan Lingtian glanced at Huan who had just consumed the celestial fruit and thought to himself, with Huan foundation, she should be able to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord in a short time after consuming the spirit fruit. Chapter 32:27. In the genius secret realm, apart from the peak of gravity and the world of laws, there were many other places to test the prodigies. The prodigies from Grade 1 forces were able to achieve outstanding results in each of the places. However, after Duan Lingtian and Huan disappeared, Ho Zilong was the only one left to carry the burden of the grassroots prodigies. Duan Lingtian and Huan haven't appeared in the genius secret realm for 6 years, right? I wonder where they are now. Don't tell me they were killed by the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Impossible. Even the strongest prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect might be stronger than Duan Lingtian and Huan, but it's impossible for him to defeat them if they join forces. In just a blink of an eye, more than 6 years had passed since the genius secret realm opened. However, ever since Duan Lingtian and Huan left the world of laws, they had completely disappeared. It was as though they had left the genius secret realm. At this moment, a black-clad young man with a cold expression on his face could be seen sitting at the peak of a steep mountain in the genius secret realm. A murderous aura was emitted from the young man's body. His sharp eyes were like 2 beams of sword light. On his body, strands of black light were faintly discernible, and then all of them were retracted into his body. I've finally become a two-forms celestial lord. I've also comprehended the law of darkness annihilation profundity to the mastery stage. A rare smile could be seen on the black-clad young man's cold face. It has been 6 years since I entered the genius secret realm. I've been cultivating and comprehending profundities since then. It's time for me to go out and have a look. The black-clothed youth stood up, his gaze like lightning. I wonder how Yu Tianxing of the Tea bloodline will perform. The Tai progeny was one of the progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Currently, the most outstanding prodigy in the Tai progeny was Yu Tianxing, the nephew of Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Apart from that, Yu Jiancheng was also the leader of the Tai progeny. There were 10 progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. They were Xianyuan, Zhanlu, Qishao, Tai, Qixing Longyuan, Ganjiang, Emoxie, Yuchang, Chunjun, and Qingying. Duan Lingtian was not aware that there were so many branches in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. This was because the names of the branches of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were the 10 great swords in ancient myths and legends. Duan Lingtian would not believe it even if someone said the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had nothing to do with the 10 great swords in Earth's ancient myths and legends. Let's find a peak of gravity first. Let's see, how far away am I from the Yu Jianxing of the past? At the peak of the steep mountain, the black-clothed young man with a cold expression muttered to himself. His entire body flashed, and he was already far away on a blood-red sword light. Soon, he landed at the foot of a peak of gravity. At this moment, there weren't many people left at the foot of the peak of gravity. There were only a dozen people left. This person? What a terrifying aura! As soon as the black-clothed young man appeared at the foot of the peak of gravity, he attracted the attention of a few people who had not climbed the peak of gravity. They could feel the cold and sharp aura emanating from the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man stood there like an indestructible sword. No one dared to approach him. Is he here to climb the peak of gravity? A few people watched as the black-clothed young man walked toward the peak of gravity. They could not help but feel excited. How many steps would such a young man reach? Yu Tianxing is ranked first? The black-clothed young man's eyes landed on the ranking of the peak of gravity. With just a glance, he saw the name ranked first. Yu Tianxing, 3,537 step. The black-clothed young man continued to look down. Feng Qi, Bailey Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian? The black-clothed young man's eyes narrowed when he saw the name at the bottom of the ranking. At the same time, he, who was originally calm and cold, seemed to have lost his composure. His breathing quickened at this moment. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows. He did not stop for a long time. Could it be him? The black-clothed young man muttered to himself for a while before he regained his senses. Forget it. Why am I thinking so much? If it's really him, I'll have the chance to meet him in the future. A faint smile appeared on the black-clothed young man's face when he finished speaking. The people nearby looked as though they had seen a ghost when they saw the smile on the black-clothed young man's face. He knows how to smile? I thought he always had that coffin-like face. Shoo! Lower your voice. Do you want to die? Although they had not seen the black-clothed young man in action before, they could tell he was not a simple person based on his sharp aura. He was not someone they could afford to offend. In the next moment, they saw the black-clothed young man's figure flicker as he soared into the sky on a blood-red sword. In the span of a breath, the black-clothed young man had already reached the 1,000th step of the peak of gravity. In the span of 3 breaths, he had reached the 2,000th step of the peak of gravity. He's so fast. Isn't his speed a little too fast? At this moment, the people who were climbing the peak of gravity and those who were at the bottom of the peak of gravity were shocked by the black-clothed young man's speed. Who's he? He's so terrifying. Unless he's a grassroots prodigy, there's no way he's a nobody from a grade 1 force. He's at the 2,000th step. He's going to leave his name behind. The dozen or so people near the peak of gravity, including those who were at the bottom of the peak of gravity, stopped climbing and stared at the black-clothed young man who was at the 2000th step. At this moment, the black-clothed young man raised his hand and grabbed a writing brush in the air. Then he wrote 2 words in the air. At the same time, the dozen or so people near the peak of gravity shifted their attention to the bottom of the peak of gravity. A new name appeared at the bottom of the peak of gravity. Su Li. He's Su Li? The prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's shadow support progeny? He's said to be as strong as Yu Tianxing? It said that this prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's shadow support progeny came from the mundane realm. He obtained the legacy of the shadow support progeny in the mundane realm and was personally brought to the Jade Emperor Heaven by the progeny leader of the shadow support progeny. For the progeny leader of the shadow support progeny to personally bring him to the mundane realm. It seems like his innate talent is terrifying. Of course. It said that he's only close to 300 years old, but Yu Tianxing is more than 800 years old. What? Su Li isn't even 300 years old? What was even more shocking was that after the black-clothed young man called Su Li arrived at the 2000th step, he continued to fly upwards. In the span of 5 breaths, he had already reached the 3000th step. His speed is too terrifying, right? Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's shadow support progeny? It's only been 5 breaths since he appeared on the peak of gravity ranking, and he's already at the 3000th step? Even Yu Tianxing isn't as fast as him, right? Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It said that Su Li's only a 1 basic celestial lord. Even if you've broken through, you'll only be a 2-form celestial lord. Don't forget that he's capable of fighting Yu Tianxing, a 5-element celestial lord, when he's only a 1 basic celestial lord. If he breaks through and becomes a 2-form celestial lord, he might even be stronger than Yu Tianxing. That's not necessarily the case. Previously, when they sparred, it said that Yu Tianxing won. Even if he breaks through, he might not be able to defeat Yu Tianxing. That's right. Since Su Li has improved, Yu Tianxing has as well. At this moment, in front of the peak of gravity in various parts of the genius secret realm, everyone's attention was attracted by the name on the 3000th stair, which was still rising rapidly. Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's shadow support progeny. Rumor had it that Su Li was from the Yanhuang realm, the mundane realm where the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven came from. In our Jade Emperor Heaven, there are too many powerhouses from the mundane realm, Yanhuang realm. Although Su Li's performance is not bad, he still has a long way to go if he wants to be mentioned in the same breath as those giants. In any case, even those powerhouses from Yanhuang realm might not be able to surpass Su Li when they were at his age. Even so, Su Li's achievements have something to do with the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's shadow support progeny's legacy in the mundane realm. So what? Don't tell me the other progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect didn't leave their legacies in the mundane realm as well? Aren't the geniuses from the mundane realms mediocre in the Jade Emperor Heaven after receiving their legacies? That's right. Su Li is from the mundane realm. It's a miracle that he's able to reach this stage. Everywhere in the genius plane, most people were talking about Su Li. Su Li. On a lake in the genius secret realm, a white-clad young man who was walking on the lake as though it was flat ground received a message. His eyes narrowed immediately. In the next moment, his figure flashed before he turned into a sword ray and flew in a certain direction. Senior brother Tianxing? A green-clad young man who was standing next to the white-clad young man was stunned for a moment before he followed after the white-clad young man. When the two of them appeared, they were already hovering in the air near the peak of gravity. They looked at the ranking on the peak of gravity from afar. Currently, the person ranked second was no longer Feng Chi-Chi, it was someone else. Su Li, the 3522nd step. Do you think he can surpass me? The white-clad young man asked the green-clad young man next to him. This Su Li actually ascended such a high flight of stairs? He's only 15 steps away from you, senior brother Tianxing? The green-clad young man looked at the peak of gravity ranking in shock. Chapter 32:28. He's still going up. Although Yu Tianxing's expression remained calm as he watched Su Li climb up to the 3,523rd step, his eyes narrowed slightly. If Su Li did not appear, he would be the only one in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, Su Li had overshadowed him as soon as he appeared. Even his uncle, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and the leader of the Tei progeny, thought highly of Su Li. It was as if a child who was surrounded by a group of people suddenly found another child, causing the people who were originally surrounding him to also run and surround that child. Although Yu Tianxing had lived for more than 800 years, he still found it hard to accept. His speed is very slow now. I don't think he'll be able to surpass you, senior brother Tianxing. Although the young man next to Yu Tianxing said this, his expression turned solemn when he saw Su Li's name on the peak of gravity ranking. Senior brother Tianxing, did Su Li make a breakthrough? When he first entered the peak of gravity ranking, he wasn't that strong, right? The young man asked Yu Tianxing. The young man's name was He Zhan. He was also a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. He was the strongest prodigy in the Clear Lu progeny under the age of 1,000 in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, compared to Yu Tianxing and Su Li, He Zhan was much weaker. Since He Zhan was 200 years younger than Yu Tianxing, his innate talent and comprehension skills were not necessarily inferior to Yu Tianxing's. He must have made a breakthrough, Yu Tianxing said confidently. His cultivation base is close to that of a two-forms celestial lord. It's normal for him to make a breakthrough after entering the peak of gravity ranking. I wonder if his comprehension of the law of darkness has improved. If it has, perhaps he'll be able to surpass me on the peak of gravity ranking. Yu Tianxing stared at Su Li's name on the peak of gravity ranking intently. Currently, Su Li's strength had increased by another level. Even if Su Li surpassed him on the peak of gravity ranking, it would be difficult for him to surpass Su Li since he had already done his best. Unless Su Li's strength improved, it would be impossible for him to surpass his current strength. Feng Qi of the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey Hong Fei of the Bailey clan were equal in strength. In fact, Feng Qi was even stronger. However, with Feng Qi as his goal, Bailey Hong Fei performed exceptionally well and surpassed Feng Qi. Later, Feng Qi climbed the peak of gravity again and surpassed Bailey Hong Fei. However, he was different from Bailey Hong Fei. The Bailey Hong Fei's goal was to surpass Feng Qi, then his goal was to surpass his uncle, Yu Jiancheng, the leader of the Tai, a progeny and the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Yu Jiancheng had left behind an insurmountable record at the peak of gravity in the Genius Secret Realm, reaching the 3,787th step. This was a record that no one had broken in the past 20,000 years. I don't think that's possible. If he wants to improve his comprehension of the law of darkness, he'll have to comprehend another profundity from the law of darkness to the mastery stage. He Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, "Nothing is impossible." Yu Tianxing said indifferently, "Before he appeared, would you have believed that a person from the mundane realm could reach this level?" He Zhan smiled bitterly. Even he found Su Li's meteoric rise unbelievable. I wonder how the Shadow Support progeny is so lucky to be able to find such a treasure. In truth, the Shadow Support progeny did not have much of a presence among the 10 progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, Su Li's appearance made the Shadow Support progeny one of the most popular progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Don't forget that the Shadow Support progeny once had a peerless genius. I suspect Su Li has inherited his legacy. Yu Tianxing said in a deep voice. Senior brother Tianxing, are you talking about the person who left the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and challenged the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? He Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air. Rumor has it that after the person failed to challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, he was severely injured and became a god. However, no one heard anything about him after that. Many people said he went to the realms of gods. He Zhan had also heard rumors about the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Shadow Support progeny. He knew the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect was not just a grade 1 force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Thousand Tribulation Sword sect used to be a heaven-grade force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It had many titled celestial emperors and was second only to a heavenly emperor's force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the Devata realms, regardless of whether it was the Tidal Temple or the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the most powerful force was undoubtedly the Heavenly Emperor's force. There were many titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The palace master of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was the Heavenly Emperor who ruled over the Devata realms. Below the Heavenly Emperor's force were heaven-grade forces. Heaven-grade forces were overlords in their respective Devata realms. Heaven-grade forces had many titled celestial emperors. Some heaven-grade forces even had as many titled celestial emperors as a Heavenly Emperor's force. However, a Heavenly Emperor's force had a Heavenly Emperor who could suppress many titled celestial emperors alone. Below heaven-grade forces were the super grade 1 forces. A super grade 1 force would have at least one titled celestial emperor. A force without a titled celestial emperor was only a grade 1 force regardless of how many celestial emperors it had. The Thousand Tribulation Sword sect was currently a grade 1 force. However, the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect used to be a heaven-grade force with many titled celestial emperors. That's only a rumor. A hint of respect could be seen in Yu Tianxing's eyes as he spoke. This was the respect he had for the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Shadow Support progeny. In fact, after the powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny was defeated by our Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, he was already on the verge of death. In the end, he didn't go to a realm of gods and died. However, it said that before he died, he left the Devata realm and returned to his hometown, the mundane realm where Su Li was before he came to the Jade Emperor Heaven. That mundane realm is called the Yen Huang realm. The Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven and many powerful figures in the Jade Emperor Heaven came from there. Yu Tianxing glanced at He Zhan before he continued to say, at that time, due to the powerhouse's death, many forces who wanted to curry favor with the Heavenly Emperor joined forces to suppress the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Almost all of the titled celestial emperors in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were killed at that time. After that, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was forced to leave the Jade Emperor territory and come to the Nando territory. Yu Tianxing could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Does this mean the powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny is a sinner of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? He Zhan's eyes widened slightly. A sinner? Yu Tianxing glanced at He Zhan indifferently. You better watch your mouth. If my uncle finds out about this, he won't let you off easily. The person my uncle admires the most is the powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny. It's precisely because Su Li is suspected to be that person's successor that eldest uncle takes great care of him. For this reason, he even called me over and told me not to suppress Su Li behind his back. Even if I wanted to suppress Su Li, I had to do it openly. Otherwise, he wouldn't spare me. A hint of bitterness could be seen on Yu Tianxing's face when he reached the end of his sentence. He regarded his uncle as his father. Naturally, he would listen to his uncle's words. If Su Li has really inherited the powerhouse's legacy, doesn't that mean he has inherited the legacy of a god? He Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, his eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. How else do you think he's able to achieve so much even though he's not even 300 years old? Don't forget he's only from the mundane realm. Yu Tianxing said. Senior brother Tianxing, do you think there are no titled celestial emperors in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? He Zhan suddenly asked such a question. Titled celestial emperors? Yu Tianxing smiled faintly. Celestial emperors can only become titled celestial emperors when their strength reaches a certain level and they pass the test in the Tidal Temple. However, is there a lack of titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms who haven't obtained a title from the Tidal Temple? Yu Tianxing looked at He Zhan meaningfully when he finished speaking. You're right. He Zhan nodded. In fact, it's not just the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Even the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan have celestial emperors whose strength is comparable to titled celestial emperors who haven't obtained a title from the title temple. As soon as Yu Tianxing finished speaking, he instinctively shifted his gaze to the peak of gravity ranking. With just a glance, his pupils constricted. He Zhan's eyes followed Yu Tianxing's gaze and shifted to the peak of gravity ranking as well. Su Li's name was still in second place. However, after Su Li's name, the number of steps he ascended had already become the 3,536th step. Right now, Su Li was only one step away from Yu Tianxing, who was in first place. Su Li actually managed to ascend to the 3,536th step. He Zhan exclaimed in shock. He Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air before he looked at Yu Tianxing in a daze. Senior Tianxing, it seems like Su Li has comprehended another profundity from the law of darkness to the mastery stage after he came in. It's obvious. Yu Tianxing nodded. His expression was grave as he felt a huge pressure weighing down on him. Meanwhile, more than 90% of the people in the Genius Secret Realm were gathered in front of the peak of gravity. Most of them had already challenged the peak of gravity. They were here to watch the show instead of challenging the peak of gravity again. Su Li is only one step away from catching up to Yu Tianxing. It seems like the two prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect are going to compete on the peak of gravity. Chapter 3229. In the Genius Secret Realm, the 99 peaks of gravity, which were originally deserted, were bustling with activity at this moment. All of this was because of one person, Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's shadow support progeny. At this moment, the peak of gravity where Su Li was challenging was filled with people. Numerous gazes shot out from below the peak of gravity and landed on the black figure standing on the 3,536th step of the peak of gravity. Can Su Li ascend another step and be on par with Yu Tianxing? Many people were filled with anticipation. I think so. Based on Su Li's expression, it's obvious he's determined to continue. If he doesn't think there's any chance for him to ascend, he won't waste his time there. Let's wait and see. Su Li is the second prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect after Yu Tianxing. It's obvious he's more outstanding than Yu Tianxing. In the past, everyone thought Yu Tianxing would be the next sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, now that Su Li has appeared, it seems like Yu Tianxing won't necessarily be the next sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. That's not necessarily the case. If Su Li is more outstanding than Yu Tianxing, he might return to the Jade Emperor territory in the future. After all, not everyone wants to be the sect leader of a sect. That's true. In the Devata realms, there are many people who are unwilling to be tied down by a sect. That's why they want to ascend to a higher realm. At the foot of the peak of gravity where Su Li was climbing, not only were there grassroots prodigies, but there were also many prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Bailey Hongfei, do you think Su Li will be able to ascend another step? As one of them spoke to a young man standing alone not far away, everyone's gazes immediately shifted to the latter. Bailey Hongfei? The number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Bailey clan? He was currently ranked 4th on the peak of gravity ranking? Yi Wudao, don't just ask me. What do you think? Bailey Hongfei, a young man dressed in a long grayish-white robe, asked indifferently as he glanced at the young man who had asked him the question. Yi Wudao? The number 1 genius of the profound Sky Dao sect's younger generation and currently ranked 5th on the peak of gravity rankings? Yi Dao Denier only managed to climb 3 steps less than Bailey Hongfei. It seems like he's just as strong as Bailey Hongfei. It's said that Yi Dao Denier is skilled in the Tao of slaughter. He has killed many people who are stronger than him. In a battle to the death, Bailey Hongfei might not be a match for him. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Bailey Hongfei is here. More and more people were looking at the young man named Leaf Dao Denier, and whispers could be heard. I think he can go up. Yi Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled. Just as Yi Wudao finished speaking, Su Li, who was standing on the 3,536th step of the peak of gravity, finally moved once more. At the same time Su Li flew up, the black power around his body surged like a flood, slamming into the void and lifting him up. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Li stood on an even higher step. He was now on the 3,537th step. Su Li's result was the same as Yu Tianxing's. However, since Su Li was the last to reach the third step, he was still ranked second on the peak of gravity rankings. Even so, it still caused an uproar in the genius secret realm. He's ascended. It seems like Su Li's strength is on par with Yu Tianxing's now. Yu Tianxing is no match for Su Li. Is Su Li really someone who came from the mundane plane? As Su Li ascended the 3,537th step of China's Li Feng, everyone around the peaks of gravity was shocked. He's still there? Is he going to continue? Su Li is going to challenge a higher step? Is he going to surpass Yu Tianxing? Many people around the peak of gravity where Su Li was standing had noticed this. Messages were sent out one after another, and those who were preparing to leave the peak of gravity immediately stopped in their tracks. Su Li wants to challenge a higher step. Is this for real? Earlier, it took Su Li a long time to reach this step. It's obvious he's struggling. Now, he's going to challenge a higher step? Can he really reach the next step? Many people were not optimistic about Su Li's chances of reaching the next step. After all, the higher the step, the harder it was to reach the next step. When it came to the steps that Su Li was on, the difficulty of each step differed greatly. Su Li's only a one basic celestial lord, right? Even if he has a breakthrough, he's only a two-form celestial lord. Even Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, might not be able to reach Su Li's current step, right? I agree. Yu Jiancheng had set the record when he was a 6-combos celestial lord. Rumor has it that Su Li isn't even 300 years old yet. If the genius secret realm only opens a few hundred years later, Su Li will definitely be able to break Yu Jiancheng's record. The genius secret realm only opens once every 1,000 years. Every time it opens, only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 are allowed to enter. Everyone can only enter once. Su Li isn't even 300 years old, but he's already forced to enter. It's really unfair to him. There's nothing unfair about this. It's just fate. In the end, nobody left the 99 peaks of gravity. Except for the peak of gravity where Su Li was, all the people near the other 98 peaks of gravity were staring at the ranking board. Su Li's name was still shining. In other words, he was still on the peak of gravity. This was because once a person on the leaderboard left the peak of gravity, his name would no longer shine on the leaderboard. Some people who lived near the peak of gravity even rushed towards the peak of gravity where Su Li was. They wanted to watch the show in person. Watching Su Li climb the peak of gravity was more interesting than watching the ranking. Senior Tianxing, Senior Hejian. At this moment, Yu Tianxing and Hejian appeared near Su Li's peak of gravity. At the same time, a valiant-looking young woman bowed and greeted them. Junior Sister Yun, if it weren't for you, Senior Tianxing, and I wouldn't have known that Su Li is here. Thank you. Hejian thanked the young woman with a smile on his face. The young woman was also a prodigious disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Her name was Yun Yi, but she was not from Hejian, Yu Tian, or Su Li. She was from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Yu Chang progeny. She was the most outstanding prodigious disciple in the Yu Chang progeny. Of course, her strength was no match for Hejian, much less Yu Tianxing. There's no need to thank me, Senior Hejian. It's just a small favor. Yun Yi looked at Yu Tianxing, who was standing next to Hejian, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Yu Tianxing had many admirers in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, since he was focused on his cultivation, he did not have any partners. Yun Yi was one of Yu Tianxing's admirers. Senior Tianxing, it's already very difficult for Su Li to reach the same height as you. I don't think he'll be able to reach the next height. Yun Yi smiled at Yu Tianxing, Senior brother Yunyi, don't underestimate Su Li. He took less time to reach the 3,537th step from the 3,536th step to the 3,537th step compared to me. Yu Tianxing shook his head when he heard Yunyi's words. Therefore, it's possible that he won't. Just as Yu Tianxing was about to say that Su Li might be able to surpass him in the future, his pupils constricted before he could finish speaking. This was because he saw Su Li making a move on the peak of gravity. Su Li is making a move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Li stepped into the air and turned into a giant sword that was blood and black. Around the giant sword, black fog and blood-red fog intertwined and moved, as if a black dragon and a snow dragon were roaming around the giant sword. All of a sudden, the earth-shattering sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Li transformed into a sword and flew up to the 3,538th step. He did not land on the ground but continued to fly up to the next height. 1, 2, 3. Su Li didn't stop until he reached the 3,552nd step, landing on that step. At the same time, the energy on his body dissipated as he stepped into the air and left the peak of gravity. He stepped on a blood-red sword ray and flew away. Everyone could only see the mysterious black figure of Su Li's back. Are my eyes deceiving me? Su Li has reached the 3,552th step? What's going on? Didn't Su Li have a hard time reaching the same height as Yu Tianxing earlier? How did he reach such a high height all of a sudden? Heavens! Even Yu Tianxing has only ascended the 3,537th step. Yet, Su Li has already ascended 15 steps more than him. Su Li's too terrifying. He's been accumulating his strength since the beginning? He didn't use his full strength earlier? Everyone in the peak of gravity was shocked by Su Li's sudden leap of 15 steps. Su Li, Yu Tianxing's expression turned solemn as he looked in the direction Su Li had left. It seems like he has made a huge breakthrough in the genius secret realm this time. This? He Zhan and Yunyi, who were standing next to Yu Tianxing, were stunned as well. They were still staring at the name that was ranked first on the peak of gravity. Su Li 3,552th step. Putting everything else aside, based on Su Li's ranking on the peak of gravity, I'm afraid no one in the genius secret realm will be able to break it. I think so too. I thought no one would be able to break Yu Tianxing's record. I didn't expect Su Li to break it. Chapter 3230. Over the next 2 years, the rankings in the genius secret realm were refreshed. Places like the peak of gravity were refreshed. As for those who refreshed the rankings, they all reached the top of the rankings. The person who refreshed the rankings was none other than Su Li, Duan Lingtian. He hasn't appeared since? Su Li muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged on a branch in a gloomy forest. He extended his hand. His hand moved at lightning speed, and a leaf that fell from the sky was instantly sliced into thousands of pieces by countless cold sword chi. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as Su Li leaped into the air and flew out of the forest on a blood-red sword chi. Meanwhile, in a cave on the side of a remote canyon, 2 figures walked out together. It was a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was peerlessly beautiful. I didn't expect us to have been in the genius secret realm for 8 years in just a blink of an eye. The purple-clad young man said with a sigh. Brother Ling Tian, you didn't have to stay here with me for so long if you didn't wait for me, the white-clad young woman said apologetically. A woman in snow-white clothes said guiltily. The man and woman were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan, who had been in closed-door cultivation in the genius secret realm for 8 years. Silly girl, I didn't wait for you for nothing. My strength has improved a lot over the past 8 years. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Now that we're in the genius secret realm, I think we're pretty strong. Let's go out and take a look to see if we can find anything. At the same time, if there's an opportunity to show off, let's wait for the people from the Grade 1 forces to come looking for us. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he and Huan left the remote valley. Not long after he left the valley, Duan Lingtian saw a gigantic pagoda that occupied a vast area. The gigantic pagoda was 30 stories tall, and it stood there like a giant. Is this a formation spirit pagoda? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he guessed what the giant tower in front of him was. Previously, before he went into seclusion, he had heard some of the geniuses mention the Array Spirit Pagoda. The Array Spirit Pagoda was a huge pagoda that tested the strength of those who entered. Those who entered the Array Spirit Pagoda would not be able to use any external force, just like in the Peak of Gravity. This Formation Spirit Pagoda record seems to be left behind by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. It only took him 132 breaths to kill all of the formation spirits in the 30-level Formation Spirit Pagoda. Duan Lingtian had learned this from other grassroots prodigies. We've been in seclusion for 8 years, so there are only 2 years left before the Genius Secret Realm ends. I wonder what kind of records the prodigies from the Grade 1 forces have left in the past 8 years? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to the Formation Spirit Pagoda. There was a stone tablet in front of the Formation Spirit Pagoda, and Duan Lingtian could see the ranking on it. First place, Su Li? When Duan Lingtian saw the person who ranked first in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was Su Li, a familiar yet distant figure appeared in his mind at the right time. He had a friend who was also called Su Li. However, he had not seen Su Li ever since they parted ways in Yanhuang Realm. Calculating the time, he and Su Li had not seen each other for 200 years. This name is really heartwarming. Although he felt the name was familiar, Duan Lingtian never thought that this Su Li would be that friend of his. Although Su Li's friend had great fortuitous encounters, it was unrealistic for Su Li to break through and become a celestial lord in such a short time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not even consider this possibility. Second place, Yu Tianxing. Yu Tianxing is the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, right? Although Duan Lingtian did not see Yu Tianxing's ranking when he ascended the Peak of Gravity, he knew Yu Tianxing was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. He was even stronger than Feng Qi from the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey Hongfei from the Bailey clan. Duan Lingtian continued reading. Third place, Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao is the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the profound Sky Dao sect. Duan Lingtian recognized the other 2 people who were ranked after Yu Tianxing, Feng Qi and Bailey Hongfei. Ho Zilong is a grassroots prodigy, and yet, he's ranked in the top 10 of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Duan Lingtian was familiar with Ho Zilong's name. When he looked at the Peak of Gravity rankings, Ho Zilong was also ranked in the top 10. So far, Su Li's result is the best. It only took him 141 breaths. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted when he saw Su Li's result. What a beautiful woman! Could she be Huan He? Is the purple-clad young man standing next to her Duan Lingtian? They're the ones who killed Yun Shao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. They haven't appeared for 8 years. I thought they were killed by the Thousand Hands Devil sect's prodigies. I didn't expect them to still be alive. Many people were standing in front of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. More and more people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Duan Lingtian and Huan had been in closed-door cultivation for 8 years. Now that they had reappeared, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. They're the ones who killed Yun Shao? Not far away, a blue-robed young man raised his eyebrows and sent a message. Yun Yi, the woman who killed your junior brother has appeared. She's in the Formation Spirit Tower you went through before. Similar to the World of Laws, there were only 9 Formation Spirit Pagoda in the Genius Secret Realm. However, more than one person could enter the Formation Spirit Pagoda at the same time. After entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda, each person would enter a separate space in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. They would have to kill all the Formation Spirits on each floor before they could proceed to the next floor. Once they killed all the Formation Spirits on the 30th floor, they would be considered to have cleared the Formation Spirit Pagoda. As long as the prodigies who entered the Genius Secret Realm were not too weak, it would not be difficult for them to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda. However, it would be difficult for them to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda in a short time. Let's go in and have some fun. Duan Lingtian ignored the onlookers and called out to Huan, before the duo entered the Formation Spirit Pagoda. After entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda, Duan Lingtian discovered Huan, had disappeared from his side. However, he was not worried since he knew it was only temporary. He had entered the space in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. The Formation Spirit Pagoda's timer starts as soon as the Formation Spirits appear. Now, let's wait for the Formation Spirits to appear. Although the Formation Spirit had yet to appear, Duan Lingtian's nerves tensed up at this moment. His eyes narrowed. Outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, a young man dressed in dark blue robes descended from the sky. Where are they? The young man had a cold expression on his face. His eyes were cold, and he exuded a chilling aura that made it seem as though he did not want anyone to get close to him. As soon as he appeared, he asked the young man who had sent the message earlier. It's Yunyi, the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. A few people recognized Yunyi immediately. Yunyi, the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Hands Devil sect, was currently ranked 7th on the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking. They've gone in. The young man who was questioned by Yunyi said as he glanced at the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Good, very good. Yunyi nodded. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, Then, I'll wait here for them to come out. Yunyi, why don't we call more people over? They're quite strong. If the two of them join forces, we might not be able to suppress them. The young man who had sent the message earlier suggested. I'll send a message to the other prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Yunyi knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were strong, so he did not dare to be careless. He quickly sent a message to the other prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. However, the other prodigies were too far away. It would be impossible for them to come over in such a short time. Yunyi, why don't we see how long it'll take them to come out? If they're close to you, there's no need to make a move. Yunyi nodded. All right. Yunyi nodded. Then he asked, How long have they been in there? They've been in there for about 30 breaths. Normally, one would have 20 breaths to prepare after entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Yunyi nodded. I'd like to see how long it'll take them to come out. Yunyi looked at the Formation Spirit Pagoda coldly. When the others saw Yunyi, they knew he was here for Duan Lingtian and Huan. I wonder if those two are a match for Yunyi. Time continued to pass. Swoosh. When a purple figure appeared, many people, including the young man standing next to Yunyi, widened their eyes in shock. How did he come out so quickly? The young man standing next to Yunyi widened his eyes in shock as well. 127 breaths. Heavens! Sect leader Yu Jiancheng of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect is going to break the record that has been held for almost 20,000 years? I didn't think I'd have the chance to witness this. This trip was worth it. This trip was worth it. Soon after, they discovered the person ranked first on the Formation Spirit Pagoda's ranking was no longer Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Duan Lingtian had taken 127 breaths. The record set by the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect 20,000 years ago was 132 breaths. In other words, the time Duan Lingtian spent in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was 5 breaths shorter than the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. After all, it was impossible for one to hold back in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for one to compress one's time. 5 breaths of time, this could already be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Gulp. Chapter 32-31. Yes. At this moment, the young man who had sent a message to Yunyi had also checked the ranking of the Formation Spirit Pagoda with his divine consciousness. He was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian had broken the record set by Yu Jianqing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Duan Lingtian was simply too heaven-defying. In just a blink of an eye, more than 10 breaths had passed. At the same time, a white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. "Brother Lingtian, you came out so quickly?" Huan asked in surprise when she saw Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian, how long did you take?" "Huan, your result is not bad. It only took you 143 breaths to come out." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already probed Huan Er's ranking with his divine consciousness. Currently, Huan Er was ranked 3rd, behind Su Li, and ahead of Yu Tianxing. Su Li had taken 141 breaths to come out while Yu Tianxing had taken 144 breaths. He was only 1 breath ahead of Huan. Even so, Yu Tianxing was still pushed to the back by Huan. He had fallen from 2nd to 4th. "She's Huan Er who killed my junior brother Yun Xiao?" Yun Yi asked again as he looked at the young man standing next to him. When the young man nodded, Yun Yi had already turned into a streak of light and left in a hurry. As for the young man, he also left after Yun Yi. Most of the people present on the scene saw that the young man was familiar with Yun Yi. If Duan Lingtian and Huan Er pursued the matter, they would find out that the young man had a close relationship with the Thousand Hands Devil sect. At that time, if the two of them attacked him out of anger, he would definitely die. I didn't expect both of them to be so strong. It has been 8 years since the Genius Secret Realm opened, and one of them has reached the top of the Formation Spirit Pagoda's ranking while the other is ranked 4th. Now, the people who could still refresh the rankings in various places in the Genius Secret Realm were basically very strong people. However, after they refreshed the rankings, there might not be any changes to the rankings. This was because those with strength would have already refreshed the rankings. It's said that the person who set the record will be rewarded with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, and many people's eyes even flashed with a wave of envy and jealousy. Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave with Huan was stunned when he heard the conversation. That seemed to be the case. In the Genius Secret Realm, those who managed to break the record would be rewarded with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Just as Duan Lingtian had this thought in his mind. Along with a burst of strong light that descended from the sky, a 3-foot-long blade with a flowing light revolving around it slowly descended and finally landed in front of Duan Lingtian. It really is an Emperor-grade celestial artifact. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell it was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. The aura it emitted was similar to the Jasper celestial sword in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 3-foot-long sword was green in color. It emitted a sharp aura even before it landed in Duan Lingtian's hand. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor-grade celestial sword flew into Duan Lingtian's hand. As soon as the Emperor-grade celestial sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, a loud and clear voice rang in the Genius Secret Realm. "Congratulations, Duan Lingtian. You've cleared the Formation Spirit Pagoda in 127 breaths. You've broken the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda." Not only would defeating the Formation Spirit in the World of Laws be announced, but breaking the record in the Genius Secret Realm would also be announced. Apart from that, the reward for breaking the Formation Spirit Pagoda was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian? He's here again? Heavens! He broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? I remember the record was set by Yu Jianqing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. How did he manage to break the record? That year, Yu Jianqing only took 132 breaths to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda. However, this Duan Lingtian is even more terrifying. He only took 127 breaths. That's 5 breaths less than Yu Jianqing. The prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm were shocked when they heard the announcement. They didn't expect to meet someone who had broken the record of the Formation Spirit Pagoda in the Genius Secret Realm this time. After all, that record had been maintained in the Genius Secret Realm for nearly 10,000 years. 8 years ago, Duan Lingtian couldn't even reach the 3,000th step at the peak of gravity. Now, he's breaking the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? Compared to the peak of gravity, the Formation Spirit Pagoda values one's overall strength more. It seems like he's very strong. Why do I feel like they're not the same person? Although a person's performance at the peak of gravity is not bad, that's all there is to it. However, this person from the Formation Spirit Pagoda broke Yu Jiancheng's record. They're on a completely different level. I agree. Logically speaking, someone who can break the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda should be able to break the record in the peak of gravity as well. That's why Yu Jiancheng broke the record in 2 places. Many people thought the person who broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was different from the person who failed to reach the 3,000th step at the peak of gravity 8 years ago. Duan Tian? He broke Uncle's record? Within a valley, Yu Tianxing, who was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform halfway up a mountain, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an astonished expression. I must get Duan Tian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Yu Tianxing rose to his feet and sent a message to all the disciples in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect to pay attention to Duan Tian's whereabouts. If they found Duan Tian, they were to invite Duan Tian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Before entering the Genius Secret Realm, Yu Tianxing's uncle, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, had told him, Duan Tian, if someone broke his record in the Genius Secret Realm, no matter which record it was, he must invite that person to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. It was precisely because of this that Yu Tianxing lost his composure and was at a loss when he learned that someone had broken Yu Jianxing's record. At this moment, even Su Li had received Yu Tianxing's message. Although they were from different branches of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, they were still disciples of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Therefore, they had exchanged soul pearls before they entered the Genius Secret Realm. Duan Tian? When Su Li received Yu Tianxing's message, he was still shocked by the voice that had resounded throughout the entire Genius Secret Realm. 127 breaths? He had entered the Formation Spirit Pagoda a few times a year ago, but his best result was 141 breaths of time. In fact, he had used the same amount of time twice. For this reason, he knew it would be extremely difficult to shorten the time he spent in the Genius Secret Realm by 1 breath unless he improved his strength. This Duan Tian is really monstrous. Just like that friend of mine. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Su Li's eyes. At the same time, in the air above a lake, there was a beautiful woman in a purple-red robe with a graceful figure. Her autumn eyes shone brightly at the right time. Duan Tian? He broke Yu Jiancheng's record? The woman inhaled sharply before she sent out a series of messages. Senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters of the ancient Phoenix clan, spare no effort to find Duan Tian and invite him to the ancient Phoenix clan. The woman was none other than Feng Qi, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan. At the same time, Feng Qi sent out a series of messages. Bailey Hongfei also sent out a series of messages, asking the Bailey clan to pay attention to Duan Tian's whereabouts and invite Duan Tian to join the Bailey clan. Although the other Grade 1 forces knew their chances of success were slim, they still made their moves. For example, Yi Wu Dao, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Profound Sky Dao sect, also sent a message to the other prodigies in the sect to look for Duan Tian and invite Duan Tian. If there was any Grade 1 force that did not make a move, it would be the Thousand Hands Devil sect. The woman who was so close to Duan Tian was the one who had killed Yun Shao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. No matter how talented Duan Tian was, it was impossible for him to accept Duan Tian. Even if he accepted Duan Tian, he would lure Duan Tian to the Thousand Hands Devil sect and kill him. Duan Tian was not so stupid as to willingly follow the Thousand Hands Devil sect to the Thousand Hands Devil sect. That would be tantamount to suicide. This is for you. Outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, Duan Tian casually tossed the Emperor-grade celestial sword to Huan, as though it was a piece of trash. Thank you, Brother Tian. Huan accepted the Emperor-grade celestial sword without any hesitation. She knew her brother Ling Tian had a better weapon. Otherwise, she would not have accepted the Emperor-grade celestial sword. He's giving away an Emperor-grade celestial sword just like that? It's no wonder such a beautiful woman is willing to follow him. He's really generous. It seems like he doesn't care about the Emperor-grade celestial sword at all. Who is he? Why would a grassroots prodigy be like him? Many people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's casual act of giving away the Emperor-grade celestial sword to Huan. However, there were also some who were confused by Duan Lingtian's disdain for the Emperor-grade celestial sword. They speculated that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a person stepped forward and cupped his fists at Duan Lingtian. I'm Bailey Kong, a disciple of the Bailey clan. I'd like to invite you to join the Bailey clan. With your innate talent and comprehension ability, the Bailey clan will definitely not mistreat you. We'll provide you with the best resources to nurture you. The person who stepped forward was a young man. Based on his words, it was clear he was a prodigy of the Bailey clan. Duan Lingtan, I'm Lin Ji, a disciple of the Profound Sky Dao sect. The Profound Sky Dao sect welcomes you. If you're willing to join the Profound Sky Dao sect, we'll treat you well. It won't be inferior to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, or the Bailey clan. Chapter 32-32. Thank you for inviting me, but I haven't decided which force I want to join yet. I'll decide later. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the people from the Bailey clan and the Profound Sky Dao sect before he left with Huan. The group of people watched them leave. Only when their figures disappeared from their sight did they regain their senses. It seems like there's going to be another monstrous genius in the Nando territory. A middle-aged man muttered to himself. A grassroots prodigy who broke the record set by sect leader Yu Jiancheng of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? How unexpected! Even the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect won't miss such a monstrous genius. Everyone was shocked. They were certain the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, which had always been cold and aloof, would take the initiative to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Indeed, they were right. At this moment, the prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect who were in the Genius Secret Realm were searching everywhere for Duan Lingtian. They wanted to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian and Huan left the Formation Spirit Pagoda, they walked in a random direction. Soon after, a familiar yet unfamiliar mountain appeared before their eyes. This mountain peak towered into the clouds. The reason why it looked familiar was because it was exactly the same as the peak of gravity that they had seen before. It was unfamiliar because the location of this mountain was different from the location of the peak of gravity. This mountain was located in a swamp forest at the foot of the mountain. On the other hand, the peak of gravity was located on a plain. The peak of gravity. The mountain in front of them was also a peak of gravity. Although it was located in a swamp forest, it was still very eye-catching. Some of the tall trees in the swamp forest were not worth mentioning in front of the peak of gravity, which was so high that it reached the clouds. Moreover, there was an empty space around the peak of gravity. Previously, when Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the peak of gravity, they saw dozens of people. However, this time, they only saw 3 people. The 2 of them stood at the foot of the peak of gravity, watching one person climb the peak of gravity. I wonder which level third brother will be able to reach this time. He won't be able to leave his name on the peak of gravity if he reaches the 2000th level. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. Third brother is too stubborn. His best result before this was the 1965th level. If he wants to surpass the 35 level gap, he'll have to improve his strength. The other young man also shook his head and sighed. At this moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air at the foot of the peak of gravity, attracting their attention. Their attention was immediately drawn to Huan Er's flawless face. Aren't they Duan Lingtian and Huan? Who else could it be but Huan Er in the Genius Secret Realm? After a brief conversation, the two young men quickly figured out the identities of Duan Lingtian and Huan. After all, Huan's face was very recognizable. In the genius secret realm, no one had ever seen anyone who could compare to Huan in terms of looks, let alone someone who was prettier than her. Could this Duan Lingtan be the Duan Lingtan who broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? The young man muttered to himself. I don't think so. Duan Lingtian couldn't even reach the 3,000th step in the peak of gravity. It has only been 8 years, how strong can he be? The middle-aged man shook his head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the peak of gravity again. Shall we compete? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Sure. As soon as Huan finished speaking, the two young men at the foot of the peak of gravity discovered that Duan Lingtian and Huan had vanished from their sight. Teleportation? This thought appeared in their minds at the same time. It wasn't that no one used teleportation to climb the peak of gravity, but if one used teleportation to reach a high place, it would be very uncomfortable. He might as well climb up one level at a time. That way, he would be able to go further. When Duan Lingtian and Huan's names lit up on the peak of gravity leaderboard, the two people at the foot of the mountain looked up, and their pupils constricted. This was because they discovered that, in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huan appeared on the 3,000th step. With a single teleportation, he crossed 3,000 steps. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's ranking on the peak of gravity was pushed behind Huan. As for Huan, her previous record was the 3,000th step, so her position did not change this time. However, even so, the two people below the peak of gravity were still shocked. Heavens! They just teleported to the 3,000th step. That's 30,000 meters of the peak of gravity. It's understandable if it's Huan. After all, she once climbed the 3,000th step. However, what's up with Duan Lingtian? 8 years ago, he couldn't even climb the 3,000th step, and now he's able to do it with just a single teleportation? Huan's body swayed a little, but Duan Lingtian's body didn't move at all. It's as though he didn't feel any pressure at all. The two people at the foot of the peak of gravity were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan's current state. At the same time, the people at the other 98 peak of gravity also noticed the changes in the peak of gravity leaderboard. Duan Lingtian? They're challenging the peak of gravity again? Duan Lingtian has also climbed the 3,000 step? Didn't they say that Duan Lingtian and the Duan Lingtian who broke the Formation Spirit Pagoda are not the same person? As the people at the foot of the peak of gravity discovered Duan Lingtian and Huan's names, the peak of gravity became lively again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Outside the genius secret realm, the prodigies who were busy with their own matters began to make their way to the peak of gravity curiously when they heard the news. Su Li is ranked first as well. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of space's fundamental profundity, the space elemental profundity, surged out of his body and easily withstood the pressure from the peak of gravity. Only at this moment did he pay attention to the peak of strength ranking, and discover that Su Li was also the one who had left his name at the top of the peak of gravity list. Su Li was ranked first on the peak of gravity leaderboard since he had climbed the 3,552nd step. Su Li is quite strong. I didn't expect him to be a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect as well. I thought he was just a grassroots prodigy. Earlier, when he was outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, he had heard people talking about Su Li. At that time, he learned Su Li was also a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Based on the current situation, Su Li was even stronger than Yu Tianxing, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Meanwhile, Huan, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, finally caught her breath. Let's continue. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huan before he continued to climb the peak of gravity. His speed was so fast that the two prodigies at the foot of the peak of gravity were dumbfounded. He's still so fast after climbing the 3,000th step? The two prodigies were shocked to see Duan Lingtian climbing the 3,300 step at an extremely fast speed. Although he had slowed down a little, he was still very fast. It was only when Duan Lingtian reached the 3,500 step that his speed began to slow down. At the same time, Huan Er's speed began to slow down when she reached the 3,300 step. Could it be that Duan Lingtian concealed his strength 8 years ago? Isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian is ranked second on the peak of gravity ranking. Moreover, it seems like he's doing it with ease. He must have hidden his strength 8 years ago. When the crowd saw Duan Lingtian's name had surpassed Yu Tianxing's, they were certain that Duan Lingtian was ranked second on the peak of gravity ranking. Duan Lingtian, who challenged the peak of gravity 8 years ago, was the same person who broke the record set by Yu Jianqing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. I wonder if Huan Er has grown stronger in the past 8 years or if she hid her strength back then. She's almost at the 3,400 step now. Many people noticed Huan Er's rapid rise in the peak of gravity ranking. He surpassed Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's name rose to the top of the peak of gravity ranking, surpassing Su Li. Su Li's record was at the 3,552nd step. Currently, Duan Lingtian had reached the 3,553rd step. However, Duan Lingtian was still climbing the peak of gravity ranking. Step by step, is Duan Lingtian going to challenge the record set by Yu Jianqing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? Many people felt chills running up their spines when they saw this. Their eyes lit up as they looked at Duan Lingtian, who had reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking. Will he be able to create another miracle? I think it's possible. After all, he broke Yu Jianqing's record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and surpassed Yu Jianqing's record by quite a bit. It shouldn't be difficult for him to break Yu Jianqing's record. I agree. Whether it's the Formation Spirit Pagoda or the peak of gravity, it's all about strength. That's why Yu Jianqing was able to set the record in both places. If Duan Lingtian manages to break Yu Jianqing's record, he'll be acknowledged as the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Nando territory. At this moment, many people were looking forward to Duan Lingtian breaking Yu Jianqing's record again. Duan Lingtian is really strong. Yu Tianxing and Hejian appeared in the air near the peak of gravity again. Hejian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the name that had reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking. Senior brother Tianxing, do you think Duan Lingtian can break the highest record set by the sect leader at the peak of gravity? Hejian asked Yu Tianxing. Chapter 32-33. When he broke the record of the peak of gravity, I'm not sure if he would have been able to break the record of the peak of gravity if he had only taken 1 breath less than uncle. In response to Hejian's question, Yu Tianxing looked at the name at the top of the peak of gravity ranking and replied, however, the time he took to pass the Formation Spirit Pagoda was 5 breaths shorter than uncle. This also means that his strength is much stronger than eldest uncle's from back then. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to break uncle's peak of gravity record if he wants to. As though Yu Tianxing's words were true, Duan Lingtian managed to ascend to the 3,600th and 3,700 steps in just a blink of an eye, even though his speed had slowed down. When he reached the 3,700th level, his speed slowed down further. However, he still easily reached the 3,788th level, successfully breaking Yu Jianqing's record from back then. He broke the record again. Yu Jianqing's record has been held by the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect for almost 10,000 years. Moreover, both of his records were broken by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is definitely the #1 prodigy in the Nando territory. Yu Tianxing? Su Li? I feel like none of them can compare to him. The difference is too big. Su Li should be fine, right? After all, he's not even 300 years old yet. Duan Lingtian might be 800 or 900 years old, just like Yu Tianxing. You're right. Su Li's potential isn't something he can compare to. Duan Lingtian's achievement of breaking Yu Jiancheng's record at the peak of gravity caused an uproar in the genius secret realm once again. Naturally, many people had expected Duan Lingtian to break the peak of gravity record. After all, the peak of gravity was similar to the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Both of them tested one's strength. As long as one was strong enough, one could easily break the record in both places. This was the same case for Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, it was obvious Duan Lingtian was much more terrifying than Yu Jiancheng. He still plans to continue to challenge higher levels? When they realized that Duan Lingtian's name was still flashing, the people near the peaks of gravity were shocked. That Huan reached the 3,539th level, one level higher than Yu Tianxing's. At the same time, many people discovered that Huan had already left the peak of gravity. She had surpassed Yu Tianxing, the prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, and was ranked third on the peak of gravity ranking. Yu Tianxing is really unlucky. The Formation Spirit Pagoda was pushed down by Huan, by a breath's time, and the peak of gravity was pushed down by Huan, by 2 steps. Many people couldn't help but sigh, feeling that Yu Tianxing was unlucky. However, their words were quickly refuted by others. What do you mean by unlucky? That strength okay? A single breath of time in the Formation Spirit Pagoda isn't that simple. Also, everyone has a limit on the peak of gravity. Could it be that you have the confidence to reach a level higher than your limit? No matter what, no one doubted that she was stronger than Yu Tianxing. Of course, the strength mentioned here was pure strength and did not include other external forces. After all, external strength such as celestial talismans, celestial pills, and celestial weapons were prohibited in the peak of gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda. One could only rely on one's own strength. If it were not for the peak of gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda, no one would dare to say that Huan was a match for Yu Tianxing. After all, Yu Tianxing was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Even if Yu Tianxing fought Su Li outside, Su Li might not be able to do anything to him if Yu Tianxing used all his strength. Everyone was well aware of this. Duan Lingtian is too strong. I wonder how many more levels he'll be able to reach? Everyone who was in front of the peak of gravity was shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian ascending to the 3,800th level. Even those who were not in front of the peak of gravity were shocked. About an hour later, Duan Lingtian finally stopped and did not continue to challenge. At this time, he had reached the 3,922nd floor, which was a height of 39,220 meters. His record had surpassed Yu Jiancheng's record by more than 100 levels. It was truly heaven-defying. Rumor has it that those who break 2 records in the Genius Secret Realm will be rewarded with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Many people were envious when they thought about this. Among Emperor-grade celestial weapons, offensive celestial weapons were extremely rare. Among the group of prodigies who entered the Genius Secret Realm, it was likely that none of them possessed a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Who would not be envious when they found out Duan Lingtian would be rewarded with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon? At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had left the peak of gravity and was standing next to Huan, also received his reward. It was a flexible armor. A purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he confirmed the soft armor in his hand was a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Then, he passed the soft armor to Huan. However, Huan did not accept it. Brother Lingtian, you don't have a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. You should keep it for yourself. Previously, Huan had accepted Duan Lingtian's Emperor-grade celestial sword because she knew Duan Lingtian had the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, she was unwilling to accept a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not persuade Huan to accept the soft armor. He decided to give it to her when he obtained another purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Brother Lingtian, where should we go next? Huan asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at the others at the foot of the peak of gravity and asked in a loud voice, "Everyone, do you know where we can break the record?" Now that Duan Lingtian had broken 2 records in the Genius Secret Realm and obtained 2 Emperor-grade celestial weapons, he could finally taste the sweetness of victory. Now, he really wanted to find some places where he could break records and challenge them. If he could break a few more records, he might be able to obtain a few more Emperor-grade celestial weapons. At this moment, there were more than 2 people at the foot of the peak of gravity. Many people had come to inquire about the peak of gravity. At this moment, there were dozens of people gathered at the foot of the peak of gravity. There are many places where we can break the record. However, the records in those places can't be broken by strength alone. A middle-aged man stepped forward and said to Duan Lingtian, "That's right." Another middle-aged man chimed in, "Even you Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, only managed to break the record at the peak of gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda. As for the records in other places, he didn't manage to break the record at all. It's not that difficult to break the record at those places." Many people reminded Duan Lingtian that although there were many records that could be broken, they could not be broken by strength alone. Who can lead the way? Duan Lingtian did not think it was necessary for him to break the record. He only wanted to broaden his horizons. There's a place called the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation nearby. You can break the record there. A young man chimed in. The 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation? Many people gasped when they heard the young man's words. The 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation in the Genius Secret Realm. Those who can come out within a limited time will be ranked on the ranking. Based on this, it's obvious that it's not simple. When I entered the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation 2 years ago, no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find the way out. In the end, I had no choice but to wait for the time to be up. The highest record for the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation was set 100,000 years ago, right? The person who set the record was a prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan. The Profound Cat Clan specializes in illusory formations. Their prodigies are born with the ability to create illusory formations. I remember the person who came closest to setting the record was a prodigy from the Phantom Fox Clan. That prodigy is a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox Clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Her name is Du Xian. I remember her name as well. She's a woman. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he instinctively turned to look at Huan, who was standing next to him. As expected, when Duan Lingtian looked at Huan, tears welled up in her eyes. Mother, Huan's mother's name was Du Xian. Duan Lingtian had learned about this when he met Huan's great-aunt, Du Fei, in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. For this reason, he immediately thought of Huan's mother when someone mentioned Du Xian. "You'll meet your mother sooner or later. Don't worry." Duan Lingtian comforted her. Moreover, the Phantom Fox Clan's Du clan is in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Once you become a Celestial Emperor, I'll accompany you there to see if your mother is there. All right. Huan's mood improved when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then she said to Duan Lingtian, "Brother Lingtian, I'd like to have a look at the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation." All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. A hint of mockery could be seen on his face as he said, "It seems like you're going to break the record for the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation." Duan Lingtian had only heard about the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation recently. However, based on the discussions in the surroundings, it was not difficult for him to figure out that the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation was a place where illusory formations were set up. As a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox Clan, she was naturally immune to illusory formations. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation was nothing to Huan. Where's the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at the person who had brought up the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. The person enthusiastically led Duan Lingtian to the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. While Duan Lingtian and Huan were making their way to the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. The people in the vicinity of the peak of gravity followed them. Chapter 32-34. The 1,000 elephants illusory formation was located in a vast valley. Anyone who entered would be able to challenge the 1,000 elephants illusory formation. However, when a group of people arrived to watch Duan Lingtian challenge the 1,000 elephants illusory formation, they discovered that Duan Lingtian did not enter the 1,000 elephants illusory formation. On the other hand, Huan who was next to Duan Lingtian, had entered the 1,000 elephants illusory formation. Duan Lingtian, why isn't he going in? The group of people who followed Duan Lingtian to the 1,000 elephants illusory formation could not help but feel puzzled when they saw that Duan Lingtian had no intention of entering the 1,000 elephants illusory formation. The person who's currently ranked first in the 1,000 elephants illusory formation is Ho Zilong. The 1,000 elephants illusory formation's ranking was formed by the white clouds outside the 1,000 elephants illusory formation. Su Li is only ranked 6th. Yu Tianxing is ranked 8th. As for Feng Qi, she's ranked 4th. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw a few prodigies from Grade 1 forces in the top 10 of the 1,000 elephants illusory formation. However, even someone as strong as Su Li was only ranked 6th. Moreover, there was a huge gap between him and the person ranked first. Ho Zilong only spent 7 days, 5 hours and 15 minutes to clear the 1,000 elephants illusory formation. Su Li, on the other hand, spent 16 days to clear the 1,000 elephants illusory formation. Although Ho Zilong was ranked in the top 10 of the peak of gravity and the formation spirit pagoda, he was ranked at the bottom. This showed that he was much weaker than Su Li. However, he was ranked first in the 1,000 elephants illusory formation. This showed that he was skilled in illusory formations. Either that or he was born immune to illusory formations. What's the highest record in the 1,000 elephants illusory formation? Duan Lingtian asked the person who brought them there curiously. He knew the highest record was set by a prodigy from the Profound Cat clan from 100,000 years ago. The Profound Cat clan was similar to the Phantom Fox clan in that they were skilled in illusory formations. However, unlike the Profound Cat clan who specialized in breaking illusory formations, the Phantom Fox clan specialized in setting up illusory formations. Because of that, the two clans were like natural enemies. Furthermore, in the Jade Emperor Heaven, the two clans were constantly fighting each other. 3 days and 1 hour. The person Duan Lingtian asked answered in a timely manner. 1 hour in 3 days? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. Wouldn't that mean that he would take less than half the time compared to Ho Zilong, who was currently ranked first? I wonder if Huan will be able to break her record. Previously, Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to defeat Ho Zilong. However, now that he knew the gap between Ho Zilong and the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan from 100,000 years ago, he no longer dared to think that way. Time passed quietly. After about 3 hours, someone finally couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian, "Duan Lingtian, are you still not going in?" Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, then shook his head. "I don't plan to go in." "You don't plan on going in?" Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone was dumbfounded. What were they doing here? Weren't they here to watch Duan Lingtian challenge the 1,000 elephants illusory formation? However, Duan Lingtian said he wasn't interested in it. Let's disperse. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian has no intention of entering the 1,000 elephants illusory formation. A middle-aged man shook his head and turned around to leave. I was waiting for Duan Lingtian to challenge the 1,000 elephants illusory formation, but I didn't expect him to have no intention of entering at all. If he doesn't want to enter, what's the point of waiting? Let's go. Just as the crowd was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone felt as though their feet were filled with lead, and they could not move an inch. This was because the person who appeared in front of them was none other than Huan. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Huan. He knew what this meant. It meant that she had cleared the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. However, it had only been 3 hours since she had entered the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. Only those who successfully clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation will be able to leave the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. Otherwise, they'll be trapped inside for a month. She only took 3 hours to come out? Doesn't this mean she only took 3 hours to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation? 3 hours. That's impossible, right? 3 hours? Even the prodigy from the profound cat clan from 100,000 years ago took 3 days to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. How's that possible? Did she fail to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation? Did she find a way to come out earlier? Huan Er's return from the Thousand Elephants illusory formation shocked everyone. Even those who were about to leave turned around when they saw Huan Er's return. Those who had left the Thousand Elephants illusory formation turned around when they heard Huan Er had returned. Why don't we look at the ranking to see if she cleared the Thousand Elephants illusory formation? If she really cleared the Thousand Elephants illusory formation and didn't find a way to come out, her name will definitely be on the ranking. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their attention to the 10,000 Elephants illusory formations ranking. Ho Zilong was no longer ranked first in the Thousand Elephants illusory formation but Huan 3 hours. When the onlookers saw Huan Er's name and the time next to it, they were dumbfounded. This is real. At the same time, the people outside the Thousand Elephants illusory formation were dumbfounded as well. When the people in the Thousand Elephants illusory formation followed Duan Lingtian to the Thousand Elephants illusory formation, they had also received news that Duan Lingtian was going to the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. For this reason, they had all gone to the nearest illusory formation. Initially, they thought they would be able to see Duan Lingtian clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. However, they did not expect to see the ranking of the woman next to Duan Lingtian. Huan Er was ranked first. Huan Er only spent 3 hours to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. 100,000 years ago, the prodigy from the profound cat clan took 3 days to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. Huan Er only spent 3 hours? Heavens! This record is heaven-defying. Who's going to break this record in the future? The record of 3 days has been maintained for 100,000 years. How long will the record of 3 hours last? 1,000,000 years? How terrifying! This is too terrifying. Huan Er's achievement in the Thousand Elephants illusory formation shocked everyone. Even the prodigies from the various Grade 1 forces were shocked. Initially, they thought Duan Lingtian was monstrous enough. However, they did not expect the woman next to Duan Lingtian was equally monstrous. How did she do it? Many of them still found it hard to believe. Some even wondered if they were dreaming. After all, 3 hours was too long. Even when Duan Lingtian broke the record set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, and the Peak of Gravity, it was not as shocking as Huan Er's achievement. Firstly, Huan Er had broken the record that had stood for 100,000 years. Secondly, the record that had stood for 100,000 years was nothing compared to what Huan Er had just achieved. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had only surpassed Yu Jiancheng by a few breaths in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and more than 100 steps in the Peak of Gravity. 3 hours. 3 days. How many times was the difference? I didn't expect to witness 3 records being broken in the Genius Secret Realm. This is only the 3rd time in the Genius Secret Realm's hundreds of thousands of years of history, right? Indeed, it's the 3rd time. I remember there's a legend in the Genius Secret Realm that if the highest records in 3 places are broken in the 10 years the Genius Secret Realm is open, the God's secret treasure in the Genius Secret Realm will open? God's secret treasure? That's just a legend, right? It said that God's secret treasure is a ruin that once led to a realm of gods in the Genius Secret Realm? I think so. Rumor has it that the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect discovered that place. They joined forces with the powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan to open a path to that place. Many people began to recall the legend of God's secret treasure in the genius secret realm when Duan Ling Tian and Huan broke the records. However, most people thought it was just a legend. 3 records have been broken. It seems like God's secret treasure will be open soon. I never thought that Yu Tianxing would be able to see this day. Yu Tianxing and He Zhan stood together outside a 10,000 elephants illusory formation. At this moment, Yu Tianxing's eyes were filled with excitement. Senior brother Tianxing, it seems like we'll have a chance to see God's secret treasure. It's said that God's secret treasure is a holy land for cultivation. I can't wait to see it. He Zhan's eyes were filled with anticipation as well. Others might think God's secret treasure was just a legend. However, as prodigious disciples of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, they knew God's secret treasure was not just a legend. The God's secret treasure really did exist. Moreover, it was the ruin of a realm of gods. Back then, the powerhouses of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, the ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan had opened a path to the ruin. In order to stabilize the ruin, they had created a little world above it. When the powerhouses from the 3 Grade 1 forces entered the ruin, it had almost collapsed. Later on, they discovered that the ruin would not be affected as long as it was not a celestial emperor. For this reason, they only allowed celestial lords to enter the genius secret realm. However, if they only allowed celestial lords to enter, some powerful celestial emperors would still be able to enter. For this reason, they set up a formation that restricted those above the age of 1,000 from entering the genius secret realm. With this, almost all celestial emperors could enter the genius secret realm. After all, in the history of the Devata realms, there were only a few celestial emperors below the age of 1,000. The formation at the entrance of the genius secret realm that restricts those above the age of 1,000 is from the tidal temple. Even the most powerful titled celestial emperors won't be able to break it. The legendary gods might be able to break it, but once they break it, the genius secret realm will collapse, and the ruin will cease to exist. After listening to their explanation, Duan Ling Tian learned about the god's secret treasure in the genius secret realm. Chapter 32-35. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had heard from the Chaos Divine Flame that even a supreme expert who had created a divine realm would die. After the death of a supreme expert, the realm of gods that he had created would be destroyed by the supreme expert who had killed him. This was because only 18 realms of gods could exist in this world. If the old realms of gods did not disappear, the new realms of gods would not appear. Are there really ruins of realms of gods in this world? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the profound divine metal, Chaos Divine Flame, and Chaos Divine Earth in his body. The Chaos Divine Earth's words still rang in his mind. This world can only hold 18 realms of gods at most. If a new supreme expert is born, as long as he kills another supreme expert, he'll be able to destroy the other supreme expert's realm of gods and create his own realm of gods. On the other hand, if he's killed by another supreme expert, he'll die, let alone create his own realm of gods. In response to Duan Ling Tian's question, the Chaos Divine Flame was the first to answer, "Of course. A realm of gods is created by a supreme expert. It's not difficult for a supreme expert to destroy a realm of gods. All he has to do is destroy its core. However, if a supreme expert wants to destroy a realm of gods, he won't waste his energy to destroy the entire realm of gods after destroying its core. First, it's not necessary. After all, after destroying the core of another supreme expert's realm of gods, the realm of gods will be destroyed, and the supreme expert will be able to create a new realm of gods. Second, if a supreme expert destroys the core of a realm of gods before destroying the entire realm of gods, it'll take a lot of effort even for a supreme expert. For this reason, it's rare for a supreme expert to destroy another supreme expert's realm of gods after destroying the other supreme expert's realm of gods. Under such circumstances, a realm of gods that has lost its core will begin to wander about in spatial turbulence. In the end, it'll fall to the bottom of the river like a stone and stay there forever. That's where the ruins of a realm of gods are located. If the celestial emperor is powerful enough, he'll be able to open up a passage to the realm of gods in his little world. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, it's possible for celestial emperors to discover the ruins of realms of gods when they establish little worlds. However, if a celestial emperor enters the ruins, the realm of gods that has lost its core won't be able to withstand the pressure from the celestial emperor and will self-destruct. Therefore, what they said is true. The genius secret realm has a passage that leads to the ruins of a realm of gods. After all, there's no smoke without wind. The Chaos Divine Flame's origin. Boy! At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. Boy! If that's really a realm of gods, you're in for a treat. After all, the cultivation environment in the ruins of a realm of gods is incomparable to any place in the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, even if you have the divine tree of life to help you cultivate, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms is limited. Once you enter the ruins of a realm of gods, with the help of the divine tree of life, your cultivation speed will increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice grew louder as it continued to say, moreover, the speed of comprehending the various laws in the realms of gods will increase as well. If low-level 5 divine elements like us enter the ruins of a realm of gods, we'll be able to absorb the 5 elemental energy in the ruins to improve our strength. A hint of excitement could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's true god's realm. Moreover, there must be many god weapons in the ruins of the realm of gods. This is because when a supreme powerhouse kills another supreme powerhouse and destroys the core of the realm of gods, the core of the realm of gods will release a terrifying energy that annihilates all living beings in the realm of gods. Most of the living beings in the realm of gods possess divine weapons. After they die, their divine weapons will naturally be left behind in the ruins of the realm of gods. However, it won't be easy to find divine weapons. After all, when the realm of gods was destroyed, the seawater poured in, and heaven and earth were turned upside down. Even if there are divine weapons, no one will know where they are buried. One can only rely on luck to find them. Of course, this is only true for ordinary people. You have the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, and that girl has become the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. As the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, she's very sensitive to other divine weapons. She'll be able to detect divine weapons as long as there's a divine weapon nearby. The Chaos Divine Flame paused for a moment before it said enviously, sometimes, I can't help but envy you. Your luck is heaven-defying. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian knew the god's secret treasure was not just a rumor. The god's secret treasure was real. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, a loud voice rang in his ears. It was the same voice that had made the announcement many times in the genius secret realm. The voice was loud and clear, and it reverberated in the ears of the prodigies in the genius secret realm. The god's secret treasure will open in 6 months. His voice reverberated throughout the entire genius secret realm, causing the group of supreme talents inside to be a little dazed. After a moment, they regained their senses and were somewhat ecstatic. The god's secret treasure is not just a rumor, it really exists? The god's secret treasure is really in the ruins of the land of gods? It said that not only are there divine weapons everywhere in the ruins of the land of gods, but there are also divine beasts' remains. Those are all good stuff. I heard the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realm of gods is much denser than in the Devata realms. It's much easier to cultivate there. It's the same for comprehending the laws there as well. After the announcement that the god's secret treasure would open in 6 months spread throughout the genius secret realm, everyone was in an uproar. For a time, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's limelight was stolen. After all, the god's secret treasure was closely related to everyone's interests. Since Duan Lingtian and Huan Er had broken the record, they had only joined in the fun. Naturally, there were some people who were grateful to Duan Lingtian and Huan for opening the god's secret treasure. Huan, let's go. Earlier, before the announcement about the god's secret treasure was made, the voice had already announced that Huan had broken the record. At the same time, she also obtained an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It was a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. I broke the second record and obtained a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, Huan only broke the first record and obtained a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It seems like Huan's heaven-defying record has given her special treatment. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After all, although he had broken the records at the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda, he did not surpass the record holder by much. Huan, on the other hand, had surpassed the record holder by more than 20 times. What did it mean to be 20 times stronger than the record holder? Over the next 5 months, Duan Lingtian and Huan set many records. However, they were all unheard of. Moreover, they were all in areas that he was not familiar with. For example, setting up formations. Alchemy. Previously, when he was in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory, his alchemy skills were quite good with the Chaos Divine Flame. However, the Chaos Divine Flame was still in its third form, and it was not good enough for him. There was also the matter of weapon forging. There's only a month left before God's secret treasure opens. Until now, I still don't know where the entrance to God's secret treasure is. Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. After all, he was not the only one who did not know where the entrance to God's secret treasure was. Even the other people, including the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces, did not know where it was. Moreover, according to the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces, the entrance to God's secret treasure was not fixed. Usually, the entrance to God's secret treasure would be guided before it opened. Now there's only 1 month left. Logically speaking, God's secret treasure should have given out guidance to the group of prodigies in the genius secret realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Half a day later, a dazzling golden light that resembled the sun appeared out of thin air in the distance. It immediately attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Brother Lingtian, is that God's secret treasure's guidance? Huan asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid everyone in the genius secret realm can see that golden light. It must be God's secret treasure's guidance. Let's go. Duan Lingtian and Huan walked side by side in the direction of the golden light. At the same time, the young prodigies in the divine offering land noticed the golden light as well. They immediately realized it was the entrance to God's secret treasure. For a moment, they stopped what they were doing and rushed in that direction. The entrance to God's secret treasure has appeared. I should be able to meet Duan Lingtian at the entrance. Su Li was also rushing in the direction of the golden light. At the same time, he was curious about the grassroots prodigy who shared the same name as his good friend, Duan Lingtian. Naturally, deep in his heart, he hoped that the grassroots prodigy was his good friend, Duan Lingtian. Although he did not think it was possible, he could not help but think about it. After all, he also hoped that his good friend would have such achievements. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Whether it was the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces or the grassroots prodigies, all of them were rushing in the direction of the golden light. They would do anything to enter God's secret treasure. Chapter 32-36. The place where the golden light shone was located was above the Peak of Gravity. Even though it was covered by clouds and mist, it still could not block out the dazzling light. Bush, 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 bush. Numerous figures rushed over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the place where the golden light shone. With a single glance, they were able to see that within the dazzling golden light, there was a grand and ancient door that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. The door was crimson in color. It was surrounded by a seemingly heavy metal that resembled ancient bronze. There were countless complicated patterns engraved on it. There were people, beasts, and sceneries in the patterns. If one looked closely, they would realize that the people, beasts, and sceneries in the patterns seemed to have come alive in an instant. On both sides of the door, there were two monsters that looked like a dragon or a flying dragon or a snake guarding it. They emitted a terrifying aura from their bodies. The door was ajar, as though it would open with a touch. Waves of mysterious black mist escaped from the crack of the door, emitting an aura that made one feel relaxed and happy. What kind of immortal beasts are these? The people who had gathered here were basically a group of grassroots prodigies. They were already nearby and had rushed over as soon as they could. At this moment, when the group of prodigies looked at the two monsters, their eyes were filled with confusion. This was because this was the first time that they had seen such monsters. The two monsters looked extremely ferocious. They had sharp fangs and saliva that constantly dripped from their mouths. Their triangular eyes flickered with a cold light. At this moment, they were guarding in front of the door, glaring at the group of prodigies. The chains that were as thick as an adult man's waist were pulled taut by them. It was as though they would have pounced on the group of prodigies if it were not for the chains restraining them. It seems that God's secret treasure is behind this door. A young prodigy mumbled to himself. This place will open in a month? Many people's eyes lit up. Didn't you guys notice that? This door is ajar? Maybe we can just push the door open and go in now. A middle-aged prodigy looked at the ajar door in the distance with bright eyes. Then, he could not hold it in any longer. With a flash of his body, he dashed toward the ajar door as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. What happened next was an unforgettable scene for everyone present. Just as the middle-aged man arrived near the unlatched door, one of the monsters abruptly opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful burst of energy. Roar! Along with the earth-shaking roar of a beast, a terrifying power, like a world-destroying light, landed on the middle-aged genius. Before that happened, the middle-aged heaven's favorite reacted in time. However, even though he defended with all his might under the impact of the destructive light, he still turned into a bloody mist. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. A moment later, a damaged storage ring appeared before everyone's eyes. The middle-aged prodigy's defensive royal-grade celestial weapon and the defensive royal-grade celestial weapon were destroyed by the force. This is the power of an immortal emperor? Many people were shocked as they looked at the monster that had attacked. Their hearts trembled. No one had expected the monster to be able to display such powerful strength. The monster's power was not something they could withstand. The monster's attack contained the celestial origin energy of a celestial emperor. Moreover, apart from the celestial origin energy that was comparable to a celestial emperor, it also contained the terrifying aura of a law. Even the most outstanding prodigy from a grade 1 force might not be able to withstand that monster. A grassroots prodigy gulped as he spoke in a trembling voice. That's Bailey Hongfei. Soon after, many people noticed that Bailey Hongfei from the Bailey clan had arrived. Behind him were 5 or 6 people. Clearly, they were all geniuses from the Bailey clan. Brother Hongfei, what's that celestial beast? When the people from the Bailey clan arrived, a pretty girl behind Bailey Hongfei looked curiously at the two monsters guarding the door. The grassroots prodigies present on the scene immediately shifted their attention to Bailey Hongfei. Bailey Hongfei was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Bailey clan. Rumor had it that he was extremely knowledgeable. If I'm not mistaken, those aren't celestial beasts but quasi-divine beasts. At this moment, Bailey Hongfei turned to the two monstrous beasts guarding the entrance and spoke with a grim expression on his face. Quasi-divine beasts? Upon hearing Bailey Hongfei's words, although it was the first time the prodigies present on the scene had heard of quasi-divine beasts, they knew what divine beasts were. Divine beasts were existences that possessed godlike strength when they reached adulthood. They were even more powerful than celestial beasts. After all, no matter how powerful a celestial beast's bloodline was, it was still a 10 directions celestial emperor. If they wanted to advance further, they could only rely on themselves like humans. Although quasi-divine beasts were not true celestial beasts, they were not true celestial beasts. However, They were definitely more terrifying than celestial beasts. Brother Hongfei, does that mean quasi-divine beasts are above celestial beasts and are between top celestial beasts and divine beasts? Another male disciple of the Bailey clan asked with a shocked expression. That's right. Bailey Hongfei nodded. If I'm not mistaken, these quasi-divine beasts are Ning dragons. They're divine beasts with no intelligence and only battle instincts. Quasi-divine beasts with no intelligence and only battle instincts? They were not afraid of celestial beasts with no intelligence and only battle instincts. However, the thought of quasi-divine beasts sent chills down the spines of the prodigies present on the scene. Brother Hongfei, the door behind the Ning dragons seems to be ajar. The female disciple from the Bailey clan who had spoken earlier said. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongfei said, "It's normal. Every time God's secret treasure opens, all the prodigies in the genius secret realm are notified to gather at the entrance a month in advance. That's when they can enter God's secret treasure. However, if they want to enter God's secret treasure, they'll have to pass the test first. It seems like these two Ning dragons are the test for God's secret treasure this time. However, it's not realistic to enter God's secret treasure right under their noses." At the very least, Bailey Hongfei did not think he had the ability to enter God's secret treasure under the watchful eyes of the Ning dragons. Although the two Ning dragons weren't fully grown, the qi they exuded had clearly surpassed the qi of celestial lords. The two Ning dragons were celestial emperors. Moreover, the profundities they had mastered were not weak. Does this mean we'll be able to enter God's secret treasure in advance if we pass the test? Another disciple from the Bailey clan asked. That's right. Bailey Hongfei nodded. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for a month. At that time, the two Ning dragons will leave. Brother Hongfei, how long will we be able to stay in God's secret treasure after the Ning dragons leave? 3 days. When the other prodigies overheard the conversation between Bailey Hongfei and the Bailey clan's disciple, they were stunned. If they did not enter God's secret treasure in advance, they would only be able to stay in God's secret treasure for 3 days. 3 days? Isn't that too little? As for the disciples of the Bailey clan who had just found out about this, they were all stunned. At the same time, they felt that the time was too short. It's always been like this. Bailey Hongfei shook his head and said, God's secret treasure is a ruin in a realm of gods. If we're lucky, we might be able to find a divine artifact in there. Do you think we'll be able to stay in there until the genius secret realm opens? That's not realistic. Indeed, many people thought they would be able to stay in God's secret treasure until the genius secret realm opened. They did not expect they would only be able to stay in there for 3 days. What can we do in just 3 days? How lucky must we be to obtain a divine artifact in such a short time? It seems like we'll only be able to stay in God's secret treasure if we pass the Ning Dragon's test. Pass the Ning Dragon's test? Why don't you try? Can't you see Bailey Hongfei doesn't intend to force his way in? In my opinion, we'll die if we try. Just as the group of grassroots prodigies were feeling a little depressed, another group of people came over. It's the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Many people recognized the group of old men from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. They were led by Yun Yi, the strongest young prodigy in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Yun Yi, I heard that you didn't even greet Duan Ling Tian and Huan before running away. Bailey Hongfei looked at Yun Yi and said mockingly, What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to avenge your junior brother Yun Xiao? Bailey Hongfei. Yun Ye's expression darkened when he heard Bailey Hongfei's words and saw the mocking gazes directed at him from the surroundings. He knew Bailey Hongfei must have found out about what had happened outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda. If Bailey Hongfei found out who leaked the news, he would not let the culprit go. What do you mean? Many grassroots prodigies did not know what Bailey Hongfei and Yun Yi were talking about. However, after listening to their explanations, they finally understood what Bailey Hongfei and Yun Yi were talking about. Immediately, they looked at Yun Yi with ridicule in their eyes. After a while, the people from the Profound Sky Dao sect arrived as well. After that, a few people from Grade 1 forces such as the Tuoba clan, the Great Dragon Battle sect, and the Profound Cat clan arrived as well. Currently, there were 6 people from Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Only 2 people from the remaining Grade 1 forces were missing: the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and the Ancient Phoenix clan. There were a total of 8 Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Among them, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan were the strongest. The other 5 forces had always worked together to avoid being swallowed up by the other 3 forces. Chapter 32-37. The Ancient Phoenix clan is here as well. Soon, the group of people guarding the entrance of God's secret treasure saw another group of people, led by a woman, walking towards them in an imposing manner. The woman in the lead was dressed in a purplish-red robe. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. She was none other than the number 1 prodigy of the Ancient Phoenix clan, Feng Qi. Qi. When Bailey Hongfei saw Feng Qi, he stepped forward and greeted her with a warm smile. However, Feng Qi ignored him. "Bailey Hongfei, don't call me by my name. If you want to call me by my full name, please." Bailey Hongfei had been pursuing her relentlessly for 100 years. Even though she had rejected him verbally, he still did not give up. She felt helpless about this. In terms of strength, Bailey Hongfei was on par with her. She could not use force. As for soft tactics, she did not know how to use force. Even if she used force, Bailey Hongfei would only push his luck. "She's Feng Qi of the Ancient Phoenix clan? I heard that she's not only the number 1 prodigy of the Ancient Phoenix clan, but she's also the most beautiful woman in the clan." The most beautiful woman in the Ancient Phoenix clan? If I hadn't met Huan, I would have thought that she's unrivaled. However, after meeting Huan, I feel that she's very ordinary. I agree. After Feng Qi appeared, many grassroots prodigies began to whisper among themselves. Some of them had seen Huan before, and they were not stingy with their praise for her. Although Feng Qi was pretty, she was still far from being comparable to Huan. Women love to be beautiful. This was especially true for women who had a foundation in beauty. A group of grassroots geniuses were whispering there. Although their voices weren't loud, but with Feng Qi's hearing, how could she not hear it? Instantly, her expression turned ugly. Since Feng Qi could hear them, Bailey Hongfei could hear them as well. When he saw Feng Qi's expression turning ugly, he glared at the grassroots prodigies who were gossiping. When the grassroots prodigies saw Bailey Hongfei glaring at them, they immediately shut their mouths. After all, they could not afford to offend the number 1 prodigy of the Bailey clan. What a beautiful woman! While Bailey Hongfei was glaring at the group of grassroots prodigies to shut them up, the female disciple from the Bailey clan exclaimed in shock as she gazed into the distance. "What's going on?" Hearing this, everyone's gazes turned to look at him. 2 figures were flying over from afar. One was a handsome young man in purple, and the other was a beautiful woman in white. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and his temperament was outstanding. The woman held the young man's hand and stood next to him like a golden couple. "It's Duan Lingtan and Huan. They're here." Many of the Sky Prides present had seen Duan Lingtian and Huan before, and they could not help but exclaim in surprise. On the other hand, the grassroots prodigies were grinning from ear to ear. After all, Duan Lingtian and Huan were also grassroots prodigies. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Duan Lingtian and Huan that we were able to open God's secret treasure. A grassroots prodigy sighed. "That's only natural. If it weren't for them breaking 3 records, we wouldn't have been able to open God's secret treasure." The former's words received the approval of the group of grassroots prodigies. Meanwhile, Yun Yi, the number 1 prodigy of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, had an unsightly expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huan from afar. However, he only glanced at them briefly before he averted his gaze. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian and Huan would stare at him. So many people? When Duan Lingtian saw the crowd, he knew he and Huan had arrived late. Duan Lingtian, I'm Feng Chi. When Feng Chi saw Duan Lingtian and Huan, she withdrew her jealous gaze from Huan, and looked at Duan Lingtian with a charming smile on her face. The ancient Phoenix clan invites you to join us. As long as you join the ancient Phoenix clan, we'll do our best to nurture you. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can assure you that as long as you join the ancient Phoenix clan, the treatment you'll receive won't be any worse than mine. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived, Feng Chi extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian on behalf of the ancient Phoenix clan. Duan Lingtian, I'm Bailey Hongfei. The Bailey clan welcomes you to join us. Although Bailey Hongfei was pursuing Feng Chi, he decided to put aside his feelings for Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian. He decided to fight for Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Bailey clan and the ancient Phoenix clan. Then he looked at Huan and said with a smile, "Of course, the Bailey clan welcomes Miss Huan as well. As long as the two of you join the Bailey clan, I can assure you that in the future, the treatment you'll receive in the Bailey clan will be better than mine." Bailey Hongfei made a solemn vow. Brother Lingtian, Miss Huan, the mysterious Tiandao sect welcomes you to join us. Yi Wu Dao, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the mysterious Tiandao sect, stepped forward and invited Duan Lingtian and Huan to join the mysterious Tiandao sect. Little sister Huan, you're so beautiful. An enchanting woman in red stepped forward and smiled at Huan. Brother Lingtian is really lucky to have found a partner like you. She glanced at Duan Lingtian cautiously as her cheeks flushed red. She did not know how to react to Duan Lingtian's words. Although our Tuoba clan is inferior to the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan, as long as the two of you join us, I, Tuoba Hong, can represent my father, the current patriarch of the Tuoba clan, and promise that as long as the two of you join us, our Tuoba clan will not mistreat you. The woman in red was none other than Tuoba Hong, the daughter of the current clan leader of the Tuoba clan. She was also the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Tuoba clan. Of course, she was much weaker than Feng Chi, Bailey Hongfei, and Yi Wu Dao. For this reason, she wanted Duan Lingtian and Huan to join the Tuoba clan. That way, her father would no longer have to worry about the Tuoba clan's future. I'm Yuan Zhu from the Great Dragon Battle Sect. The Great Dragon Battle Sect welcomes the two of you. Yuan Zhu, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Great Dragon Battle Sect, stepped forward and extended an invitation to Duan Lingtian and Huan. If the two of you join the Great Dragon Battle Sect, you'll have priority in using all of the sect's resources. The 4 Grade 1 forces also extended an invitation to Duan Lingtian and Huan. The grassroots prodigies were, naturally, envious when they saw this. However, they knew Duan Lingtian and Huan deserved this treatment. After all, their performance in the Genius Secret Realm had surpassed the prodigies from the Grade 1 forces. Currently, only the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, and the Profound Cat Clan did not extend an invitation to Duan Lingtian and Huan. The Thousand Hands Devil Sect did not extend an invitation to Duan Lingtian and Huan, since they knew it was impossible for Duan Lingtian and Huan to join the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Even if they extended an invitation to them, they would only be humiliating themselves. On the other hand, the prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan frowned slightly as they looked at Huan, with a skeptical expression on their faces. They could sense the aura of their clan's nemesis, the Phantom Fox clan, on Huan. However, they were certain Huan was not a Phantom Fox. Moreover, the young man had broken the record left behind by the Profound Cat clan's ancestor from 100,000 years ago. After all, the ancestor of the Profound Cat clan was still a pillar of the Profound Cat clan to this day. Normally, when they saw the old ancestor of the Profound Cat clan, it was as though they were on a pilgrimage. However, when they entered the Genius Secret Realm, they saw with their own eyes that Huan had broken the record set by their old ancestor in the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation. Moreover, he broke the record set by the ancestor of the Profound Cat clan 100,000 years ago in a crushing manner. Gentlemen, I'm Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Tai Yi progeny. At this moment, Yu Tianxing stepped forward and looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huan, with a smile on his face. Many people wondered why the people from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had not made a move yet. On behalf of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, I'd like to invite both of you to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. As long as both of you join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, I can guarantee that the Thousand Hands Devil Sect won't dare to do anything to you in the future. Unlike the others, Yu Tianxing didn't offer any extravagant conditions. Instead, he only expressed one thing. If Duan Ling Tian and Huan joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect would protect them from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Sush. Upon hearing Yu Tianxing's words, Yun Ye's expression changed drastically. The expressions of the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect behind him changed as well. However, they knew Yu Tianxing was qualified to say such words. After all, the Thousand Hands Devil Sect did not dare to offend the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. The ancient Phoenix clan won't let the Thousand Hands Devil Sect harm you as well. Feng Chi chimed in. The Bailey clan will definitely protect you. Bai Li Hong chimed in. Earlier, they had forgotten about Duan Ling Tian killing Yun Xiao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. The Tuoba clan isn't afraid of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Tuoba Hong chimed in. The Great Dragon Battle Sect is willing to fight the Thousand Hands Devil Sect for both of you. Yuan Zhu chimed in. If the Thousand Hands Devil Sect dares to harm you, not only will the Profound Heavenly Dao Sect not allow it, but Yiwu Dao, won't allow it as well. If the Thousand Hands Devil Sect dares to harm you, Yiwu Dao, will kill one of their prodigies. Yiwu Dao's cold gaze swept across the group of prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, causing their expressions to turn even more unsightly. Then, the top prodigies from the Grade 1 forces turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and Huan, waiting for their response. It's Su Li. Su Li is here. At this moment, a few of the prodigies noticed a black figure flying toward them on a sword in the distance. It was at this moment that a few of them noticed Duan Ling Tian's figure flying toward them on a sword. Sush. A majestic blood-red sword tore through the air. Chapter 32-38. Su Li. Upon hearing the voice, even Duan Ling Tian could not help but turn around and look curiously into the distance. Su Li was the prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Before he entered the Formation Spirit Pagoda and ascended the Peak of Gravity again after 8 years of closed-door cultivation, Su Li was ranked first in both places. Most importantly, Su Li was not an ordinary person. Duan Ling Tian was very familiar with Su Li's name. Back then, in his hometown in the Saint Region realm, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood Genius Camp, the young man who became his best friend was also called Su Li. Before he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian had regarded Su Li as his best friend. He had met Su Li a few times, but Su Li's growth had exceeded his expectations. After he ascended to the Devata realms, he no longer heard about Su Li. He's Su Li? The new prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect who's even stronger than Yu Tianxing? Yu Tianxing is a thing of the past. Su Li is the current #1 prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Su Li will lead a new era in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Everyone's eyes were trained on Su Li. Even Feng Chi, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan, had a bright gleam in her eyes when she saw Su Li. Upon seeing this, Bailey Hong Fei frowned slightly. A hint of hostility could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Su Li. Su Li. The other prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, including Yu Tianxing, had mixed feelings when they saw Su Li. After all, Su Li had joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect later than them, and yet he had surpassed them. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Su Li also landed among the crowd. Finally, his gaze locked onto a purple figure. At the same time, Duan Lingtan was also staring at Su Li. Swoosh. Swoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Su Li swooped down on his sword, whereas Duan Ling Tian soared up into the sky and flashed swiftly towards Su Li. O was the only one who stood there with a confused look on her face. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li stood facing each other less than 10 meters away from each other. What's going on? Don't tell me the two most outstanding geniuses in the genius secret realm are going to spar with each other? Is there going to be a good show? All the geniuses present thought that Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were standing opposite each other in a confrontation. Only Huan could clearly feel the joy in her big brother Duan Ling Tian's heart when he left her. It was as if the black-clothed young man made him overflow with joy from the bottom of his heart. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li's actions caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li stepped into the air and hugged each other in the blink of an eye. Their hands were constantly patting each other's back as they revealed brilliant smiles on their faces. Even the prodigies from the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect had never seen Su Li, the widely acknowledged cold-faced sword celestial, smile. They know each other? At this moment, seeing the scene before them, it was not difficult for the people present to guess this. Perhaps, it was not as simple as just knowing each other. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li continued to pat each other's back as they hugged each other. They could feel the joy in each other's hearts. At this moment, neither of them spoke a word. Although they did not speak, they could understand each other's feelings. It had been too long since they last saw each other. It had been about 200 years, right? When they first met, they were only in their teens. The last time they met, they were only a few decades old, not even 100 years old. It could be said that this was the longest time they had been apart. Duan Lington, when I first saw your name on the Peak of Gravity ranking, I wondered if it was you. However, after thinking about it, I didn't think it was possible. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li finally parted ways. How dare you? I've been in closed-door cultivation for 8 years. Although I've seen your name in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and the Peak of Gravity rankings, I've only thought of you. I didn't even dare to think it was you. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a bright smile on his face. Although he and Su Li did not spend much time together, their friendship was unbreakable. It's mainly because you're too outstanding. Ever since we met in the Iron Blood Genius camp in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, you've surprised me too much, Su Li said with a sigh. Su Li sighed and said, that's why I'm here today. I'm also thinking, maybe your achievements are still higher than mine. It seems like I'm right. Although it was obvious Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him, he was not jealous at all. Instead, he was happy for Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect you to come to a Devata realm and become a prodigy of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory. Duan Ling Tian sighed. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it after we leave the Genius Secret Realm. Su Li smiled. All right. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed he and Su Li were the center of attention. He nodded at Su Li before he walked over to Huan's side. This is Su Li. He's a good friend of mine. Duan Ling Tian walked up to Huan and introduced her to Su Li with a smile on his face. He did not know why he was so eager to share his joy with Huan, after reuniting with Su Li. You must be Miss Huan, right? You're indeed as peerless as the rumors say. Su Li glanced at Huan before he winked at Duan Lington, causing Duan Ling Tian to glare at him. Big brother Su Li, Huan greeted Su Li with a smile. Big brother? Su Li was taken aback. Then he said awkwardly, actually, I'm only slightly over 200 years old. What? Do you think I'm being taken advantage of by calling you big brother? Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, Huan isn't even 200 years old yet. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew Su Li thought Huan was older than him. Not even 200 years old? Duan Ling Tian's words shocked Su Li and the other prodigies present on the scene. They did not expect there would be someone younger than Su Li among the prodigies who had entered the Genius Secret Realm. Moreover, this young woman who was not even 200 years old had broken the 10,000 elephants illusory formations record. Senior brother Su Li, are you acquainted with Duan Lingtian? At this moment, a young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect stepped forward and asked curiously, as far as I know, Senior brother Su Li, ever since you came to the Jade Emperor Heaven with Senior Uncle Dugu, you've never left the sect. This is your first time leaving the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect since the Genius Secret Realm opened. The young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was confused. Duan Lingtian is a good friend of mine from the mundane realm. Su Li smiled. Duan Lingtian, this is Senior Brother Gong Sun Jing from the Yellow, the arch-progeny of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. At the same time, Su Li introduced the young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian also greeted the young prodigy. Su Li, since you're acquainted with Duan Lingtian, why don't you bring him to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? Gong Sun Jing said to Su Li after greeting Duan Lingtian warmly. Although Duan Lingtian is a good friend of mine, I respect his decision. Regardless of whether he chooses the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect or not, our friendship remains the same. Su Li shook his head. Initially, when Su Li had shown his close relationship with Duan Lingtian, the prodigies from the other Grade 1 forces thought they had no chance of winning. However, when they heard Su Li's words, their eyes lit up again. Apart from Gong Sun Jing, the other prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, including Yu Tianxing, frowned slightly upon hearing Su Li's words. In their opinion, since Su Li was close to Duan Lingtian, it was almost certain that Duan Lingtian and Huan O would join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. They did not expect Su Li to have no intention of inviting Duan Lingtian and Huan or to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Su Li, Yu Tianxing stepped forward and looked at Su Li before he said in a deep voice, even if Senior Uncle Duan Lingtian is here, he would definitely want you to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Su Li glanced at Yu Tianxing indifferently. Yu Tianxing, I know what you're thinking. However, I believe the progeny leader will respect my decision. The progeny leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's shadow support progeny was Duguzue. He was the one who brought Su Li to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect from the Jade Emperor Heaven. The senior Uncle Dugu that Yu Tianxing and Gong Sun Jing were referring to was Duguzhe. Yu Tianxing, naturally, knew Su Li was telling the truth. The progeny leader of the Shadow Support progeny treated Su Li like a treasure. How could he be displeased with Su Li? Su Li, the sect leader treats you well, right? It's your duty to recruit talents for the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, right? When Yu Tianxing saw it was useless to bring up Duguzue, he brought up his uncle, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Ever since Su Li joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, had taken good care of Su Li. Upon hearing Yu Tianxing's words, Su Li frowned slightly. Then he glanced at Duan Lingtian and did not look at Yu Tianxing. Su Li and I will join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, there's no need for you to. Su Li thought Duan Lingtian had decided to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect because of him. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Duan Lingtian. Huan and I originally planned to join a Grade 1 force. Since you're in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, we'll join in the fun. Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. Why did he want to enter the Genius Secret Realm? He wanted to join one of the 3 Grade 1 forces, the Ancient Phoenix Clan, the Bailey Clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Among the 3 Grade 1 forces, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was undoubtedly his first choice. Chapter 32-39. Duan Lingtian's words extinguished the hope in the hearts of the prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Even so, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, the choice was in Duan Lingtian's hands. Moreover, with their strength, it was impossible for them to force Duan Lingtian to submit to them. If they could suppress Duan Lingtian, they would not have taken the initiative to invite Duan Lingtian to join their forces. It was due to Duan Lingtian's strength and innate talent that they were willing to put aside their pride and invite Duan Lingtian to join their forces. Su Li, you said you and Duan Lingtian are good friends in the mundane realm. Don't tell me he's about the same age as you? Gong Sun Jing, a prodigy from the arch-progeny of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, asked curiously as he looked at Su Li. That's right. Su Li nodded. Duan Lingtian and I are about the same age. If we're to be exact, he's slightly younger than me. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Duan Lingtian was about the same age as Su Li? In fact, he was even younger than Su Li? Upon hearing Su Li's words, the corner of Yu Tianxing's mouth twitched. He did not expect the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect would have such a monstrous genius like Su Li and Duan Lingtian, who was even more monstrous than Su Li. The prodigies from the Grade 1 forces who had invited Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect looked at the people from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect with envy. What's the situation now? Su Li asked as he looked at Gong Sun Jing. I don't know. We just arrived as well. Gong Sun Jing replied. At the same time, the prodigies present on the scene shifted their attention to the door guarded by the two Ning dragons. Ning dragons? Feng Qiqi's expression changed drastically. As the most outstanding prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan, it was only natural that she recognized the Ning dragons. Earlier, a relatively strong grassroots prodigy tried to force his way in, but he was killed by one of the Ning dragons, Bailey Hongfei said. Bailey Hongfei said, although these two Ning dragons haven't reached adulthood, their strength is comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. Feng Qiqi said solemnly, not weaker than an ordinary immortal emperor? Hearing Feng Qiqi's words, the faces of the group, including Duan Lingtian, became slightly solemn. If I use the space law's teleportation profundity, will I be able to enter? A sky pride from the mysterious Heavenly Dao sect asked curiously. The sky pride from the profound Sky Dao sect was a sky pride who had comprehended the law of space. Furthermore, he had also comprehended the profound meaning of teleportation to minor accomplishment. With a single teleportation, he could teleport 10,000 meters away. You can try. Feng Qiqi said faintly, but there was some ridicule in her eyes. The sky pride of the mysterious Heavenly Dao sect frowned slightly upon hearing this, but he still gave it a try. However, when he disappeared on the spot, he reappeared on the head of the Ning dragon instead of beside the ajar door. Roar! At the same time, the Ning dragon opened its mouth and attacked the profound Heavenly Dao sect's prodigy. Oh no! The expression of the profound Heavenly Dao sect's prodigy changed drastically. He wanted to teleport back, but he discovered that the space he was in seemed to be affected by some kind of power. He could not teleport at all. Boom! The Ning dragon shot out a beam of destructive energy from its mouth and killed the profound Heavenly Dao sect's prodigy in an instant, leaving behind a broken spatial ring. As for the defensive immortal equipment on his body, it was reduced to dust by the Ning dragon's attack. Feng Qiqi. Yi Wu Dao, the #1 sky pride of the profound Heavenly Dao sect's younger generation, glared at Feng Qiqi when he saw one of his junior brothers die just like that. You knew all along, didn't you? The Ning dragon's innate ability is to affect space. It's impossible to teleport in front of it. In fact, it can even affect space with just a thought and prevent you from teleporting, Feng Qiqi said faintly. Feng Qiqi said faintly. Her words were undoubtedly a reply to Yi Wu Dao. Indeed, she had long known that this would be the result. Yi Wu Dao flew into a rage. Why didn't you warn him? Why did you let him try? Are you trying to harm him? I only wanted him to try and see if the two Ning dragons had really reached the level of a celestial emperor. Only Ning dragons with the strength of a celestial emperor or above can control space. Feng Qiqi shrugged and said, now, his death proves that the two Ning dragons did indeed have the strength of a celestial emperor and were not bluffing. Feng Qiqi's words sent chills down the spines of many people. She had asked the profound Heavenly Dao sect's prodigy to risk his life just to see if the Ning dragons had the strength of a celestial emperor. Feng Qiqi, I'll remember this. Yi Wudao looked at Feng Qiqi deeply, but he did not make a move. He knew that he was no match for Feng Qiqi. Even if he made a move, he would not benefit from it. In the future, the prodigies of the ancient Phoenix clan should be careful when they go out. Yi Wudao glanced at the people behind Feng Qiqi and smiled. Although he was smiling, his smile was uglier than crying. The expressions of the prodigies of the ancient Phoenix clan changed when they heard Yi Wudao's words. Yi Wudao, if you want the profound Heavenly Dao sect to expel you and the ancient Phoenix clan to hunt you down, you can try. Feng Qiqi sneered. Yi Wudao's expression darkened when he heard Feng Qiqi's words. This was the confidence of the ancient Phoenix clan. Although the profound Heavenly Dao sect was a grade 1 force, its strength was inferior to the ancient Phoenix clan. If the ancient Phoenix clan wanted to expel him, the profound Heavenly Dao sect would have no choice but to do so. It seems like we'll have to wait for another month before we enter. Many prodigies shook their heads and sighed when they saw the 2 Ning dragons guarding the entrance to God's secret treasure. The others, including Duan Lingtian, felt the same way. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, he knew he was no match for the 2 Ning dragons. It seems like we can only wait. Duan Lingtian and Su Li looked at each other. They could see the same thoughts in each other's eyes. Su Li, since we have nothing to do, why don't you tell me what happened to you after we parted ways? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he led Huan, and Su Li to the side, away from the other prodigies. Just as Su Li was about to speak, Huan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Brother Lingtian, I just communicated with the 2 Ning dragons through voice transmission. They'll allow me to enter." However, I can only bring 3 people with me. Huan'er's words shocked Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Is what you said true? Duan Lingtian asked in shock. Huan nodded. Why are they willing? Duan Lingtian asked again. I negotiated with them. As long as they're willing to let us in, I'll help them leave the genius secret realm. A hint of pity flashed in Huan'er's eyes as she continued to say, they're very pitiful. They were captured and brought here a long time ago. Moreover, the person who captured them has restricted their growth. Bring them out? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Huan, are you sure you can do that? No problem, Brother Lingtian, Huan said with a smile. Huan smiled and said, I'll use an illusion to conceal them. Then I'll let them enter my small world and bring them out. However, although I negotiated with them, they were only willing to let me bring 3 people in. Duan Lingtian nodded. You want them to enter your little world? Duan Lingtian frowned before he said, No. It's too dangerous. If you want them to enter your little world, let them enter my little world instead. Although the little world could not be destroyed, it was still possible for a powerful being to cause trouble in it. Duan Lingtian did not want Huan to take the risk. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. They won't hurt me. They won't be willing to enter your little world because they don't trust humans, Huan said. Duan Lingtian nodded. With Huan's reassurance, Duan Lingtian gradually relaxed. Did you take the initiative to negotiate with them? Or did they look for you? Duan Lingtian asked. They looked for me. They recognized me as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Moreover, they said their clan's ancestor had a close relationship with us 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes a long time ago. All of this is recorded in my inherited memories, said. Duan Lingtian was relieved. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Huan'er's words. After all, Huan'er's inherited memories would not lie. You can bring 3 people with you? Does this mean we can bring 1 more person with us? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Huan nodded. Brother Lingtian, you can decide who you want to bring. I don't know any of them. If you don't want to bring anyone with you, you don't have to. Su Li, who do you think we should bring? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and asked. Of course, we can only bring people from the 1,000 Tribulation Sword sect. I only know Gong Sun Jing from the Yellow the Archprogeny. I'm not familiar with the others. The Yellow the Archprogeny is closer to the Shadow Support Progeny. Most importantly, The progeny leader of the Yellow the Arch-progeny, Gong Sun Jing's grandfather, is extremely powerful. I suspect he's one of the titled celestial emperors in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Su Li said. If you bring him with you, you'll owe him a favor. After all, you and Huan will be entering the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect soon. Of course, this is only my suggestion, Su Li said. In that case, let's bring him with us. Duan Ling Tian said, call him. Let's go. However, don't tell him the truth. I don't want him to know why we're allowed to enter the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. As he spoke, Duan Ling Tian reminded Su Li, understood. When Su Li told Gong Sun Jing about this, Gong Sun Jing's eyes lit up. He was even a little overjoyed. Su Li, is what you said true? You can choose not to believe me. We're going in now. Chapter 3240. Gong Sun Jing. No wonder his name sounds familiar. As it turns out, he's acquainted with someone with the same name. When Su Li had introduced Gong Sun Jing to Duan Ling Tian, he had thought Gong Sun Jing's name sounded familiar. However, he could not recall where he had heard it before. However, now that he was walking toward the two Ning dragons with Su Li and Huan he finally recalled what he had done. Previously, when he was still in the profound nether mansion in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory, he had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and killed Gong Sun Jing, a disciple from the azure green mansion. When they were halfway there, Gong Sun Jing, the prodigy from the Yellow the Arch-progeny of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, joined Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Huan. After all, Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Huan were more talented and stronger than him. If they were not confident, why would they take the risk? For this reason, Gong Sun Jing was not worried at all. What are they trying to do? As Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Huan approached the Ning dragons, many prodigies noticed them. They want to enter God's secret treasure? Aren't they afraid of dying? Everyone, be it grassroots prodigies or prodigies from Grade 1 forces, felt anxious when they saw Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Huan walking toward the Ning dragons. In their opinion, if Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Huan dared to approach the Ning dragons, they would definitely die. They're seeking death. The prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, led by Yun Yi, gloated when they saw Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Huan walking toward the Ning dragons. Su Li, what are you doing? The expressions of Yu Tianxing and the other prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect changed drastically. Yu Tianxing could not help but shout at Su Li. Although Su Li and Duan Ling Tian were dead, he was still the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, his pride made it impossible for him to feel at ease. Moreover, Su Li and Duan Ling Tian's existence greatly affected the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Since he was devoted to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, he could not bear to watch Su Li and Duan Ling Tian die. He could see it now. Gong Sun Jing was most likely called over by Su Li. After all, Gong Sun Jing had been chatting with them earlier. However, facing Yu Tianxing's rebuke, Su Li only turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. After that, he walked towards the two Ning dragons with Duan Ling Tian, getting closer and closer. Seeing the four of them getting closer and closer to the Ning dragon, the group of Sky Prides felt that the four of them would definitely die. However, what happened next shocked them so much that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. As Duan Ling Tian and the other three approached the Ning dragons didn't seem to notice them at all. They continued to walk in the air above their heads until they reached the unlatched door, pushed it open and walked in. It's actually possible? Gong Sun Jing was slightly frightened when he walked above the Ning dragons. When he saw the Ning dragons had no intention of attacking them, he sighed in relief. Then he followed Su Li and Duan Ling Tian through the door. After the four of them entered, the door was left ajar as though it was waiting for them to enter. Behind the door was a boundless gray world, and it was utterly impossible to see clearly. Duan Ling Tian's group of four had really concealed themselves within the gray world and vanished before everyone's eyes. What's going on? Are the two Ning dragons blind? How did they get in? Did they use some kind of trick? It feels like the Ning dragons didn't notice them at all. The group of Sky Prides outside the door was stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian and the other three's figures disappear behind the door. Even the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces were dumbfounded. What's going on? Bailey Hongfei's face was filled with disbelief. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it was possible for someone to enter the door that was guarded by the Ning dragons. Is it possible that the Ning dragons have stopped attacking the intruders? A grassroots prodigy hesitated for a moment before he cautiously approached the Ning dragons. However, as soon as he entered the Ning dragons' range, he was killed by the Ning dragons. At this moment, the group of Sky Prides finally regained their senses. It was not that the Ning dragons had stopped attacking, but Duan Lingtian and the other three had used some kind of trick to prevent the Ning dragons from attacking them. After a while, many people tried to probe the Ning dragons using various methods such as concealment celestial talismans and concealment celestial talismans. However, none of them worked. Feng Qi even took out an invisibility talisman that ordinary celestial emperors would not be able to see through. However, Feng Qi also suffered minor injuries as a result. How did Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and the others enter the door? Why didn't they bring us with them? The young prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were slightly displeased. They might not be able to bring so many people with them. Yu Tianxing said indifferently, even though I don't have much interaction with Su Li, he's definitely not the kind of person who would disregard us. If he was a selfish person, my uncle wouldn't have thought so highly of him. Think about it. If he really doesn't want to bring anyone with him, why would he bring Gong Sun Jing with him? Just because Gong Sun Jing is an acquaintance of his? Yu Tianxing replied with a question. But why would he bring Gong Sun Jing with him instead of you, senior brother Tianxing? Does he think you're inferior to Gong Sun Jing, senior brother Tianxing? He Zhan, a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Clear Lu progeny, said in a deep voice. He has his reasons, right? Yu Tianxing said. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian and the others passed through the door, they continued walking for a while before they discovered they were still shrouded in fog. Finally, under the guidance of the faint light in front of them, they entered a vast world. However, the vast world was in ruins. Heaven and earth had been turned upside down, and there were ruins everywhere. Not a single thing was intact. So this is the ruins of the realms of gods? Duan Lingtian could feel the pure heaven and earth spirit energy shrouding him. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was not as majestic as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. However, it felt like it was of a higher level. Brother Lingtian, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is different, Huan said to Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian noticed the difference in the heaven and earth spirit energy, Huan also noticed the difference. At the same time, both Su Li and Gong Sun Jing were shocked. After about 15 minutes, the four of them finally regained their senses. Duan Ling, Su Li, since we're here, let's split up and search for our own fortuitous encounters, Gong Sun Jing said. Gong Sun Jing bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and Su Li before he prepared to leave. Gong Sun Jing knew there was no danger in the ruins of the realms of gods. After all, when the realms of gods were destroyed, the formations and life forms in the realms of gods were destroyed as well. Su Li frowned slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then Gong Sun Jing left. Gong Sun Jing must be worried that he won't be able to obtain anything if he stays with us. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He's too narrow-minded. Su Li shook his head. Let's go. Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan and Su Li. Then, the three of them began to wander aimlessly in the ruins of the realms of gods. Naturally, Su Li was just wandering aimlessly. However, that was not the case for Duan Lingtian. Let's continue for another 1,000 meters. The voice of Huang, the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Huang. In the end, Duan Lingtian came to a halt above the ruins of a palace. Naturally, he was able to tell the ruins belonged to a palace because some of the things that had collapsed were part of the palace. Su Li was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's sudden halt. Su Li, go and take a look at that spot. Duan Lingtian pointed at a spot on the side of the ruins and said to Su Li, there should be a sword 30 meters down there. A sword? Although Su Li did not know how Duan Lingtian knew there was a sword there, his eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A sword in the ruins of a realms of gods was definitely not an ordinary sword. Even if it was not a divine weapon, it was most likely an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Although Su Li had not seen Duan Lingtian for many years, he still trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. After all, he did not think it was strange for Duan Lingtian to do something miraculous. Initially, he did not have any hopes of entering the realms of gods. However, the woman beside Duan Lingtian had brought them in with just a few words. Boom! Rumble! Su Li transformed into a sword at the location Duan Lingtian pointed at and directly charged in, opening a path in the ruins. Naturally, he caused a huge commotion. Very soon, Su Li returned. In his hand was a strange sword. With the center of the sword as the center, half of it was black and the other half was blood red, revealing an evil aura. This is a mediocre Devata artifact. However, its soul has been destroyed. With his strength, the power he can unleash is only comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Huang Er's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. However, if he fights an emperor-grade celestial sword, he'll be able to cut it in half. When he becomes a celestial emperor, he'll be able to unleash the power of a divine weapon even without its soul. Huang Er continued to speak. Duan Lingtian relayed Huang Er's words to Su Li, a mediocre Devata artifact? Long before Duan Lingtian spoke, Su Li had already flipped through the divine sword in his hand, and he was slightly reluctant to part with it. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he handed the divine sword back to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're the one who discovered this sword. Take it. Why are you being so polite with me? However, Duan Lingtian did not take the divine sword. He shook his head and said with a smile, don't worry. Both of us won't lack divine weapons if we continue on our journey. Chapter 3241. Earlier, Su Li did not think much of it before he found the divine sword in his possession. However, now that he had found such a divine sword according to Duan Lingtian's instructions, he was terrified when he thought about it. The divine weapon in my possession has an artifact soul. It can sense the presence of other divine weapons in this realm of gods. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Naturally, there was no need for him to hide this matter from Su Li since he knew Su Li would not harm him. If Su Li was the kind of person who would harm him, Su Li would not have sacrificed his own future in the Crimson Firmament Kingdom's royal city because he did not want to help others kill him. An artifact soul? Su Li was shocked. He knew what an artifact soul meant. A divine weapon with an artifact soul was much more powerful than an ordinary divine weapon. Duan Lingtian, I thought I was lucky. However, it seems like my luck is nothing compared to yours. Su Li sighed. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he continued to explore the ruins of the realm of gods with Su Li and Huan Er. I remember they said the two Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. How did you communicate with them? Duan Lingtian asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's words reminded Su Li of this matter. He looked at Huan Er curiously. It was common knowledge that celestial beasts without intelligence would not be able to communicate with humans. They would attack humans as soon as they saw them. It was the same for quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. Brother Lingtian, explained. To a certain extent, the Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. They can't communicate with humans since they don't understand the human language. Furthermore, the Ning dragons are born with a deep hatred for humans. That's because they've been enslaved by human experts for generations. Because of this, as long as the Ning dragons see humans, their first thought is to kill them. Humans can't communicate with them, so as time goes by, they naturally think that the Ning dragons have no intelligence. In fact, the Ning dragon is a quasi-divine beast, and it's comparable to a 10 Directions celestial emperor when it reaches adulthood. How can such a creature not have any intelligence? If they don't have intelligence, how can they comprehend the profundities of the laws? After listening to Duan Ling Tian agreed. If the Ning dragon didn't have intelligence, it wouldn't have been able to comprehend the profundities of the law. Could it be that he had to rely on his instincts to comprehend? In his memory, none of the immortal beasts that he knew had comprehended the profundities of the laws, but none of them had any intelligence. Even if they did, they would most likely lose their sentience after comprehending the profundities of the laws. I see. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, and so did Su Li. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said, Duan Lingen, now that you've helped me find a god artifact, I'd like to have a look around so I won't be leaving with you and Huan. Su Li suddenly said to Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, the reason he chose to leave was because he was worried Duan Ling Tian would give him another divine weapon later on. Although he would be able to obtain a lot of god artifacts if he followed Duan Ling Tian, he did not want to take advantage of Duan Ling Tian. Alright. How could Duan Ling Tian not know Su Li's thoughts? For this reason, he did not try to persuade Su Li to stay. However, before Su Li left, he exchanged soul pearls with Su Li so that they could communicate more easily. Moreover, in the ruins of the realms of gods, his only advantage was to look for god artifacts. He had no other advantage over god artifacts. Perhaps, Su Li would be able to find other fortuitous encounters after they left. The two Ning dragons guarded the entrance of God's secret treasure. Although the other prodigies were envious, none of them dared to approach it. It's been half a month since Duan Ling Tian and the others entered the realms of gods. Even if there's anything good, I'm afraid they've already taken everything away, right? A grassroots prodigy said with a frown on his face. His eyes were filled with jealousy. However, as soon as he spoke, he was refuted by a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Impossible! Do you know how big the realms of gods are? Even if the realms of gods are in ruins, it's impossible for them to search the entire realms of gods in just a month. If they search the realms of gods at the same time, they won't even be able to search 1,000th of the realms of gods. The other prodigies from the Grade 1 forces agreed with the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Upon hearing this, the grassroots prodigies who did not know much about the realms of gods heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. It won't affect us if they enter the realms of gods first. Although it won't affect us if they enter the realms of gods first, they have an extra month. Unless they're extremely unlucky, they'll definitely obtain more treasures than us. Many grassroots prodigies could not help but feel jealous when they thought about Duan Ling Tian and the others who entered the realms of gods first. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. Today, God's secret treasure will be open to us. We have to make good use of the 3 days. Otherwise, we won't be able to obtain anything. I've already prepared to enter the realms of gods for 3 days. I don't think it's realistic for us to search for divine weapons. The realms of gods have been turned into ruins. Even if there are divine weapons in the realms of gods, most of them would have been taken away by the seniors who entered the realms of gods. Indeed, this isn't the first time God's secret treasure has been opened in the genius secret realm. As the group of sky prides waited, the Ning dragon that was guarding the door finally made its move. The two Ning dragons ran in different directions. Although the chains on their bodies were still connected to the door was completely exposed in front of the group of sky prides. These two Ning dragons, aren't they leaving? Even if they run to the side, they can still attack us. These two Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. If they attack us, we'll definitely die. Even after the two Ning dragons ran to the side, the prodigies standing outside the realms of gods looked at each other. None of them made a move for a long time. In the end, Feng Chi of the Ancient Phoenix clan took the lead and led the prodigies from the Ancient Phoenix clan to the door of God's secret treasure. The prodigies present on the scene heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Feng Chi and the others entering the realms of God's secret treasure safe and sound. Naturally, some of them could not help but feel puzzled. Didn't they say the Ning dragons have no intelligence? How did they know to move aside and let us in? Do these two Ning dragons really have no intelligence? Why do I find it hard to believe? I don't think they're without intelligence either. As the prodigies discussed among themselves, Bailey Hongfei led the people from the Bailey clan into the realms of God's secret treasure. After that, the people from the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, led by Yu Tianxing, also entered the realms of God's secret treasure safe and sound. At this moment, many grassroots prodigies flew into the realms of God's secret treasure as well. Those who were watching from the sidelines were eager to make a move when they saw so many people entering the realms of God's secret treasure safe and sound. After the prodigies from the profound Heavenly Dao sect entered the realms of God's secret treasure, Yunyi led the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect to the realms of God's secret treasure as well. There were many grassroots prodigies following them as well. However, when the group of elites from the Thousand Hands Devil sect arrived at the entrance of God's secret treasure between the two Ning dragons, a sudden change occurred. The two Ning dragons roared as they opened their mouths and spat out two rays of destructive energy. In just a blink of an eye, all the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were killed. The prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, led by Yunyi, were annihilated. A few grassroots prodigies who were close to them were killed as well. As for the other prodigies outside the realms of God's secret treasure, their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly entered the realms of God's secret treasure. What's going on? The prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect are dead. The grassroots prodigies and the prodigies from the profound Cat clan who had not entered the realms of God's secret treasure in time began to hesitate when they saw the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were annihilated. Nobody made a move even after a long time had passed. After killing the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, the two Ning dragons seemed to have returned to their usual lazy state. Why did they kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? That's right. It's strange. They didn't make a move when the prodigies from the other Grade 1 forces entered the realms of God's secret treasure, but they killed the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Why do I feel like they did it on purpose? Could it be because of Duan Lingtian? That's right. Duan Lingtian and the woman next to him had killed Yun Xiao, the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. They had become a thorn in the side of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Based on the fact that they were able to enter the realms of God's secret treasure in advance, it's possible that they had something to do with this. What do you mean? Don't tell me they had an agreement with the Ning dragons to allow them to enter the realms of God's secret treasure before instructing the Ning dragons to kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? That's impossible. Those two Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts with no intelligence. Do you still think they have no intelligence? After the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were annihilated, no one dared to enter the realms of God's secret treasure for half an hour. In the end, a grassroots prodigy mustered up his courage and entered the realms of God's secret treasure. From the beginning until the end, the two Ning dragons did not even look at him. Since someone had taken the lead, many people followed suit. The prodigies from the profound Cat clan followed suit. When the prodigies from the profound Cat clan entered the realms of God's secret treasure without being attacked by the Ning dragons, they heaved a sigh of relief. Why did the Ning dragons only kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Was it a coincidence, or was it intentional? It would be fine if it was a coincidence. However, if it was intentional, did it have something to do with Duan Lingtian and the woman next to him? Chapter 3242. God's Secret Treasure. The ruins of the realms of gods were bustling with noise and excitement as the group of prodigies entered the ruins. However, no one lingered at the entrance of the realms of gods. Instead, they left the place because they were certain that even if there were any treasures there, they would have already been looted by the people who had entered the ruins. They only had 3 days, so they could not afford to waste any more time here. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods is indeed extraordinary. However, isn't it a little too thin? I don't think cultivating here is any better than cultivating outside. Many of the prodigies noticed this. As expected, rumors can't be trusted. There might be fortuitous encounters like divine weapons in the ruins of the realms of gods, but there's no need for us to waste our time cultivating here. Let's look around and see if we can find any divine weapons. The ruins of the realms of gods in God's secret treasure were rumored to be a holy land for cultivation. However, after entering the realms of gods, they discovered that it was nothing special. The quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy here is higher than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, isn't it a little too thin? Senior brother Xianxia, didn't you say this is a holy land for cultivation? The situation here is different from the records in the sect. Xianxia, a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's clear sable progeny, asked Yu Tianxing with a slight frown on his face. It's indeed different. Yu Tianxing nodded. Moreover, it's very different from what the rumors say. Perhaps, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods will dissipate as time passes. The prodigies from the Grade 1 forces shared the same thoughts as Yu Tianxing and Xianxia. Naturally, they shared the same thoughts as Yu Tianxing. The only ones who had different thoughts were Su Li and Gong Sun Jing, the other 2 prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. What's going on? It's only been a month, but the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of God's ruins is getting thinner and thinner. The density of the heaven and earth spirit energy here is at least 100 times thinner than when I first came here. Gong Sun Jing frowned as he looked at the ruins of the realms of gods. He had already been here for a month. However, during this 1 month, he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this place was constantly changing. In the beginning, it was very dense, but later on, it began to thin. The further it went, the more exaggerated it became. Even though the realms of gods were in ruins now, it was still unimaginably huge. However, in the short span of a month, more than 99% of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had disappeared. Could it be that we came in early and disrupted the order of the spiritual energy here? While Gong Sun Jing was puzzled, Su Li was also puzzled. However, Su Li would never have guessed that the reason the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods underwent such a drastic change in just a month was none other than his friend, Duan Lingtian. In the ruins of a realm of gods, in a bottomless abyss. A white ball of light that was as dazzling as the sun was particularly eye-catching in the dark abyss. A woman sat cross-legged on one side of the white ball of light. Although she was absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth did not directly flow into her body. Instead, it first flowed into the white ball of light, and then through the white ball of light, strands of milky white energy extended out like silk from a cocoon and entered her body. If one were to take a closer look, they would be able to see a purple figure sitting cross-legged in the void within the white light ball. His entire body was enveloped by the white light ball. The main branch of the divine tree of life. It has merged with the dilapidated divine tree of life in this realm of gods. After absorbing almost all the heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm of gods, it has grown into a towering tree. Duan Lingtian looked into his little world and saw that the main branch of the divine tree of life had grown into a towering tree. In the center of his small world, the main branch of the divine tree of life, which was originally like a small tree, had now grown into a towering tree and exuded bursts of vitality all over its body. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian's little world was filled with the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter. A hint of shock could be heard in the chaos divine earth's childish voice as it said, I'm afraid you're the first person in history to possess 99 heavenly veins, obtain the main branch of the divine tree of life, gather the 5 divine elements, and enter a realm of gods. You gave the world-cleansing divine water to Huang Jialong. However, You obtained the world-cleansing divine water from the dilapidated divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water this time is in the fifth form. The chaos divine earth's voice grew louder and louder as it spoke. If it weren't for the world-cleansing divine water, my little world wouldn't have been able to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods, right? Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh with emotion. Before he entered the ruins of a realm of gods, he did not expect to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. After entering the ruins of a realm of gods, all he wanted was to find a few more divine weapons with Huang Er's help. He did not expect to find the dilapidated divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods under the guidance of the main branch of the divine tree of life in his little world. There was a divine tree of life in every realm of gods. Usually, the divine tree of life would not survive the destruction of a realm of gods. However, the divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods had survived due to the presence of the world-cleansing divine water. The price for its survival was that the world-cleansing divine water had reverted from the ninth form to the sixth form. The ninth form of the world-cleansing divine water was enough for one of the 5 divine elements to become a supreme powerhouse. The divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods was the first to become a supreme powerhouse. However, just as it was about to become a supreme powerhouse, the supreme powerhouse who created the realm of gods was killed by another supreme powerhouse, destroying the core of the realm of gods. The moment the core of the realm of gods was destroyed, the divine tree of life's intelligence was destroyed. Although the ninth form of the world-cleansing divine water managed to retain its intelligence, it reverted to the fifth form of the world-cleansing divine water to prolong the life of the divine tree of life. It had been guarding the divine tree of life until it met Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had 99 heavenly veins, and the main branch of the divine tree of life had acknowledged him as its master. Apart from the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth, he also had the first form clear heaven's divine wood. Under the guidance of the fifth form world-cleansing divine water, the main branch of the divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods merged with the main branch of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world. 5 divine elements, gather. 5 elemental spirit gathering grand formation. Under the guidance of the fifth form world-cleansing divine water, the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's little world worked together to form a formation. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not think much of the formation. However, when all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods was absorbed by the formation and entered his little world, he realized something was amiss. That array formation was definitely a heaven-defying array. As the formation was activated, the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body underwent transformations one after another. In the end, all of them entered the sixth form. The world-cleansing divine water that caused all these transformations had the least progress. The clear heavens divine wood had the most progress. It had transformed from the first form to the sixth form. Sister water, when will I be able to transform to the seventh form? When the clear heavens divine wood had first awakened its intelligence, it had discovered that it was the world-cleansing divine water that was guiding it. For this reason, the world-cleansing divine water was the closest person to the clear heavens divine wood. Little Sister Mu, the 5 elemental spirit gathering grand formation is already the best we can do to help the 5 divine elements evolve to the sixth form. We'll have to think of other ways to evolve to the sixth form. Just like the clear heavens divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water had a feminine voice. However, unlike the feminine voice of the world-cleansing divine water, the clear heavens divine wood's voice sounded like that of a little girl. Is that so? The clear heavens divine wood was slightly disappointed. Little girl, you're not satisfied with transforming from the first form to the sixth form in just a year? The chaos divine earth said to the clear heavens divine wood. However, its childish voice did not sound like it was lecturing at all. Little brother too, you sound so obedient. When we transform in the future, you'll have to let me pinch your cute little cheeks. The clear heavens divine wood said with a smile. How many times do I have to say this? I'm not little brother too. How long has it been since you gained sentience, and how long has it been since I gained sentience? You have to call me big brother, all right? The Chaos Divine Earth said anxiously. Initially, the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame did not pay much attention to it. However, the world-cleansing divine water had helped it transform to the sixth form in such a short time. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water had gained sentience much earlier than the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound divine metal. Naturally, it did not dare to act impudently in front of it. However, the Clear Heavens Divine Wood, who had just gained sentience, actually wanted to ride on its head and ask it to address it as Big Sister? With your childish voice, you want to be my big brother? Do you think I'm stupid? Chapter 3243. Currently, the 5 divine elements had left Duan Lingtian's body and were in his little world. Apart from becoming stronger, the 5 divine elements would be of great help to Duan Lingtian. When the Chaos Divine Flame, the profound divine metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth were in their third forms, they could help Duan Lingtian improve his strength. Now that they had entered their sixth forms, it was only natural that they would be of great help to Duan Lingtian. It's good that these fellows are in my little world. I can seal it with just a thought so they can't see what I'm doing, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the past, the Chaos Divine Flame, the profound divine metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth had greatly improved his strength. However, sometimes, he felt like he had no privacy in front of the 3 of them. Fortunately, his wives were not by his side. Otherwise, he would have to be careful when he was being intimate with them. Now that they had entered the small world in his body, even if his wife was by his side and they wanted to be intimate, he could close the small world in his body with a thought and not let them see what was happening outside. They're really 2 children, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that both the Chaos Divine Earth and the Clear Heavens Divine Wood had childish voices and childish personalities. They were like 2 children who had yet to grow up. The primal Chaos Divine Flame, the profound divine metal, and the world-cleansing divine water in his body sounded like adults, and their personalities were mature. Perhaps the 5 divine elements' voices are related to their personalities as well? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Based on my calculations, the prodigies outside should have entered the little world by now. I only have 2 more days before I leave the ruins of the realms of gods. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stood up and hovered in the air. At the same time, the white light around his body entered his body and entered his little world as well. The little world has absorbed almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods. When the white light around him disappeared, Duan Lingtian tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods. However, he discovered that the heaven and earth spirit energy was less than 1% of what it was a month ago. Brother Lingtian, Huan called out. After Duan Lingtian withdrew the white light around him, Huan who was sitting cross-legged in the void next to him, opened her eyes. After Duan Lingtian withdrew the heaven and earth spirit energy, Huan could no longer rely on it to cultivate. Even with her high innate talent, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of realms of gods would not be able to provide her with much help. It's time we leave this place. Let's look around and see if we can find a few more divine weapons in the ruins. Duan Lingtian. A month ago, after helping Su Li find the mediocre-grade divine sword, Duan Lingtian and Huan had only found 3 divine weapons. Now that they had 2 days left, Duan Lingtian planned to explore the ruins of the realms of gods. All right. Huan nodded before she and Duan Lingtian rose into the air and left the bottomless abyss. At the same time, a group of people stood at the bottom of the abyss. A few figures were standing outside the bottomless abyss. They were the 3 sky prides from the profound cat clan. They were frowning as they looked at the bottomless abyss. The light in the depths of the abyss is gone? That must be a treasure. Did someone beat us to it? I think so. The three prodigies from the profound cat clan had just arrived and were about to explore the depths of the abyss when they discovered that the light in the depths of the abyss had disappeared. Someone's coming out. Kill them and take the treasure away. The three prodigies exchanged a look before they gathered their strength and launched their attacks. Energies of different colors shot out of their bodies and blasted into the abyss. Boom! Rumble! The three prodigies that contained the power of different laws crashed into the abyss, accompanied by a series of earth-shattering noises. Is he dead? The three prodigies no longer concealed themselves and flew into the air above the abyss. However, their expressions changed drastically in the next moment. In their field of vision, an earthy yellow light barrier appeared. Most importantly, this light barrier, which was clearly covered with many scars, was actually being repaired by a green energy that flowed like water. The law of earth? The law of wood? The three prodigies could sense the aura of the law of earth and the law of wood on the light shield. Is this a joint defensive technique of two prodigies who have comprehended these two prodigies' laws? The same thought appeared in the minds of the three prodigies. I've never heard of a prodigy from a grade 1 force with such a technique. Could it be a grassroots prodigy? The three prodigies looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In the next moment, the khaki-colored light shield disappeared, and two figures appeared before them. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the two figures. Duanlingtian? Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the first people to enter the abyss would be these two people. The two prodigies were so strong that they could be ranked in the top 3 among the prodigies from grade 1 forces. Duanlingtian, in particular, was ranked first among the prodigies. Huano was second only to Su Li. I was wondering who's so bold as to attack us? So, it's the prodigies from the profound cat clan. At this moment, Duanlingtian and Huan rose into the air and stared at the three prodigies from the profound cat clan intently. Duanlingtian, it's a misunderstanding. The three prodigies from the profound cat clan shook their heads and waved their hands apologetically when they saw Duanlingtian and Huan. A misunderstanding? Duanlingtian smiled faintly. Didn't you use all your strength to attack me earlier? How about this? I'll only use 50% of my strength to attack you. If you can stop me, I'll let this matter rest. Duanlingtian said. The three prodigies from the profound cat clan heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Duanlingtian's words. Although Duanlingtian was strong, they were confident they could stop him if he only used 50% of his strength. However, they regretted their decision as soon as Duanlingtian made his move. Buzz, 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 buzz. 9-dimensional profundities shot out from the 9 spatial tiers. They did not contain any profundities, but they were shrouded in a peculiar 5-colored energy: gold, green, blue, red, and khaki-colored. The energy contained the profound aura of the 5 elemental laws. Not only did the 9-dimensional profundities cut off the escape route of the 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan, but they were also easily killed. Even their purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons could not withstand a single blow from Duanlingtian's dimensional profundities. When the 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan died, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Before they were killed, they only had one thought in their mind. How did Duanlingtian combine the 5 elemental laws and the law of space to fight his enemy? It was common knowledge that even if one had comprehended many types of laws, one could only use one type of law to attack. After all, one's celestial origin energy could only be fused with one's fundamental profundity. Once one had fused with a law's fundamental profundity, one would not be able to fuse with another law's fundamental profundity. The 3 of you didn't die in vain after being killed by a 6th-form divine elemental spirit. Duanlingtian glanced at the 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan indifferently before he waved his hand and put away their spatial rings and celestial weapons. Then he teleported away with Huan and disappeared from the area. Brother Lingtian, have you had a breakthrough in your cultivation base? Huan asked curiously. Based on what she knew, she had become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord during her 8 years of closed-door cultivation. However, Ling Tian was still a 1 basic celestial lord. During those 8 years, Ling Tian had been comprehending the law of space with the supreme powerhouse divinity. I'm a 3 talents celestial lord now. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. I've broken through 2 levels. However, I managed to break through 2 levels in just 2 months because I acted as a medium for my little world to absorb the remnant of a realm of gods. I won't have such an opportunity again in the future. For Duan Lingtian, breaking through from a 1 basic celestial lord to a 3 talents celestial lord in just 1 month was only excessive. The biggest improvement in his strength was the power granted to him by the 6th form divine elemental spirits. The power granted to him by the 5 divine elemental spirits did not require his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the profundities of the laws of the 5 elements. When he cast the law of space, the 5 elements' power would be boosted with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity. Brother Ling Tian, since your little world has absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the remnant of a realm of gods, it won't take long for you to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord, Huan said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After all, Huan knew about Duan Ling Tian's current situation. After all, Duan Ling Tian had told her about it. It'll take some time. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile on his face. His greatest gain from entering God's secret treasure was that the main branch of the divine tree of life in his body had merged with the divine tree of life in this realm of gods. He had obtained the world-cleansing divine water that protected the divine tree of life. With the help of the world-cleansing divine water, the 5 divine elemental spirits in his body had transformed into the 6th form. Most importantly, it was the world-cleansing divine water. With the help of the other 5 divine elemental spirits, the world-cleansing divine water had formed a heaven-defying formation that transported 99% of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the remnant of a realm of gods into his little world. Chapter 3244. Based on what the world-cleansing divine water said, apart from me, there's no one who's not a supreme expert whose little world is filled with the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods. Even the godly existences in the realms of gods aren't able to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian realized his situation was unique when he listened to the world-cleansing divine water. Apart from the supreme experts, no one could compare to him in certain aspects. In the future, not only will I be able to cultivate with the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world, but so will Huan. The fortuitous encounter Duan Ling Tian obtained this time was not only beneficial to him, but it was also beneficial to Huan. Huan, how are you going to help the 2 Ning dragons? Duan Ling Tian asked when he remembered they would be leaving in 2 days. Brother Ling Tian will leave in advance. However, we won't be able to break the chains on them with brute force. We'll have to use divine weapons to break them, Huan replied. Alright, we'll leave when the time is right. Duan Ling Tian was grateful to the 2 Ning dragons. After all, he would not have had this fortuitous encounter if the 2 Ning dragons had not allowed him to enter the realms of gods in advance. Ning dragons? The world-cleansing divine water's gentle voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Little Tian, you can let them enter your little world. They'll be your guardian divine beasts. Sister Water, the problem is they don't want to enter my little world. They only want to trust me. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Don't worry. I'll communicate with them when the time comes. It's a great opportunity for them to enter your little world. They'd be fools if they refused. The world-cleansing divine water said confidently. They don't seem to understand the human language. Sister Water, can you communicate with them? Duan Ling Tian asked. There are only a few languages in this world that I don't know. Sometimes, after living for a long time, it's only natural that I know more, the world-cleansing divine water replied. When the world-cleansing divine water said this, it was obvious that it was proud of itself. That would be best. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was worried about letting the two Ning dragons into Huan Er's little world, but he was not worried about them entering his little world. Putting aside the fact that the two Ning dragons wouldn't be able to destroy his current miniature world, the existence of the 5 divine elements would be enough to protect his miniature world and prevent the two Ning dragons from destroying it. Let's walk around for one more day. We'll leave on the last day, Duan Ling Tian said. In the next day, with Huang Er's help, Duan Ling Tian managed to find another 2 Devata weapons. However, from the beginning until now, the Devata weapons he found were basically primitive and mediocre Devata weapons. Duan Ling Tian only managed to find one prominent divine weapon. It was a white ribbon. As soon as he obtained it, he gave it to Huan. Well, let's go out first. Due to the matter with the Ning dragons, Duan Ling Tian and Huan left the ruins of the realms of gods early and returned to the outside world. When the two Ning dragons saw Huan, a hint of excitement flashed in their eyes. At this moment, they did not seem to have lost their intelligence at all. Sush. Under the watchful eyes of the two Ning dragons, Duan Ling Tian took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword and undid the chains binding the Ning dragons. At the same time, Huan cast the beast form technique on the two Ning dragons in an attempt to lure them into her little world. However, the two Ning dragons ignored her. In the end, the two Ning dragons entered Ling Tian's little world. Big brother Ling Tian, what's going on? Huan asked in confusion. Big sister Shui let them into my little world. Furthermore, after they entered my little world, they seemed to like staying in there. Duan Ling Tian looked into his little world as he replied to Huan. After entering his little world, the two Ning dragons seemed to have regained their freedom. They flew around freely. Duan Ling Tian could sense their joy even though they were separated by the little world. Little Tian, I'm communicating with them and asking them to acknowledge you as their master. If they're willing to acknowledge you as their master, they'll be a great help to you before you become a god. The world-cleansing divine water said to Duan Ling Tian, with the environment in your little world, it's only a matter of time before they break through and become 10 directions celestial emperors. Moreover, they'll be able to comprehend profundities very quickly in your little world as well. The world-cleansing divine water said, how do I get them to acknowledge me as their master? Is it reliable? Duan Ling Tian asked. He did not want to have 2 ticking time bombs by his side. You don't have to worry about that. If they're willing, I have ways to restrain them so they won't dare to betray you. The world-cleansing divine water said. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I'll do as you say, Sister Water. There's still time. Let's go in and take a look around. When Duan Ling Tian recalled there was still a day before the door would close, he beckoned Huan to go in again. In the end, they came out with the others. Naturally, they could stay in the little world. However, if they stayed in the little world, they would not be able to leave unless the spatial tunnel between the genius secret realm and the realm of gods was reopened. Moreover, it would take a long time to reopen the spatial tunnel. Nobody wanted to stay in the little world. Not only would they be lonely in the little world, but they would also be completely isolated from the outside world. What was the point of finding more divine weapons? Duan Ling, how's your harvest? Su Li asked Duan Ling Tian with a smile. Not bad. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he asked, what about you? I've been in the little world for more than a month. Apart from the mediocre divine sword you helped me find, I only managed to find a primitive divine sword. Su Li shook his head. I did find some other things, but they're nothing compared to the divine weapons I found. Why aren't the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect here? Are they not coming out? Some of the prodigies who had entered God's secret treasure earlier and did not see the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect being killed by the Ning dragons looked at the prodigies in the surroundings. The people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect have been killed by the Ning dragons. Soon after, a prodigy who had entered the little world reported. They were killed by the Ning dragons? Didn't the door of God's secret treasure open? Why did the Ning dragons attack them? Many of the prodigies were stunned. Are they stupid enough to attack the Ning dragons? I don't think so. Some of them suspected that the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect had offended the Ning dragons. However, most of them did not think the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were that stupid. They didn't provoke the Ning dragons. They merely wanted to enter the little world. However, the Ning dragons suddenly attacked and killed them. I wonder if they were unlucky or if someone had asked the Ning dragons to help them. A prodigy from the Profound Cat clan glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan, when he spoke. Asked the Ning dragons to help them? You're dreaming. That's right. Who would be able to get the Ning dragons to help them? Many of the prodigies from the Profound Cat clan retorted. However, the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan did not stop there. He continued to say, "Did any of you think that someone would be able to enter God's secret treasure before the Ning dragons? If someone can get special treatment from the Ning dragons, what's so difficult about getting the Ning dragons to help them?" When the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan mentioned this, many people fell silent. Many of them instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian, Huante, Su Li, and Gong Sun Jing. What? Do you think we were the ones who asked the Ning dragons to kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he saw the young prodigy from the Profound Cat clan looking at him and Huan, meaningfully. However, the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan ignored him. Do you think Duan Lingtian, would need the Ning dragons to kill those trash from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Duan Lingtian sneered as he raised his hand. A spatial tear appeared beside the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan. In the next instant, a cross-dimensional slash-prodigy shot out and severed the prodigy's arm. Brother Lingtian, I was the one who asked the Ning dragons to kill the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. After Duan Lingtian severed the prodigy's arm, Huan sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he replied awkwardly through voice transmission, "I'm sorry for the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan." Although Duan Lingtian said this through voice transmission, he maintained a cold expression on his face. Duan Lingtian, are you trying to make an enemy out of the Profound Cat clan? The strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Profound Cat clan, a young man dressed in a blood-red robe, glared at Duan Lingtian. Profound Cat clan? How arrogant! Gong Sun Jing stepped forward and sneered as he looked at the blood-clad young man. Xian Kong, if you have a problem with Duan Lingtian, you can come out and fight Duan Lingtian or ask your father to come to the Yellow the Arch-progeny to look for my grandfather. Xian Kong's expression changed when he heard Gong Sun Jing's words. Ask him to fight Duan Lingtian? Would that not be seeking death? As for asking his father to visit the leader of the Yellow the Arch clan in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? Even the old ancestor of the Profound Cat clan would not dare to challenge the leader of the Yellow the Arch clan in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, let alone his father. Xian Kong is the son of the clan leader of the Profound Cat clan. He has a bad temper, but his strength is mediocre. Su Li sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. He's just a clown. Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Xian Kong indifferently. Xian Kong's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Gong Sun Jing and Duan Lingtian, but he did not say anything. In terms of strength, he was no match for Duan Lingtian. In terms of background, Duan Lingtian had the support of the Yellow the Arch clan in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. This Su Li is quite cunning. Tian Xing narrowed his eyes when he saw Gong Sun Jing standing up for Duan Lingtian. He finally understood why Su Li wanted to enter God's secret treasure with Gong Sun Jing. Chapter 3245. Where are the two Ning dragons? After the door to God's secret treasure was closed, many people finally realized the two Ning dragons were gone. Only two broken chains were left. Soon after, the door of God's secret treasure, together with the two broken chains, turned into shadows in front of everyone's eyes. Finally, they disappeared completely into the void. Where are Junior Brother Yu, Junior Brother Leng, and Junior Brother Wang? Xian Kong, the strongest young prodigy in the Profound Cat Clan, finally confirmed that 3 prodigies were missing from the Profound Cat Clan. As long as the others entered God's secret treasure, they would come out unscathed. However, the Profound Cat Clan was missing 3 prodigies. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The 3 prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan must have died in God's secret treasure. Otherwise, they would have come out with them. For this reason, Xian Kong specially checked their soul pearls in their spatial rings. Sure enough, he noticed that their soul pearls had shattered. It's impossible for there to be anything in the ruins of the realms of gods that could harm my 3 junior brothers. Therefore, there's only one possibility. My 3 junior brothers were killed by one of these people. With this thought in mind, Xian Kong's expression turned cold as he looked at the prodigies present on the scene. Everyone, did anyone see anyone from the Profound Cat Clan being killed by someone else? Xian Kong asked the prodigies present on the scene. If anyone saw anyone, please inform me through voice transmission. The Profound Cat Clan will definitely reward you handsomely. At this moment, the surrounding prodigies also noticed the 3 prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan were missing. The 3 prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan died in God's secret treasure? There's no threat in God's secret treasure. Unless they don't want to come out, they must have been killed by someone else. I wonder who killed the 3 prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan. The group of prodigies discussed among themselves curiously. When I was in God's secret treasure, I happened to encounter 3 rats who were hiding in the dark and attacked me. However, they all died in the end. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Xian Kong indifferently. Sush. Xian Kong's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It's you? Why did you kill a member of my Profound Cat Clan? Xian Kong glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a grim voice. So you're from the Profound Cat Clan? Duan Lingtian suddenly realized, is it really a cat? Why do I feel like he's more like a rat hiding in the dark to ambush us? Impressive. Impossible. Xian Kong said in a low voice. If they see you, they'll absolutely not attack you. Xian Kong originally wanted to say that he didn't dare to attack Duan Lingtian, but when he thought of how embarrassing that would be, he changed his words in time. If they didn't attack me, why would I kill them? Duan Lingtian smiled. You should know that I, Duan Lingtian, have no enmity with your Profound Cat Clan. Duan Lingnan, I know that you are talented and have a high level of comprehension. However, if you can't grow, no matter how talented you are, no matter how high your comprehension is, it will all be in vain. A cold light flashed in Xian Kong's eyes, and his tone carried a threatening tone. Xian Kong, you don't have to worry about that. Gong Sun Jing said with a sneer, whether Duan Lingtian can grow or not, it's not up to the Profound Cat Clan to decide. Let's go. Xian Kong's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Gong Sun Jing. However, he did not say anything. After all, he was in a disadvantageous position. His strength and background were inferior to Gong Sun Jing's. If he continued to stay, he would only become a laughing stock. Any grassroots prodigies who made it onto the Peak of Gravity ranking or the Formation Spirit Pagoda's ranking and wish to join the Profound Cat Clan can follow me. Xian Kong, who was leading the remaining prodigies of the Profound Cat Clan away, turned around and looked at the scattered grassroots prodigies before he left. Many grassroots prodigies who made it onto the ranking were tempted when the leaders of the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect opened their mouths to recruit as well. The prodigies who were tempted by the Profound Cat Clan decided to stay. After all, it would be embarrassing for them to leave with the Profound Cat Clan. After all, the prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan had fled with their tails between their legs. Following that, the leaders of the Profound Heavenly Dao sect, the Ancient Phoenix Clan, and the Bailey Clan, Yiwu Dao, Feng Chi Chi, and Bailey Hong Fei also opened their mouths to recruit as well. However, compared to the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect, these 3 forces had higher requirements to recruit as well. Those who made it into the top 20 in the Peak of Gravity ranking and the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking and the top 10 in the other rankings can join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. At the same time, Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect opened his mouth to recruit as well. Duan Lington, let's continue to stroll around. When the time comes, I'll bring you to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Su Li said to Duan Lingtian. While Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was recruiting prodigies, Su Li, Duan Lingtian, and Huan Er left. Gong Sun Jing also left with them. Hey, Su Li, Duan Lingtian, wait for me. At this moment, Gong Sun Jing was no longer with Yu Tianxing and the others. He had already considered himself a member of Duan Lingtian's group. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, it was time for the entrance to the genius secret realm to open. After leaving God's secret treasure, Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, Su Li, and Gong Sun Jing had also explored the genius secret realm. Although they had obtained some treasures, they were nothing compared to what they had obtained in God's secret treasure. The entrance to the genius secret realm opened as scheduled. Duan Lingtian and Huan followed Su Li and Gong Sun Jing back to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. As one of the 3 top Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's estate was located above a sea of clouds. It was vast and majestic. Each of the floating islands had a mountain peak that was as sharp as a sword that pointed to the sky. There were more than 10,000 of these floating islands, and they looked incredibly sharp. However, at the center of the floating islands, there were 10 islands that were relatively larger. They were the locations of the 10 main branches of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Those 10 floating islands are where the progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect are located. As for the other floating islands, most of them are there to protect the Grand Sect. Gong Sun Jing pointed at the 10 floating islands in the distance that were different from the other floating islands and explained to Duan Lingtian. The 10,000 floating islands are there for the sake of protecting the Grand Sect? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Even if several titled celestial emperors joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to destroy the Grand Sect, right? Duan Lingtian, you're wrong, Gong Sun Jing said with a smile. Although the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect has declined, our ancestor paid a huge price to build the sect guarding Grand Formation. Let alone a few titled celestial emperors, even a few hundred titled celestial emperors wouldn't be able to break through the Grand Formation. Even 100 titled celestial emperors couldn't break through the barrier. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was truly shocked. Naturally, he knew what it meant to have hundreds of titled celestial emperors. Even the sect protecting Grand Array and clan protecting Grand Array of the heaven-level forces, which are known to be second only to the Heavenly Emperor's forces, are probably not as good as this. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's sect guarding Grand Formation is built based on the sect guarding Grand Formations of Heaven-grade sects. After all, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was once a Heaven-grade sect. A hint of yearning could be seen in Gong Sun Jing's eyes as he said, I wonder if the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect will be able to return to its peak one day. A celestial sect? Duan Lingtian was shocked. The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect used to be a Heaven-grade sect? After all, Heaven-grade forces were second only to Heavenly Emperor's forces in the Devata realms. They had countless titled celestial emperors. In terms of the number of titled celestial emperors, it was comparable to the Heavenly Emperor's forces. Gong Sun Jing nodded. Since you're about to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, you can go to the library to look for records of our sect's history. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at the 10 main peaks and asked, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect has 10 main progenies. Currently, I only know that Su Li is from the Shadow Support progeny, you're from the Yellow Yuan progeny, and Yu Tianxing is from the Tai Yi progeny. What are the other progenies? The 10 progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect are the Xian Yuan progeny, Zhan Lu progeny, Crimson Sky progeny, Taiya progeny, Seven Stars Dragon Abyss. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Next, is it Ganjiang, Mo Xie, Yuchang, Chunjun, and Qingying? You know. Gong Sun Jing was taken aback. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. How could he not know? The 10 main progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were the names of the 10 famous swords on Earth in his past life. Previously, he had heard that Yu Tianxing was from the Tai Yi progeny. However, when he learned that Su Li was from the Shadow Support progeny, and Gong Sun Jing was from the Yellow Yuan progeny, he found the names familiar. At this moment, he finally understood why he found the names familiar. As it turned out, they were the names of the 10 famous swords on Earth. It seems like the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect is related to Yen Huang realm as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Earth was also known as the Yen Huang planet. Most of the cultivation legacies in the Yen Huang realm originated from the Yen Huang planet. Where should we go first? Duan Lingtian asked Su Li and Gong Sun Jing. Now that he had arrived at the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, he should have a place to stay, right? I've already sent a message to the sect leader when I left. Let's look for him first, Gong Sun Jing said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader is very curious about you. You've broken his records in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and the Peak of Gravity. The sect leader has always treasured talents. He won't mistreat you since you've joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Just like how the sect leader took care of Su Li when he was born. A hint of admiration appeared in Gong Sun Jing's eyes when he mentioned the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Chapter 3246. Taiya Peak was one of the 10 main peaks of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Taiya Peak was where the Taiya progeny, one of the 10 main progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, was located. Upon entering Taiya Peak, Duan Lingtian could feel the dense heaven and earth spirit energy surging toward him. It was much denser than the heaven and earth spirit energy he had encountered in the Devata realms. Naturally, it was nothing compared to the heaven and earth energy in the ruins of the realms of gods, which was also the heaven and earth energy in Little World. Senior Gong Sun Jing. Senior Gong Sun Jing. After entering Taiya Peak, Duan Lingtian saw many disciples patrolling on their flying swords. All of them bowed at Gong Sun Jing. It was obvious they did not know Su Li at all. Su Li, I told you to come out more often. Look, these brats don't even know you, the prodigy from the Shadow Support progeny who defeated Yu Tianxing, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Taiya progeny. After the patrolling disciples left, Gong Sun Jing looked at Su Li and mocked him. Su Li smiled faintly when he heard Gong Sun Jing's words. If he cared about these things, he would not be where he was today. Previously, when he was in Yen Huang realm to accept the legacy left behind by a powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny who had become a god, the remnant consciousness of the powerhouse had set a series of tests for him. Among the tests, there was a test of one's fame and desire. Only those who did not care about fame and could restrain their desires would be able to obtain the legacy. That test alone was enough to stop many people. Sometimes, Su Li even thought that if it wasn't for his heart being devoted to the sword and his sword heart being firm like a rock, perhaps he wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance of that expert. Duan Lingtian, this is the entrance to Taiya Peak. From here on, there's a formation that restricts flying. Let's walk. At this moment, Gong Sun Jing, who was leading the group, landed in front of a mountain gate with a sword-shaped stone tablet. Even titled Celestial Emperors can't fly here. As they approached the entrance, Duan Lingtian could feel an oppressive aura in the air. The oppressive aura only disappeared when Duan Lingtian landed on the ground. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the sword-shaped stone tablet. On it were the 3 words Taiya Peak. These 3 words exuded a sharp sword aura. It was obvious that they were carved with a sword. Duan Lingtian met Yu Jiancheng, the current sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Tai progeny, in the main hall of Taiya Peak. In the Genius Secret Realm, the record of the Peak of Gravity and the Array Spirit Pagoda that lasted for nearly 20,000 years was set by Yu Jiancheng. Sect leader. Su Li and Gong Sun Jing bowed slightly to Yu Jiancheng. Yu Jiancheng nodded. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and Huan. he smiled and asked, "You must be Duan Lingtian and Huan right?" Sect Master Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Yu Jiancheng. As for Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, she merely nodded at Yu Jiancheng as well. However, Yu Jiancheng was not displeased by Huan rudeness. Swoosh! Without any warning, a grayish-black sword ray that exuded a destructive aura appeared in front of Yu Jiancheng and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Sect leader! Su Li and Gongsun Jing's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect Yu Jiancheng to make a move on Duan Lingtian. Faced with Yu Jiancheng's attack, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as the space elemental profundities surged out of his body. 9 spatial tiers appeared in front of him. 9 cross-dimensional profundities shot out from the spatial tears toward the grayish-black sword ray that exuded a destructive aura. The grayish-black sword ray paused in midair for a moment before it continued to move forward as though it was indestructible. What a powerful profundity! When the grayish-black sword ray paused in midair, Duan Lingtian had cast the Law of Space's restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, and the magnetic storm profundity. Even so, the grayish-black sword ray still managed to break through it. The celestial origin energy contained in the grayish-black sword ray was, at most, at the level of a 5-element celestial lord or a 6-combos celestial lord. However, the law of destruction was extremely powerful. The 9 cross-dimensional profundities shot toward the grayish-black sword ray that had depleted a portion of its energy. In the end, both of them perished together. Good technique. Yu Jiancheng's eyes lit up as he praised Duan Lingtian. No wonder you're able to break the 2 records I set in the Genius Secret Realm. Your current strength is far greater than mine when I first entered the Genius Secret Realm. Moreover, I was almost 1,000 years old at that time, but you're not even 300 years old. Yu Jiancheng could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. You're flattering me, sect leader Yu. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He knew Yu Jiancheng was merely testing him earlier since he did not sense any killing intent from Yu Jiancheng's sword ray at all. Do you want to join any of the progenies in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? The Tai Yi progeny welcomes you. Yu Jiancheng smiled. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, a cold scoff rang in the main hall. Following that, an old and skinny figure appeared in the main hall. The old man was dressed in a loose robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His body was skinny, but his eyes were bright and piercing. Grandfather. Gongsun Jing bowed respectfully when he saw the old man. Progeny Master Gongsun. Su Li also bowed to the newcomer. The progeny master of the the arch progeny? Upon hearing Gongsun Jing and Su Li's greeting, Duan Lingtian knew the old man was Gongsun Kong, the progeny master of the the arch progeny of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Gongsun Kong was widely acknowledged as one of the strongest people in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Senior Uncle Gongsun, why are you here? Yu Jiancheng smiled wryly as he bowed. It was not difficult for him to figure out Gongsun Kong was interested in Duan Lingtian as well. Not long ago, he had received a message from his nephew, Yu Tianxing, telling him to recruit Duan Lingtian as soon as possible so that Duan Lingtian could join the Tai Yi progeny. Otherwise, the progeny master of the the arch progeny would definitely try to recruit Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was close to Gongsun Jing. However, he did not expect the old man who had not left Xianyuan Peak for many years would leave Xianyuan Peak and come to Yi Peak for a disciple who had yet to join the sect. If I didn't come, all the good seedlings would have been taken away by the Yi progeny. The old man snorted coldly. Jiancheng, brat, your Ti progeny already has Tianxing, but our the arch progeny only has Jing, a good for nothing. Shouldn't you give the good seedlings to our the arch progeny first? The old man said to Yu Jiancheng. Senior Uncle Gongsun. Yu Jiancheng was about to say something when an old voice rang in the main hall. Senior brother Gongsun, our fish intestine progeny doesn't even have a disciple comparable to your grandson, Gongsun Jing. Why don't you give the good seedlings to the fish intestine progeny first? Along with the voice, an old woman appeared in the main hall. She was standing straight like a sharp mountain peak. The old woman stared at Gong Sun Kong as soon as she appeared. Duan Lingtian, it seems like Yun Yi from the fish intestine progeny has also sent a message to this person. This is the progeny leader of the fish intestine progeny and my grandfather's junior sister, Shimin Wanwan. Gong Sun Jing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Wan, why are you here as well? Gong Sun Kong smiled wryly when he saw Shimin Wanwan. You haven't left Fish Intestine Peak for more than 1,000 years, right? Senior brother Gongsun, I'm not asking for much. Between Duan Lingtian and Huan, I only want one person. Shimin Wanwan looked at Duan Lingtian before she said, I don't ask for Duan Lingan. However, my Fish Intestine Peak wants Huan. Shimin Wanwan's voice was filled with determination. That's not a problem. Gong Sun Kang's eyes brightened. He thought Shimin Wanwan was going to compete with him for Duan Lingtian. However, he did not hesitate when he heard Shimin Wanwan's words. After all, Duan Lingtian was more than enough for the Yellow Yuan progeny. Senior brother Gong Sun, senior sister Shimin, isn't it a little rude of the two of you not to inform me that you're here? Another old voice sounded. Soon, a burly middle-aged man walked in from the outside. It's the progeny leader of the Zhan Lu progeny, Chongjiu. It seems like He Zhan has also sent him a voice transmission. Gong Sun Jing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother, senior sister, our progeny lacks talents like Duan Lingtian. Since you're not interested in Duan Lingtian, I'm sure you won't compete with me for him, right? Chongjiu said as he glanced at Gong Sun Kong. Gong Sun Kong snorted. Junior brother Chongjiu, you've got a good plan. You should be content with what you have. The Zhan Lu progeny has He Zhan who's better than my grandson, Gong Sun Jing. How dare you compete with me for him? He Zhan? Chongjiu shook his head. Senior brother Gong Sun, if you really want to talk about He Zhan, how about this? I'll ask He Zhan to join the Yellow Yuan progeny, and you won't compete with me for Duan Lingtian. Gong Sun Kong was stunned. Gong Sun Kong was stunned. After a long while, he said, It's been so many years, but you're still as shameless as before. As for Gong Sun Jing, he was also dumbfounded when he heard this. If He Zhan finds out Master Chongjiu gave him away just like that, I'm afraid he'll vomit blood from anger. Gong Sun Jing said to Duan Lingtian and Su Li in a soft voice. Sush, sush. While Gong Sun Jing was whispering to Duan Lingtian and Su Li, two figures appeared in the main hall like ghosts. It was a handsome young man and an extremely beautiful young woman. Heavens! Even the branch leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and Moxia progeny are here? Gong Sun Jing was dumbfounded when he saw the two of them. Brother Lington, these two look alike. Chapter 3247. The leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny are twins. It's only natural that they look alike. Gong Sun Jing explained. That's right, Gong Sun Jing said. Furthermore, although the line masters of the Ganjiang bloodline and Moxi bloodline are all inferior to my grandfather and the sect master individually, if they were to join hands, even my grandfather and the sect master would not be able to gain the slightest advantage against them. After fighting for a long time, they would even be slightly inferior. Gong Sun Jing deliberately lowered his voice as he said, I heard that the last titled celestial emperor who tried to take over the Nando territory was killed by the duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny. If the duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny join forces, they're unrivaled in the Nando territory, let alone the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Gong Sun Jing said, the duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny are twins. Not only that, but they've also comprehended the soul fusion technique. Upon hearing Gong Sun Jing's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the young man and the young woman. It was impossible to tell that these two seemingly harmless young men and women were actually such terrifying figures. After all, They were capable of killing titled celestial emperors. Your grandfather should be as strong as a titled celestial emperor, right? Duan Lingtian asked Gong Sun Jing through voice transmission. I've heard from my grandfather that he had fought a few titled celestial emperors before. One of them was slightly weaker than him while the others were on par with him. Upon hearing Gong Sun Jing's reply, Duan Lingtian realized that Gong Sun Jing's grandfather and the Mo Xie progeny's grandfather were the strongest. After all, Gong Sun Kang's strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor. What about sect leader Yu? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Sect leader Yu is as strong as a titled celestial emperor. If he wants to, he can obtain a title from the title temple at any time. Gong Sun Jing paused for a moment before he continued to say, many years ago, my grandfather and sect leader Yu fought to a draw. However, I suspect sect leader Yu is slightly stronger than my grandfather. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. Apart from that, the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect had two powerhouses who were as strong as titled celestial emperors. Such a force was only a first-grade force? Even a supreme grade 1 force would only have one or two titled celestial emperors, right? Even if the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect isn't as strong as it used to be, it's still not considered a supreme grade 1 force. Based on Duan Lingtian's understanding of the various forces in the Devata realms, it was not difficult for him to come to this conclusion. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the main hall of the Taiya Peak. Following the arrival of the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxie bloodline, the atmosphere in the main hall suddenly fell silent. What? Do the two of you want Duan Lingtian and Huan as well? Gong Sun Kong was the first to speak. While he asked with a wry smile, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Although Duan Lingtian and Huan seniority in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect was lower than his and they had to address him as junior uncle, they were much stronger than him when they joined forces. Junior Uncle Gong Sun, I want Huan. The leader of the Moxie bloodline, a beautiful young woman, said to Gong Sun Kong with a faint smile on her face. Duan Lingtian. The leader of the Ganjiang bloodline, on the other hand, said coldly, Duan Lingnan. Forget it, forget it. I didn't expect that even you two little fellows would be interested in those two little fellows. This old lady won't interfere. I won't interfere, Shimin Wan Wan, the leader of the Yuchang bloodline, said with a sigh before she left the main hall. Since you two siblings are here, this old man won't fight with you. Chong Jiao shook his head and smiled before he left as well. Senior brother Feng, senior sister Yun. Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, greeted the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Mo Xie bloodline with a smile on his face. The leader of the Ganjiang bloodline was Zhuge Feng while the leader of the Mo Xie bloodline was Zhuge Yun. Junior brother Jiancheng, you're not going to compete with us, right? Zhuge Yun asked with a faint smile. Since senior brother Feng and senior sister Yun are here for them, how can I compete with them? Yu Jiancheng smiled wryly. Upon hearing Yu Jiancheng's words, Zhuge Yun nodded in satisfaction. Then, she looked at Gong Sun Kong, the leader of the Yellow the Arch bloodline, and asked, Junior Uncle Gong Sun, are you really going to compete with us? You're not going to compete with us? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Up until now, the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Mo Xie bloodline are the only leaders of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. They don't have any disciples, Gong Sun Kong said. It's strange that they don't have any disciples in the genius secret realm. How come they're so well informed? I'm the one who told them. Su Li said. I forgot that the shadow support progeny is close to the other two progenies. Gong Sun Jing smiled awkwardly. Su Li, I originally thought that when you brought Gong Sun Jing into God's secret treasure in advance in the genius secret realm, you wanted me to join the Xian Yuan branch. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Su Li. You want me and Huan to join the Ganjiang bloodline and the Mo Xie bloodline? Duan Lingtian, I asked you to bring Gong Sun Jing with you because I want you to do a favor to the leader of the Yellow the Arch bloodline, Gong Sun Kong. Su Li replied through voice transmission. However, compared to the the Arch bloodline, the Ganjiang bloodline and the Wuxia bloodline are more suitable for you. The leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Wuxia bloodline specialize in joint attacks. You and Huan can cultivate with them. As for other things, I don't think you need to learn them, right? Moreover, the leaders of the two progenies are very protective of their disciples. If you and Huan become their disciples, nobody will dare to touch you or Huan outside the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, let alone in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Su Li said through voice transmission. Thank you, Su Li. Duan Lingtian could see Su Li's good intentions after listening to Su Li's voice transmission. He sighed inwardly and thanked Su Li. There's no need to thank me. Su Li smiled. He had known Duan Lingtian for many years. He did not expect he would meet Duan Lingtian again in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Moreover, he did not expect they would become disciples of the same sect. Since the two of you have taken a liking to them, it's only natural that I don't want to compete with you. I'll let the Ganjiang bloodline and the Wuxia bloodline have some vitality. Gong Sun Kong shook his head and left. Since the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Wuxia bloodline had appeared, they did not compete with the others. Instead, it seemed like the others had given Duan Lingtian and Huan to them. Huan, are you willing to join the Wuxia bloodline? Although the others had given up, Zhuge Yun still looked at Huan with a smile on her face. Huan was the one involved in this matter. Huan did not reply immediately. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to her. Come in. Duan Lingtian smiled. Since Su Li had made such good arrangements for them, there was no reason for him to reject Su Li's good intentions. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan looked at Zhuge Yun and nodded. Little fellow, you're really lucky. Zhuge Yun shook her head and sighed. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, It's a good thing I'm not a man. Otherwise, I'd be jealous of you. Who said men have to be jealous of him? Just as Zhuge Yun's voice fell, Zhuge Feng, who was beside her, asked in return. You'll be alone for the rest of your life. Zhuge Yun glared at Zhuge Feng. She was helpless when it came to her twin brother. She had sent all kinds of beautiful women to her brother's bed, but her brother was not interested in them at all. He was focused on his cultivation. In the end, she felt it was impossible for her to have a sister-in-law in this lifetime. Duan Lingtian, are you willing to join the Ganjiang progeny? When Zhuge Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his cold face eased up and he squeezed out a trace of a smile. Zhuge Yun was stunned when she saw Zhuge Feng's smile. As for the others, such as Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, Gong Sun Jing, and Su Li, they were shocked. The leader of the Ganjiang progeny was as cold as an iceberg, but he was smiling. Senior, I can join the Ganjiang lineage. However, I already have a master. Before I get his permission, I don't plan on acknowledging a second master in my life. If you want me to call you master, I'm afraid I can't join the Ganjiang progeny, Duan Lingtian said without beating around the bush. It's just a title. I don't mind. Zhuge Feng shook his head. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, not everyone was as principled as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian greets the leader of the Ganjiang progeny. Duan Lingtian bowed at Zhuge Feng when he heard Zhuge Feng's words. A smile appeared on Zhuge Feng's face again, revealing his fondness for Duan Lingtian, the Ganjiang progeny's disciple. In terms of one-on-one combat, he was no match for Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Usually, Yu Jiancheng would brag about the 2 records he had set in the Genius Secret Realm. Most importantly, he was the one who had set the records for the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda before Yu Jiancheng. Now that Duan Lingtian had broken Yu Jiancheng's records, Zhuge Feng could not help but feel proud. So what if you, Yu Jiancheng, have broken my records? Didn't my Ganjiang progeny break your records as well? Although Zhuge Feng appeared cold like an iceberg, he was actually very concerned about some things. Naturally, he was pleased with Duan Lingtian not only because Duan Lingtian had broken Yu Jiancheng's records, but also because of Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability. Similar to Su Li, Duan Lingtian was not even 300 years old, but he was stronger than Su Li. Previously, Zhuge Feng was slightly jealous of the leader of the Shadow Support progeny. However, he was no longer jealous now. Chapter 3248. With this, Duan Lingtian and Huan joined the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny respectively. Currently, the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny only had 2 members each. In total, they only had 4 members: Duan Lingtian, Huan Zhuge Feng, and Zhuge Yun. Progeny leader, Huan and I would like to make a trip to the spirit overarching heaven. After the 4 of them left Tai A Peak, Duan Lingtian said to Zhuge Feng, it was time for him to return to the spirit overarching heaven to settle his grudge with the Blood Skull Gang and avenge the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. When he left the spirit overarching heaven, he did not expect he would become so strong in just a few decades. Why are you going to the spirit overarching heaven? Zhuge Yun asked curiously. We have some grudges to settle. Duan Lingtian replied. Grudges? Zhuge Yun's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. I love to settle grudges. Since Zhuge Feng and I have nothing to do, I'll follow you. Won't we disturb your cultivation? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Feng's words. If he brought them along, it would be as good as bringing 2 super fighters with him. Moreover, these 2 super fighters were even capable of killing titled celestial emperors when they joined forces. No, we won't. Zhuge Feng replied. Alright. It's settled then. We'll accompany you and Huan. Zhuge Yun said excitedly, speaking of which, I haven't left the Jade Emperor Heaven for many years. It's been at least 10,000 years, right? The current Zhuge Yun looked like a child when she was excited. She didn't look as mature as Huan. As one of the top sects in the Nando territory, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sects estate naturally had a transporting formation. Naturally, the transporting formation was not located on any of the 10 main peaks of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. It was located on another sword peak. With Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun leading the way, it did not take long for them to arrive at the transportation formation in the Devata realms. Greetings, progeny leaders. The elder of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect who was in charge of the transporting formation hurriedly bowed at Zhuge Feng and his sister when he saw them. The 4 of us are heading to the spirit overarching heaven. Zhuge Yun said calmly to the elder of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. She appeared mature and poised in front of the elder. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, Duan Lingtian, which territory in the spirit overarching heaven are you going to? A transporting formation could precisely send a person to a mansion in a territory in a Devata realm. Southern Heaven Territory, Profound Nether Mansion. Zhuang nodded. Zhuang clan, S. Tian Yun. He and the Huan's Land sect? Yun nodded. I heard you. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's elder nodded in agreement as he looked at the duo in surprise. He was unfamiliar with the duo. However, since they were with the progeny leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny, he could not afford to offend them. He engraved the faces of the 2 people in his mind, and decided that no matter what, he would never offend them in the future. Swoosh! The transporting formation flashed, and Duan Lingtian and the others left the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando Territory's Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and appeared in the Profound Nether Mansion's estate in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven Territory. The 4 of them appeared in one of the Profound Nether Mansion's subordinate cities. However, the 4 of them did not linger in the city. They immediately followed Duan Lingtian to the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. With their speed, the people from the Profound Nether Mansion would not be able to react in time. However, they still triggered the Grand Formation protecting the Profound Nether Mansion. When the Grand Formation was activated, The powerhouses of the Profound Nether Mansion under the lead of the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion flew over. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan, they were stunned. Duan Lingtian? The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was stunned. Why, you're back? Although the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion could not see Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion felt mysterious to him at this moment. The duo standing next to Duan Lingtian and Huan, in particular, gave the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion an oppressive aura. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Mansion Master, I'm here to look for seniors. These two are my seniors in the Jade Emperor Heaven. They're the progeny leaders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory. Duan Lingtian said. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was unaware of the existence of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, to his surprise, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he bowed respectfully at the Zhuge siblings and said, "Greetings, progeny leaders. I was unaware of your arrival, progeny leaders. That's why I didn't greet you personally. I apologize for not greeting you," the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion said through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, why didn't you warn me earlier? Mansion Master, do you know about the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How could I not know? The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a heaven-grade force in the Devata realms. One of the powerhouses in the sect almost defeated the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Profound Nether Mansion Master said through voice transmission, although the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect withdrew from the Jade Emperor Heaven and moved to the Nando territory, they're still very powerful. Due to the existence of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, no titled celestial emperors are allowed to enter the Nando territory. Upon hearing the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion's words, Duan Lingtian realized the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was very familiar with the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. The leaders of the 10 progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect are all celestial emperors. Moreover, they're not ordinary celestial emperors. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion continued to say through voice transmission, "Why didn't you warn me about the arrival of a celestial emperor? If they blame me, I won't be able to redeem myself even if I die 1,000 times. Don't worry, Mansion Master." These two seniors aren't people who care about trivial matters. They won't mind. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and then he said, "Mansion Master, I came back this time because I intend to make a trip to one of the 10 great clans, the He clan with Senior." The clan leader of the He clan was the person who killed the previous imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. He was also the father of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the clan leader of the He clan. However, just because Duan Lingtian was unaware of it did not mean the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was unaware of it. "I'll inform the Grand Ancestor right away." The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion took a deep breath before he sent a message to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. When the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion received the message from the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion, he hurriedly rushed out to greet the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. "Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors." The old man, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, hurriedly greeted the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. When he saw Duan Lingtian and Huan, a hint of curiosity could be seen in his eyes. He could tell the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had come with Duan Lingtian and Huan. "We're here to join in the fun with Duan Lingtian and Huan. Don't mind us." Zhuge Yun smiled faintly. "Senior, please bring us to the He clan. Today is the day the clan leader of the He clan dies." Duan Lingtian smiled at the old man. The old man was, naturally, moved when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly led the way to the He clan. Along the way, he could not suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, why are you with the two Lord Celestial Emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? Senior, after Huan Er and I went to the Jade Emperor Heaven, we joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. These two branch leaders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect decided to join in the fun with us. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Duan Ling, thank you, the old man replied solemnly. If you didn't bring these two Lord Celestial Emperors here to avenge my father, I don't know when I'll be able to avenge him. Now, when the old man spoke, he was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. Father! Duan Lingtian was stunned. I didn't tell you that the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion is actually my father. Killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes as he said, for this reason, when I took over the position of the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, I made a rule stating that the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion must avenge the former imperial tutor. I knew it would be difficult for me to avenge my father due to my limited innate talent. Therefore, I placed my hopes on the next imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Alas, even after 20,000 years, I didn't see anyone capable of killing the clan leader of the He clan. That is, until you appeared. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was enlightened. As it turned out, the old man was the son of the imperial tutor of the He clan. Based on this, he could understand the old man's desire to avenge his father. Senior, there's one thing you're wrong about. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and said through voice transmission, the two progeny leaders of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect are only here to join in the fun. Today I, Duan Lingtian, will avenge the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. The clan leader of the He clan might be strong. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, the clan leader of the He clan was far weaker. You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man looked at him skeptically. It was obvious he did not believe him. There was a reason he did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. After all, it had only been a few decades since Duan Lingtian left the profound nether mansion. It would be a miracle if Duan Lingtian managed to become a one basic celestial lord in a few decades. He was still far from being able to kill the clan leader of the He clan. Duan Ling, this joke isn't funny at all. Chapter 3249. A joke? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard the old man's words. He did not bother to explain himself. After all, he knew it would be more convincing if he were to personally make a move in the He clan. The He clan was one of the top 5th-grade clans in the Southern Heaven territory. It was located on a vast plain that was densely packed with buildings. Based on the number of people entering and exiting the He clan's estate, one could tell it was a prosperous clan. However, when Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the outer perimeter of the He clan's estate, they were stopped by a group of patrolling disciples. Who are you? A group of patrolling disciples from the He clan glared at Duan Lingtian and the others. However, most people's gazes were focused on Huan Er's face. Her face was simply too attractive. The pavilion master of the profound nether mansion's imperial tutor pavilion and the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion are here to avenge the death of the patriarch of the He clan. The old man's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and killed one of the patrolling disciples. The remaining disciple's face was pale from fright. A celestial lord. The remaining disciple hastily fled. The old man did not make a move at all. Let's wait here for a while. The old man said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew the patriarch of the He clan would definitely show himself after the old man's actions. About 15 minutes later, bush, 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 bush. Accompanied by waves of swift howls of the wind, numerous figures flashed out from the He clan's estate in the distance and flashed towards Duan Lingtian's group. The person in the lead was a burly middle-aged man dressed in a robe made of tiger skin. Behind the middle-aged man were 6 old men and 4 middle-aged men. All of them were glaring fiercely at Duan Ling Tian and the others. Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun stood at the side. Although they did not show their emotions, their extraordinary auras made the others' expressions turn solemn. Immortal emperors, even if they just stood there and didn't make a sound, could imperceptibly give immortal sovereigns a sense of oppression. The more powerful an immortal emperor was, the more they would feel this pressure. On the contrary, those below the immortal emperor realm couldn't feel this pressure. Seniors, you're not from the profound nether mansion, right? The middle-aged man in the lead was none other than He Tianchun, the patriarch of the He clan. He was the one who had killed the previous imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Now, when He Tianchun looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, his face was filled with fear. After all, even the titled celestial lord in the southern heaven territory would not be able to make him feel so oppressed. At the same time, He Tianchun sent a message to the current ruler of the southern heaven territory, the southern heaven celestial lord. The 10 major clans of the southern heaven territory were somewhat related to the southern heaven celestial lord. Now, 2 suspected immortal emperors had arrived at the He clan, causing He Tianchun to feel great pressure. He immediately contacted the southern heaven immortal lord, wanting him to come over and check if his feeling was correct. You don't have to worry about us. Zhuge Yun glanced at He Tianchun indifferently and said, no matter what enmity you have with the profound nether mansion, we won't interfere. HM? Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's expression changed drastically. Senior, you won't interfere? He Tianchun was skeptical when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. How could they not interfere when they were already here? However, his eyes lit up when he saw the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's expression. Could it be that these 2 suspected immortal emperors were only here to watch the show? You're the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion? He Tianchun asked in a deep voice as he looked at the old man. Are you the one who killed the disciples of the He clan? That's right. Not only am I the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion, but I'm also Changheng's son. Changheng was the name of the previous imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Changheng? Realization dawned on He Tianchun when he heard the old man's words. So, you're Changheng's son. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of He Tianchun's mouth. Your mother is quite interesting. Back then, He Tianchun had sullied Changheng's wife, the old man's mother. You're seeking death. The old man's expression changed drastically when he heard He Tianchun's words. Celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he attacked He Tianchun. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 of them continued to exchange blows, but it did not take long before He Tianchun gained the upper hand and completely suppressed the old man. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, your innate talent is much weaker than your father. If Changheng didn't die back then, he would have been a titled celestial lord or even stronger by now. He Tianchun said indifferently. The old man was severely injured, and blood was trickling down the corner of his mouth. However, he still wanted to fight to the death. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and said, Senior, let me do it. Duan Lingtian stood in front of the old man and looked at He Tianchun indifferently. There was no emotion on his face. Who are you? He Tianchun asked with a frown on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the current imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian? He Tianchun was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. Duan Lingtian? The Duan Lingtian who performed outstandingly in the middle and upper realms of the southern heaven ancient realm. Even He Tianchun, the leader of the He clan, had heard of Duan Lingtian before. However, he did not think much of Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was merely a junior. Perhaps, after a few thousand years or 10,000 years, Duan Lingtian would be on par with him. However, the current Duan Lingtian was still nothing in front of him. He's Duan Lingtian? At the same time, the group of He clan elders behind He Tianchun shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Back then, Duan Lingtian's name had spread far and wide in the Southern Heaven territory. Even they had heard of him. But didn't they leave the profound Nether Mansion? I heard they left the profound Nether Mansion as well. I heard from the Phantom Fox clan. The elders of the He clan whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as a thin figure appeared in front of everyone like a specter. However, before the person appeared, both Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun raised their eyebrows slightly. The figure of the newcomer appeared. It was a thin middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous silver robe. He had a handsome face and a majestic aura, giving people the feeling that all rivers could flow into the sea. Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. I'm He Tian Chun, the clan leader of the He clan. As soon as the figure appeared, He Tian Chun, the clan leader of the He clan, bowed and greeted the figure. Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. At this time, the group of He clan elders behind He Tian Chun also followed suit and bowed. Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. At this moment, even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion of the profound Nether Mansion bowed and greeted the figure. Duan Lingtian and Huan were the only ones who remained silent as they looked at the newcomer calmly. Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun did not even look at the figure. Duan Ling, why aren't you greeting the Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord? He Tian Chun said coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Him. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord indifferently before he shook his head. He's not worthy of my greeting. He Tian Chun and the other members of the He clan thought the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord would fly into a rage and punish Duan Lingtian after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. However, they saw the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord bowing respectfully at the young man and woman standing at the side. Xianxia, the titled Celestial Lord of the Southern Heaven Territory, greets the two Celestial Emperors. As soon as Xianxia, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, appeared, he was certain the young man and woman standing before him were Celestial Emperors. He was much stronger than He Tian Chun. For this reason, he was more sensitive to the aura of Celestial Emperors. He was 100% certain the young man and woman were Celestial Emperors. Lord Celestial Emperors? He Tian Chun and the other members of the He clan were shocked when they saw the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord bowing respectfully at Zhuge Feng and Huan. Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors. Immediately, He Tian Chun and the others bowed respectfully to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Feng, especially He Tian Chun, who confirmed his guess. Two Celestial Emperors. Why did they come with the people from the profound Nether Mansion? He Tian Chun was slightly anxious. It would be strange if the two Celestial Emperors had nothing to do with the people from the profound Nether Mansion since it was obvious they had come together. However, one of the Celestial Emperors had said they would not interfere. Celestial Emperors would not lie, right? However, facing Xianxia's greeting, Zhuge Feng had no intention of paying attention to him. Zhuge Yun glanced at him, nodded, and didn't pay attention to him anymore. What happened? Xianxia, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, asked He Tian Chun through voice transmission with a frown on his face. Xianxia nodded. Since Lord Celestial Emperor has said he won't interfere, naturally he won't interfere. Is the profound Nether Mansion going to settle the score with He Tian Chun? Xianxia asked as he looked at the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The old man hesitated when he heard Xianxia's words. If the two Celestial Emperors did not interfere, how could they settle the score? That's right. Before the old man could reply, Duan Lingtian spoke up for him. We're here to take the life of the clan leader of the He clan. Those who have nothing to do with this matter should step aside and watch the show. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xianxia indifferently. How dare you? He Tian Chun stepped forward as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. He glared at Duan Lingun and shouted, Duan Ling, not only did you not bow to the Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, but you even dare to act so presumptuously. Chapter 3250. Noisy. Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold when he heard He Tianchun's words. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of space's space elemental profundity surged out of his body. Swoosh. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot and reappeared behind He Tianchun. Swoosh. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian drew his bow with both hands as a powerful energy surged out of his hands and shrouded He Tianchun's body. He Tianchun did not even have time to react. Buzz. 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 In just a blink of an eye, He Tianchun's body was shredded into pieces by Duan Lingtian's hands. Only a spatial ring and a defensive celestial weapon were left in the void. The elders of the He clan only regained their senses when they saw He Tianchun's death. Their expressions changed drastically. The clan leader of the He clan, the strongest person in the clan, had died just like that. Moreover, he was killed by Duan Lingtian, the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. How's this possible? When the group of He clan elders looked at Duan Lingtian once more, besides shock and disbelief, their eyes were mixed with waves of extreme terror. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to them. In fact, Duan Lingtian had only become famous in the Southern Heaven territory 200 years ago. At that time, he was only a 10 directions celestial duke who was invincible in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. However, in just 200 years, Duan Lingtian had become so strong that he could easily kill He Tianchun, the clan leader of the He clan. Although He Tianchun, the clan leader of the He clan, was not a titled celestial lord, his strength was close to that of a titled celestial lord. However, he was still killed by the purple-clad young man in just a blink of an eye. He's so strong. Xianxia, the Southern Heaven celestial lord, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Initially, he was displeased with the purple-clad young man because of He Tianchun's words. However, at this moment, he did not dare to utter a single word. After all, it was obvious the purple-clad young man was not any weaker than him. Most importantly, there were two celestial emperors standing next to the purple-clad young man. Although the two celestial emperors had said they would not make a move, who knew if they would make a move or not? Even if the celestial emperors went back on their words, it would not affect their reputations. Duan Lingtian, this name? It's a name. At the same time, Xianxia only felt that the name Duan Lingtian was a little familiar. It was as though he had heard of it somewhere before. However, due to the fact that it was a distant memory, he could not recall it for a while. Lord Southern Heaven's Celestial Lord. Just as the group of He clan elders looked at Xianxia, as if they were looking for him to make the decision for He Tianchun, Xianxia completely ignored them and left as if he was escaping. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look back. At this moment, the elders of the He clan could tell even the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the ruler of the Southern Heaven territory, did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian. Immediately, their expressions changed completely. Their eyes were filled with despair. They were all worried that after Duan Lingtian killed their He clan's patriarch, he would annihilate their He clan as well. Senior, since this matter is over, I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian looked at the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion who was still in a daze. Then he left the He clan's estate with Huan, and Zhuge Feng. Senior, if I have time in the future, I'll visit you in the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, waking the old man from his daze. Father, is avenged just like that? The old man felt as though he was dreaming when he regained his senses. An expression of disbelief could still be seen on his face. After a while, he finally accepted the truth. How surprising! It has only been a few decades, but that little fellow is already strong enough to kill He Tianchun. The old man muttered to himself. Although He Tianchun had been caught off guard when Duan Lingtian killed He Tianchun, it was clear Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than a titled celestial lord. Little did the old man know that Duan Lingtian was only at the beginning. Even when Duan Lingtian attacked earlier, he had only used all of his profundities from the law of space. He still had many other tricks up his sleeve. Putting aside the 2 Ning dragons in his little world, just the power given to him by the 5 divine elements was enough to make him as strong as an ordinary celestial emperor. Most titled celestial lords were no match for him at all. Naturally, it could only be said that no titled celestial lords were a match for him. After all, the Devata realms were huge, and the 81 Devata realms were even bigger. There were many titled celestial lords who had encountered fortuitous encounters and were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. It was not impossible for them to defeat Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian, where are we going next?" asked Duan Lingtian after they left the He clan's estate. "We're going to the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "However, we'll have to look for the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters first." Previously, the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang had caused him a lot of trouble. There were a few times when he was almost killed by the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Although Duan Lingtian intended to look for the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters, he was faced with a problem. After all, assassin organizations were cunning and had more than one place to hide. Even if they had their headquarters, they would often change locations. "It seems like I have no choice but to look for Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord." Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, did not expect the 4 people he had met earlier would come looking for him as soon as he returned to his cultivation place. "I want the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Xiang Qingyu glanced at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, and when he thought about Duan Lingtian's strength, he reluctantly told Duan Lingtian the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. He wanted to say that he did not know the location. However, as the ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, if he did not even know where the headquarters of an assassin organization was located, he would not be able to get away with it. "Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has a grudge with the Blood Skull Gang?" The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord thought to himself after Duan Lingtian and the others left. In the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. Boom. Rumble. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, all the buildings in the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters were destroyed by his space energy. In just a blink of an eye, the buildings were reduced to rubble. Blood flowed like a river in the rubble. Many of the weaker Blood Skull Gang staff and assassins had died in the rubble. Naturally, many of them managed to escape in time. "Who are you? Why did you destroy the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters?" Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed in a blood-red long robe walked forward while surrounded by a group of people. His expression was grave as he looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing at the front with the space energy surging around his body. At this moment, everyone, including the middle-aged man, was in a sorry state. However, there was no anger in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Instead, there was only a hint of fear in their eyes. The person standing in front of them was too powerful. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of people in front of him calmly as he spoke. "Duan Lingtian?" Initially, the group of people from the Blood Skull Gang did not realize what was going on until an old man standing behind the red-clad middle-aged man spoke in a trembling voice. Only then did they recall that many years ago, the Blood Skull Gang had a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The red-clad middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Although he had heard about Duan Lingtian's achievements, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to reach such a level in such a short time. At the very least, he was certain he was no match for Duan Lingtian. "Sir, the mission against you has been cancelled. Moreover, it's not that the Blood Skull Gang was targeting you, it was someone else who issued the mission against you." The red-clad middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Do you think I can't find you just because you're hiding behind me?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian ignored the red-clad middle-aged man. His eyes were trained on the group of people behind the red-clad middle-aged man. Finally, his gaze landed on an old man. This old man was none other than Leng Yi, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to Leng Yi. He carried Leng Yi with one hand and returned to his original spot. The entire process was as simple as an eagle catching a chick. The last time we met, I think it was at Yen Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Ping Tian territory, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Ling Yi. At that time, if it were not for the protection of Ling Juyan's celestial talisman, he would have died in the hands of this assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. At this moment, Ling Yi was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect the young man whom he could easily kill in the past would have grown to such an extent. More than 100 years ago, when Duan Lingtian had made a name for himself in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven territory, Ling Yi knew he would never be a match for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he had buried his dissatisfaction with Duan Lingtian deep in his heart. Today, when he saw Duan Lingtian again, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak at all. It was likely that Duan Lingtian was stronger than the Blood Skull Gang's leader. Otherwise, the chief would have made a move already. Duan Lingta, I was only carrying out my mission, Ling Yi said bitterly. There's no enmity between us. If it wasn't for the mission, why would I kill you? Pumph. Chapter 3251. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian killing Ling Yi, the expressions of the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang changed drastically. Qin Yuanshan. At the same time, the leader of the assassins, the red-clad middle-aged man, glared at one of the assassins behind him and said in a deep voice, "Your son was the one who accepted Duan Lingtian's mission. If the Blood Skull Gang is annihilated today, you'll be the one who's sinned the most. Lord Leader, now's not the time to shirk responsibility." Chen Yuanshan smiled bitterly and said, "It's obvious Duan Lingtian has no intention of letting the Blood Skull Gang go. Otherwise, why would he destroy our headquarters?" The red-clad middle-aged man's expression changed slightly when he heard Chen Yuanshan's words. Indeed, Chen Yuanshan was right. "Leader, let's attack together. If we lose this battle, we'll definitely die. However, we'll still die if we stand here and wait for our deaths," Chen Yuanshan said. Soon enough, under Chen Yuanshan's provocation, the high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang began to attack Duan Lingtian. Colorful energy shot toward Duan Lingtian like dazzling fireworks. Good timing. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as his battle intent surged. Then, he flew out and unleashed his spatial energy. With his strength alone, he faced the high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Chen Yuanshan was killed in just one move. Another leader of the Blood Skull Gang was killed in just 2 moves. Another leader of the Blood Skull Gang was killed in just 3 moves. At this moment, the remaining high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang no longer had the will to fight. All of them fled in all directions. Buzz, 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 buzz. However, under Duan Lingtian's 9 cross-dimensional profundities, they did not manage to escape far before they were killed by him. You're not even a celestial lord at your age, right? From the beginning until the end, Zhuge Yun watched calmly as Duan Lingtian fought. She could not help but ask Zhuge Feng, who was standing next to her after Duan Lingtian ended the battle. Zhuge Feng only replied indifferently, "You're the same as well." Both Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were not even celestial lords when they were Duan Lingtian's age. In fact, they had just become celestial kings. After all, they had joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect when they were young and were nurtured by the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Despite that, their achievements were far behind Duan Lingtian's age. Duan's age. Due to this reason, when they saw Duan Lingtian's achievement at such a young age, they more or less sighed in their hearts. Duan Lingtian Yun asked Feng, as Senior's left, Senior asked. "Senior, I'll make a trip to the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory as well. I'm worried the He clan will spread the news that I'm still in contact with the Profound Nether Mansion. If that's the case, the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory might harm the Profound Nether Mansion. Clans is Lingtian, S Yun, S clan, S's clan's Tian, S clan? Bring Huaner back?" The smile on Zhuge Yun's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. How dare the Phantom Fox clan? Huan is a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Since she's from the Du clan, the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan don't tolerate her existence. Duan Lingtian continued to say, since both of you are here with us, I hope you'll be able to intimidate the Phantom Fox clan so they won't dare to lay their hands on Huan. Intimidate? I don't think that's enough. Zhuge Yun said indifferently, we'll have to kill a few celestial emperors before they know fear. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Zhuge Yun's words. Kill a few celestial emperors? Zhuge Yun's tone was nonchalant as though she was talking about something insignificant. When will I be able to say something so nonchalant? Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He knew that although his overall strength was comparable to an ordinary one basic celestial emperor, he still had many tricks up his sleeves that he could not reveal to the public. He did not dare to use them even in front of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. Although Zhuge Feng and his sister were decent people, who knew if they would be able to stay true to themselves in the face of all the temptations in the small world in his body? In the mundane realm, there were many blood brothers and sisters who got along well with each other. However, when it came to fighting for the family's inheritance, they would turn hostile and become enemies. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew he had to be careful. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, he did not dare to use them unless it was absolutely necessary. In the past, most of the people he met were not knowledgeable and did not know about the 5 divine elements. However, now that he had met so many people, he knew about the 5 divine elements. Zhuge Feng and his sister might have known about the existence of the 5 divine elements and recognized them. Senior, have you heard of the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian asked Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun as they made their way to the transporting formation to the heavenly territory, one of the 7 realms of the spirit overarching heaven. Of course, Zhuge Yun said matter-of-factly. Zhuge Yun said matter-of-factly, any one of the 5 divine elements is a supreme treasure. If one can transform into a higher form, it'll be of great help to one's strength. Moreover, it said that those who possess the 5 divine elements will be able to become gods as long as they transform it to a higher form. A hint of yearning could be seen in Zhuge Yun's eyes as she spoke. As expected, Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. He was even more certain that he could not reveal the 5 divine elements so easily. He was sure that if he used the power of the 5 divine elements in front of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, they would definitely be able to tell that it was the 5 divine elements. Unlike ordinary people, they would not think that it was the profound power of the 5 elemental law. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Zhuge Yun asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. When I was in the genius secret realm, I heard a grassroots prodigy mention the chaos divine flame among the 5 divine elements. He said the chaos divine flame can be used as a pillfire. Duan Lingtian said, that's when I learned there's such a magical flame in heaven and earth. The chaos divine flame is only one of the 5 divine elements. Zhuge Yun shook her head and smiled. Apart from that, there's also the profound divine metal, world-cleansing divine water, clear heavens divine wood, chaos divine earth. If any of the 5 divine elements is in their first form, not many people will be able to tell it's a 5 divine element. Even if the gods in the realms of gods can't destroy the first form of the 5 divine elements, they might not be able to tell it's a 5 divine element. After all, there are many similar things in heaven and earth that can't be destroyed, but they're not the 5 divine elements. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Duan Lingtian was reminded of Xianxia, Ker's 3rd uncle in her past life, who had given him the first form of the profound divine metal. Xianxia was a god in the realms of gods. He was certain Xianxia knew about the 5 divine elements, but he did not recognize the profound divine metal. Previously, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Since Zhuge Yun knew about the 5 divine elements, how could Xianxia not know about them? However, it seemed like Xianxia did not know about the profound divine metal, but he could not recognize the first form of the profound divine metal. We can only recognize the second form of the 5 divine elements. For this reason, when the second form of the 5 divine elements is born, there's bound to be a group of people fighting over it. Even celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors would fight over it. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even titled celestial emperors would fight over the second form of the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. The 5 divine elements were all present in his small world, and they had all transformed into their 6th forms. If people found out he had the 6th form of the 5 divine elements, even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms would hunt him down to obtain the 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought about this. It seemed like the 5 divine elements in his little world were a hot potato to him. Based on Zhuge Yun's yearning for the 5 divine elements, she and Zhuge Feng would definitely be the first to make a move on him. We're here. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian and the others to arrive at the nearest transportation formation in the Devata realm. After a few days, Duan Lingtian and the others finally found the location of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Although the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory is a Grade 1 force, their strength is only comparable to the Nando Territory's Profound Sky Dao sect, the Thousand Hands Devil sect, and the Profound Cat clan. They're nothing compared to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Duan Lingtian knew the ruler of the Heavenly Territory was a titled Celestial Emperor. Apart from the titled Celestial Emperor, there was no other titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Territory. Even if there was another titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Territory, he was certain the titled Celestial Emperor was a reclusive powerhouse. If there was a titled Celestial Emperor in a Grade 1 force, there was no way they would allow a foreign titled Celestial Emperor to rule their territory. This was similar to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan in the Nando territory. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian and the others finally arrived at the Phantom Fox clan's estate. This was where the Phantom Fox clan's main clan resided in the Heavenly Territory. The Phantom Fox clan's main clan was divided into 2 groups. One of them was surnamed Zhang while the other was surnamed Yuan. They were the main clan of the Phantom Fox clan's Zhang clan and Yuan clan respectively. Zhang Jin Yi, who traveled from the Heavenly Territory to the Southern Heaven Territory to bring Huan, back to the main Phantom Fox clan, is a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan's main Zhang clan. Chapter 3252. The clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, the Zhang clan, and the Yuan clan, please come out. Duan Lingtian looked at the Phantom Fox clan's estate calmly as he spoke. Celestial origin energy surged out of his voice and swept through the entire Phantom Fox clan's estate. Whether it was the Zhang clan's main estate or the Yuan clan's main estate, almost everyone in the Phantom Fox clan's main estate heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the members of the Phantom Fox clan were stunned. Who was the person outside? How could he order the 2 clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan to come out? Where did this powerhouse come from? Is he looking for the clan leaders? He doesn't seem like a guest. I wonder who he is. The Phantom Fox clan's estate that was originally peaceful was in an uproar due to Duan Lingtian's words. In the main Zhang clan of the Phantom Fox clan, a middle-aged man was sitting in the courtyard and enjoying a cup of tea when he heard the commotion outside. His brows furrowed slightly when he heard the commotion outside. This middle-aged man was none other than Zhang Han Tian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan. Zhang Han Tian was the strongest person in the Zhang clan. Although he was not as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor, he could be considered as one of the strongest ordinary Celestial Emperors. At this moment, Zhang Han Tian, who was dressed in a long grayish-white robe, sat in the middle of the courtyard. With a calm expression on his face, he sent a voice transmission. Grand Elder, go out and take a look. Who dares to cause such a commotion outside our Phantom Fox clan's estate? As one of the 2 clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, a Grade 1 force in the Heavenly Territory, one of the 7 upper province of the Spirit overarching heaven, he was not someone who could be easily summoned out. Yes, clan leader. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan, the old man who had sent Zhang Jin-yi to the Southern Heaven Territory to investigate if Huan O was 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox, answered the Grand Elder and flew out of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Along the way, the Grand Elder sent out a few more messages. When he finally left the Phantom Fox clan's estate, he was followed by 4 people. Elder Hirano. As soon as Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan, left the Phantom Fox clan's estate, a voice rang in his ears. Zhang Pingyi glanced over and saw 4 people leaving the Phantom Fox clan's estate at the same time as him. Elder Yuan Yu. With just a glance, Zhang Pingyi recognized the 4 people. The person leading the group was the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan. The 3 people standing behind the Grand Elder were the elders of the Yuan clan. Elder Hirano, who do you think it is? He actually dared to ask the leaders of our 2 clans to go out. That person sure is arrogant. Yuan Yu asked Zhang Pingyi. I don't know. However, since he dares to act so arrogantly in front of our Phantom Fox clan's estate, it means that he must have some backing. Zhang Pingyi said. The main clans of the Phantom Fox clan, Yuan clan, and Zhang clan were usually separated from each other. They were only one when facing the outside world. Usually, the 2 clans had a competitive relationship in many aspects. Go. Let's go and take a look. As soon as Yuan Yu finished speaking, the 4 people from the Yuan clan and the 5 people from the Zhang clan flew toward the source of the voice. Soon after, they saw the 4 people standing in the distance. 2 celestial emperors. When Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu approached the 4 people, they could basically confirm that there were 2 immortal emperors among them. As for the other 2 people, they could not see through one of them, so they were not certain if he was a celestial emperor or not. As for the other person, he gave off a strange feeling. This aura, led by Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu, the 9 elders from the main clan of the Phantom Fox clan turned to look at Huan in unison when they saw Duan Lingtian and the others. Are the 2 of you the clan leaders of the Zhang clan and Yuan clan of the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu, who were the leaders of the Phantom Fox clan. The reason why he asked this was because Zhuge Yun had just transmitted a message to him. Among the 9 people, the 2 leaders were immortal emperors. As for the rest, they were only immortal emperors. This voice. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice, Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu regained their senses. They were certain Duan Lingtian's voice was the same as the voice that had resounded in the Phantom Fox clan's estate earlier. It was clear the purple-clad young man was the one who had spoken. I'm Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. Zhang Pingyi stared at Duan Lingtian intently as he asked indifferently, May I know why you're looking for the clan leader of the Zhang clan? I'm Yuan Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, Yuan Yu replied. Not everyone can meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan. Even if you want to meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan, you should at least report your name and see if you're qualified to meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan. Upon hearing their words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. The 2 clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan are really arrogant. At this time, Zhuge Yun snorted and took a step forward. As she took a step forward, light flashed all over her body. Then, a ray of sword light rose from the top of her head and whistled through the air. It brought with it an extremely terrifying aura of destruction as it swept forth. No. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's expressions changed drastically when they saw Zhuge Yun's sudden attack. As for the others, they could not react in time. Faced with the terrifying sword ray, Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu felt as though they could smell the scent of death. They hurriedly circulated their celestial origin energies and activated their purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Apart from that, their offensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons quickly appeared in their hands as they desperately tried to block Zhuge Yun's sword ray. The 2 of them joined forces. 2 boundless forces converged together and clashed with Zhuge Yun's sword light. Zhang Pingyi's energy was red in color. It was obvious he had fused his energy with the law of fire. As for Yuan Yu's energy, it was blue and white in color. It was clear he had fused his energy with the law of ice. Swoosh! The sword light swept out, as if it had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It met Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's joint attack head-on, destroying it as easily as crushing dry weeds. Following that, the sword ray that had depleted most of its energy split into two and shot toward Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu. Bang! Bang! Two ear-piercing sounds rang in the air. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons had blocked the sword ray's attack. When the defensive celestial weapons were destroyed, the sword ray's attack dissipated as well. However, the duo was still sent flying as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Blood splattered across the sky. It was dazzling and eye-catching, like red roses dotting the sky. You have 10 breaths. If the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan don't come out, you'll die here today, Zhuge Yun said. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, but it was cold. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's expressions changed drastically. Both of them were celestial emperors. However, the woman in front of them had easily destroyed their joint attack and severely injured them with just a casual sword ray. Even the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan did not possess such strength. They would have lived in vain if they still could not figure out how powerful the woman in front of them was. My lord, I'll send a message to the clan leader right away, Yuan Yu said hastily. Yuan Yu hurriedly said, as if he was deeply afraid that if he was too late, the woman before him would directly take his life with a single strike of her sword. She did not even use a celestial weapon when she had attacked earlier. It was not difficult to imagine how he would have died if the woman had really wanted to kill him. Meanwhile, Zhang Pingyi had also sent a message to the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The atmosphere at the scene also became silent at this moment. When the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan arrive, you can show them your true form. Duan Lingtian said to Huan, with a smile on his face. Huan's true form was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. When the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan arrived, he would show them her true form. He wanted to see for himself. He wanted to see if the two clan leaders would dare to do anything to her. Swoosh, swoosh. After about 5 breaths, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Following that, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe and an old man with white eyebrows who was dressed in a green robe appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Zhang Han Tian from the Zhang clan of the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory greets my lord. Yuan Ming Sun from the Yuan clan of the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory greets my lord. The middle-aged man and the old man with white eyebrows bowed at Zhuge Yun as soon as they appeared. Earlier, they had learned about Zhuge Yun's terrifying strength from the Grand Elder of the Phantom Fox clan. It seemed like Zhuge Yun was as strong as a titled celestial emperor. At this moment, Duan Lingtian called out to Huan. In just a blink of an eye, a gigantic figure appeared behind Huan. It was a white fox that was as tall as a mountain. It had 9 tails and a cold aura. The expressions of the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan and the 9 elders changed drastically when they saw Huan's true form. The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox? The 11 of them stared at the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's silhouette with burning jealousy in their eyes. The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was a rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan. Once it was born, it would become the ruler of the Phantom Fox clan in the Devata realms. This generation's Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had appeared in the Yuan clan's enemy, the Du clan. For this reason, the Yuan clan had tried everything to destroy this generation's Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Chapter 3253. When Yuan Ming Sun, the clan leader of the Yuan clan, saw the silhouette of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox behind Huan, his eyes flashed with killing intent. At the same time, in fact, his celestial origin energy was also surging out of his body. A Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. In Yuan Mingxuan's life, the person he wanted to kill the most was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. The current Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox belonged to the Du clan, and the Yuan clan had long been at odds with the Du clan. If the Du clan gained power, the Yuan clan would suffer even if they survived. He could not allow the appearance of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to break the balance. What? You want to kill Huan? Duan Lingtian said coldly as he looked at Yuan Mingsun. Anyone who wanted to kill Huan was his enemy. Yuan Mingsun, don't forget about the two celestial emperors. Upon sensing Yuan Mingxuan's killing intent, Zhang Han, the clan leader of the main Phantom Fox clan's Zhang clan, said through voice transmission, "Do you think she would dare to use her Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox form in front of us if she doesn't have any backing?" Earlier, Yuan Mingsun had been completely captivated by Huan Er's appearance. He had even lost his rationality. Now, with Zhang Hantian's reminder, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He shuddered and completely sobered up. "Oh, you want to kill Huan?" Zhuge Yun took a step forward, her eyes flashing with a cold light. When she looked at Yuan Mingxuan, she gave him a lot of pressure. Based on the words of the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, Yuan Mingsun knew how terrifying Huan was. He knew he was no match for Huan. "May I know who you are?" Yuan Mingsun asked in a deep voice. "I'm Zhuge Yun from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sects Mo progeny." Zhuge Yun replied indifferently. The moment Zhuge Yun's voice fell, both Yuan Mingxuan and Zhang Hantian's expressions changed completely. Although the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was a force in the Jade Emperor Heaven, they were still familiar with the name. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a heaven-grade force. Although the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was only a Grade 1 force in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, its strength was still terrifying. It was not something a Grade 1 force like the Phantom Fox clan could compare to. Rumor had it that there were a few people in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect who were as strong as titled Celestial Emperors. If two of them joined forces, they could easily kill ordinary titled Celestial Emperors. They were not familiar with the names of the other members of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, but they were familiar with two names. Zhuge Feng of the Ganjiang bloodline. Zhuge Yun of the Mo Xie bloodline. If they were alone, their strength would only be comparable to ordinary titled Celestial Emperors. However, if they joined forces, they could easily kill titled Celestial Emperors. You are Lady Zhuge Yun?" Zhang Hantian looked at Zhuge Yun in shock. Then, his gaze landed on the cold figure behind her. "This lord, could it be Lord Zhuge Feng?" "What do you think?" Zhuge Yun asked calmly. "Greetings, lords. I'm Zhang Hantian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan's main clan in the Phantom Fox clan. I didn't know you were coming, so please forgive me for not coming out to greet you." Zhang Hantian bowed to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun at a 90-degree angle and respectfully bowed to them again. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. He did not know it was Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Yun. If he had known, he would have come out immediately. Humph! Just as Zhang Hantian and Yuan Mingsun were about to bow to Zhuge Yun harumphed coldly. In the next moment, as Zhuge Yun raised her hand, a sword ray whizzed out from her hand and headed straight for Yuan Mingxuan. The sword ray was none other than the Mo Xie Celestial Sword, one of the 10 great treasured swords of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Naturally, the Mo Xie Celestial Sword was different from the Mo Xie Celestial Sword in the Yanhuang realm. It was an Emperor-grade celestial sword that the founder of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had hired someone to refine. Back then, the founder of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had hired someone to refine 10 Emperor-grade celestial swords. Then, he traveled all over the Devata realms in search of weapon spirits for the swords. For this reason, the 10 Emperor-grade celestial swords were much more powerful than ordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapons. In fact, they were almost as powerful as divine weapons. In fact, ordinary divine weapons without weapon spirits were not as powerful as the Emperor-grade celestial swords. Sush. The Moxie Immortal Sword was an immortal sword that emitted red light. Its entire body was blood red, as if there was blood flowing on it. It looked very strange. When Yuan Mingsun learned the two celestial emperors in front of him were Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, he had been on high alert. He was afraid his actions earlier would anger them. Now that Zhuge Yun had made a move, Yuan Mingsun's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Lord Zhuge Yun, let's talk this out. Yuan Mingsun did not hold back as he used all his strength to block Zhuge Yun's Wuxia celestial sword. Boom. Rumble. When Zhuge Yun's Wuxia celestial sword collided with Yuan Mingsun's attack, the two forces collided. In an instant, a series of deafening roars resounded in the void, as if it was shaking the heavens and the earth. After Zhuge Yun's Wuxia celestial sword destroyed Yuan Mingsun's attack, it continued to advance toward Yuan Mingsun. Yuan Mingsun's eyes flashed as his celestial origin energy surged again. At the same time, a celestial talisman appeared in his hand. In an instant, a wall appeared in front of Yuan Mingsun. It was a wall that was completely formed by countless complicated talisman shadows. As soon as the wall appeared, it blocked Zhuge Yun's Wuxia celestial sword. Even so, it had dimmed significantly. As expected of the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. I didn't expect you to have such a high-grade defensive celestial talisman. Zhuge Yun raised her hand, and the Wuxia celestial sword returned to her hand. She looked at Yuan Mingsun mockingly. Lord Zhuge Yun, I didn't offend you, right? Why do you want to kill me? Although Yuan Mingsun had the defensive celestial talisman, he did not feel safe when he saw the killing intent in Zhuge Yun's eyes. After all, Zhuge Feng was by Zhuge Yun's side. If the two of them joined forces, it would not matter how many defensive celestial talismans he had. At most, his defensive celestial talisman could only block the attacks of ordinary titled celestial emperors. Moreover, it could only block a limited number of attacks. Since you want to kill a disciple of the Wuxia progeny, how can I let you live? Zhuge Yun sneered. Yuan Mingsun was taken aback by Zhuge Yun's words. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox whom he wanted to kill had become a disciple of the Wuxia progeny in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? After all, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were so famous that their progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were famous as well. However, there was only one person in both the Ganjiang progeny and Zhuge Yun's Wuxia progeny. They were the progeny leaders. However, based on Zhuge Yun's words, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and the Wuxia progeny. He knew he would not be able to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox today. Even if he wanted to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox progeny in the future, he would have to do it discreetly. Otherwise, if Zhuge Yun, the leader of the Wuxia progeny in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, made a move, the Phantom Fox progeny, the Yuan clan would be annihilated. Perhaps, Zhuge Yun alone was not strong enough to annihilate the Yuan clan. However, if Zhuge Feng made a move as well, the Yuan clan would not be able to stop him. Based on Yuan Ming's knowledge, Zhuge Feng was Zhuge Yun's twin brother. How could Zhuge Feng just stand by and watch? Sush. Yuan Mingsun's expression changed drastically when Zhuge Feng suddenly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yuan Mingsun. Sush. The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as Zhuge Feng raised his hand. A sword shot out of his body toward Yuan Mingsun. Yuan Mingsun was so focused on Zhuge Yun that he did not even notice when Zhuge Feng appeared behind him. The result was obvious. With just one strike, Zhuge Feng had killed Yuan Mingsun. How fast? Duan Lingtian saw Zhuge Feng moving so quickly that it was no different from the law of space's teleportation profundity. However, he knew it was not the teleportation profundity, but Zhuge Feng's speed from the law of wind. He's too fast. Even if I use the law of space's teleportation profundity, he'll still be able to catch up to me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yuan Mingsun, the clan leader of the Yuan clan in the Phantom Fox clan, was killed in just a blink of an eye. However, the Yuan clan's elders, including Yuan Yu, the grand elder of the Yuan clan, did not even dare to breathe when they saw their clan leader being killed. Since the man and woman in front of them were capable of killing their clan leader, it was only natural that they were capable of killing them as well. Even Zhang Hantian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not expect his old rival, who had been fighting openly and secretly for many years, would die in front of him. Not only did Yuan Mingsun lose his life, but his cultivation base had also been reduced to ashes. At this moment, Zhang Hantian could not help but feel a sense of sorrow. My lords, the Zhang clan will treat Miss Huan well in the future. We won't dare to do anything to her, Zhang Hantian said solemnly. Zhang Hantian expressed to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun with a serious expression. He didn't want to follow in Yuan Mingxuan's footsteps. At this moment, he could not help but feel relieved that he did not want to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Although the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had treated the Zhang clan like the Du clan, the relationship between the Zhang clan and the Du clan was not as tense as the relationship between the Yuan clan and the Du clan. If he wanted to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox as well, he would have done the same when the woman revealed the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's silhouette earlier. Seniors, the Yuan clan will no longer make a move on the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Chapter 3254. Yuan Mingsun was one of the two strongest people in the Phantom Fox clan. His strength was close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. Even so, he had still died in Zhuge Feng's hands. Although Zhuge Feng had launched a sneak attack on Yuan Mingsun, the members of the Phantom Fox clan, including Zhang Hantian, were well aware that Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Feng were in a disadvantageous position. If Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun joined forces, they would not be able to kill Yuan Mingsun even if there were 10 Yuan Mingsuns. For this reason, Zhang Hantian and the others lowered their heads, afraid that Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun would vent their anger on them. If I find out that any of you dare to harm Huan, or in the future, I'll annihilate any clan that dares to harm Huan. Zhuge Yun said coldly as she glared at Zhang Hantian and the others. Don't worry, my lord. We won't dare to harm Miss Huan, or even if we have the courage to do so. Zhang Hantian smiled bitterly. Yuan Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, chimed in. My lord, the same goes for the Yuan clan. Yuan Yu did not dare to hesitate at all. It was as though he was afraid Zhuge Yun would attack him if he hesitated. I hope you'll keep your word. Zhuge Yun looked at Zhang Hantian and the others meaningfully before she turned around and left with Duan Lingtian, Huan, and Zhuge Feng. Zhang Hantian and the others only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian and the others had left. A bitter smile could be seen on their faces. Clan leader, it seems like that woman is the one I sent Zhang Jinyi to test. I heard them calling her Huan, earlier. Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan, said with a bitter smile on his face. It's useless to talk about that now. I didn't expect the current generation's Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to have a connection with the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Zhang Hantian shook his head. If he had a choice, he did not want to offend the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Moreover, to a certain extent, that woman represented the strongest force in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Yuan Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, and the other elders of the Yuan clan heaved a sigh of relief. They bade farewell to Zhang Hantian and returned to their clans. Their Yuan clan's patriarch being killed was undoubtedly a huge matter to their clan. In the following period of time, the Yuan clan was destined to not be peaceful. Patriarch. Zhang Pingyi looked at Zhang Hantian with a gleam in his eyes. Now that the Yuan clan patriarch is dead, the Yuan clan will be in trouble. Should we take this opportunity to seize those immortal crystal veins? Even though the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan were both members of the Phantom Fox clan, there were still some conflicts between them. It was just that they did not escalate to the point where it was too serious. Of course I won't miss such a good opportunity, Zhang Hantian said with a faint smile. At the same time, his expression turned solemn as he said to Zhang Pingyi, Grand Elder, please pass down my order. In the future, no patriarch of the Zhang clan is allowed to target the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Furthermore, if you see someone from the Yuan clan trying to harm the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, you must do your best to help them. If you don't have enough strength, you must inform the clan. When Zhang Hantian finished speaking, he looked at the Yuan clan's estate meaningfully before he continued to say, I hope the Yuan clan is still interested in the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If we help the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, who knows, we might even be able to befriend the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Zhang Hantian's eyes as he spoke. It seems like I'll have to prepare a generous gift for the main Du clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven to congratulate them. Zhang Hantian muttered to himself as his eyes flashed with a hint of wisdom. On the other side, Duan Lingdan, although the Phantom Fox clan doesn't have a titled Celestial Emperor, it's only because there are no titled Celestial Emperors in the clan. The Phantom Fox clan has existed for so many years, there must be some old fellows in the Spirit Overarching Heaven Zhuge Yun said to Duan Lingtian, therefore, unless they cross the line, it's not appropriate for us to annihilate them. Duan Lingtian felt chills running up his spine when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. Did Zhuge Yun intend to annihilate the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory? The Phantom Fox clan was a grade 1 force, after all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his cultivation base was still incomparable to Zhuge Yun's even though he had improved a lot recently. Senior, this is enough. I'm sure the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to do anything to Huan in the future. Duan Lingtian said. Is there anywhere else you want to go now? Zhuge Yun asked Duan Lingtian. Nope. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Let's return. Brother Lingtian, Huan called out. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I want to look for my mother. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Then he turned to Zhuge Yun and said, Senior, why don't we make another trip to the Phantom Fox clan? I want to ask them if they know where Huan's mother is. All right. Zhuge Yun did not have any objections. Huan was a disciple of the Moxia progeny, and she liked Huan very much. As for Zhuge Feng, he did not have any objections. Unless he stayed in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, he would leave the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect whenever Zhuge Yun went out. After all, he would not allow his twin sister to wander around alone. Zhang Hantian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan, did not expect Duan Lingtian and the others would return. This time, he respectfully invited Duan Lingtian and the others into the main hall of the Zhang clan. Then, he asked Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun respectfully, Lords, why have you returned? Both Zhuge Yun and Zhang Hantian looked at Duan Lingtian and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Clan leader Zhang, do you know Du Xian from the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Zhang Hantian. Du Xian? Zhang Hantian's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Sir, why are you asking about Du Xian? Do you know Du Xian? Du Xian is Huan's mother. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Huan. Then he looked at Zhang Hantian meaningfully and said, based on clan leader Zhang's expression, it seems like you know Huan's mother, Du Xian. Is she really Du Xian's daughter? Zhang Hantian looked at Huan with a complicated expression on his face. He could not help but sigh. Listen? Duan Lingtian frowned. Huan, who was standing at the side, looked at Zhang Hantian and asked, You know my mother? Of course. I'm afraid no one in the Phantom Fox clan knows about your mother. Zhang Hantian smiled wryly. Speaking of which, your mother and I are friends. She's my childhood friend. Before the Du clan left the Spirit Overarching Heaven and moved to the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Du clan's residence was near the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan. At that time, she was so beautiful. Zhang Hantian paused for a moment before he continued to say, She was so beautiful. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in Zhang Hantian's eyes as he spoke. Back then, Du Xian was very charming. Zhang Hantian had pursued Du Xian before, but she had rejected him. Nevertheless, it did not affect their friendship at all. Back then, Du Xian was rejected by the Du clan and had left the Jade Emperor Heaven to seek help from Zhang Hantian. However, he did not expect the current Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to be Du Xian's daughter. Now that I think about it, you do resemble Du Xian. However, compared to your mother, you're more beautiful. You also resemble your father a lot. Zhang Han Tian said. You know my father? Huan's eyes widened as she asked in shock. Your mother went to look for your father. Zhang Han Tian said with a sigh, I don't know if they're still alive. After all, they've offended a heaven-grade force. It's unlikely that the heaven-grade force will tolerate them. A heaven-grade force? Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Huan Er's mother would be involved with the heaven-grade force. After all, even the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was only a heaven-grade force when it was at its peak. Clan leader Zhang, can you explain it to me? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. He did not understand Zhang Han Tian's words at all. How was Huan Er's mother related to a heaven-grade force? Moreover, Huan Er's father seemed to be involved as well. Huan Er's mother, Du Xian, was the most beautiful woman in the Phantom Fox clan. She had many suitors in the Phantom Fox clan. Even I was one of her pursuers back then. Zhang Han Tian said, however, the man who won her heart wasn't a member of the Phantom Fox clan. Instead, he was a prodigy from a heaven-grade force. Of course, that's not the main point. The most important thing is that the sect where the prodigy from a heaven-grade force is from has already arranged a marriage for him with a prodigy from another heaven-grade force. However, the prodigy from the heaven-grade force unilaterally broke the marriage contract. Not only did the prodigy from the heaven-grade force behind the prodigy from the heaven-grade force, but the prodigy from the heaven-grade force chased the prodigy out of the clan. Du Xian came to look for me because she wanted to find out more about the prodigy from the heaven-grade force. After that, she went to the heaven-grade force where the prodigy from the heaven-grade force was to look for the prodigy. Zhang Han Tian paused for a moment before he looked at Huan Er and continued to say, however, I didn't expect them to have a daughter. Moreover, it's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. What a sin. Zhang Han Tian shook his head. He still remembered that not long after Du Xian left, the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven had expelled Du Xian from the Du clan. This was because they were worried that the heaven-grade force where the prodigy from the heaven-grade force would implicate them if Du Xian was one of them. If the Du clan finds out that the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox they've been looking for is actually Du Xian's daughter, I wonder what they'll think? Although everyone in the Phantom Fox clan knew that a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox had appeared in their clan, they only knew that the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was a descendant of the Du clan. Chapter 3255. Which heaven-grade force is it? Duan Lingtian asked solemnly when he saw how pale Huan Er's face had turned when she heard Zhang Han Tian's words. Du Xian went to the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. Her father was handed over to the heavenly pool palace. Zhang Han Tian glanced at Huan Er when he finished speaking. The heavenly pool palace? Duan Lingtian and Huan Er remained indifferent when they heard the name of the heaven-grade force. However, Zhuge Yun's expression changed drastically. Even Zhuge Feng's expression turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. He wanted to ask them if they had heard of the heavenly pool palace, but when he saw their expressions, he realized the heavenly pool palace was not as simple as it seemed. Senior Progeny Master, based on your expressions, is the heavenly pool palace very powerful? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian. Zhuge Yun's expression eased slightly before she said to Duan Lingtian with a wry smile on her face, the heavenly pool palace's strength is only above average among heaven-grade forces. However, the heavenly pool palace's strength lies in the strength of its titled celestial emperors. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven is the grandfather of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven is ranked in the top 10 on the heavenly emperor ranking. He's one of the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. This is the most terrifying thing about the heavenly pool palace. Zhuge Yun said. That's right. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Zhang Han Tian nodded and said with a wry smile on his face, most importantly, Du Xian's husband rejected the marriage with the daughter of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. It said that his daughter is deeply loved by the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. When Du Xian's husband broke the engagement, the heavenly emperor was infuriated. Although Du Xian's husband was supported by a heaven-grade force, the heavenly emperor still chased him out and handed him over to the heavenly pool palace. Clearly, Zhang Hantian knew quite a bit about Du Xian. Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? One of the top 10 on the Heavenly Monarch ranking? It had been 200 years since Duan Lingtian came to the Devata realms, so he knew a lot about the Devata realms. One of them was the Heavenly Emperor ranking of the Heavenly Emperors of the Devata realms. Although Duan Lingtian had never seen the list before, he knew only the Heavenly Emperors of the various Devata realms were listed on it. In any Devata realm, which heavenly emperor was not the most powerful existence in their respective Devata realms? And to be able to squeeze into the top 10 of a heavenly emperor, one could imagine how strong one needed to be. Since the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven is ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly emperor ranking, it means he's one of the top 10 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he thought about this. It was not difficult for him to imagine how terrifying the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was. Huan Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand. He could clearly sense the change in her emotions. As for Du Xian's husband, he's from the heavenly sword mountain of the solitary destructive heaven. Zhang Hantian glanced at Zhuge Yun before he continued to say, "My lord, you should know that the heavenly sword mountain is a force of sword celestials." Zhuge Yun nodded. Most of the heavenly emperors of the solitary destructive heaven were sword celestials. The heavenly sword mountain is one of the 2 heaven-grade forces of sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven. The solitary destructive heaven? When Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Hantian mention the solitary destructive heaven, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had died because of him. Duan Lingtian had never met Feng Qingyang before, but he had always treated Feng Qingyang as his master. The sovereign heart sword that Duan Lingtian had obtained when he was in the Saint Province realm was Feng Qingyang's legacy. Not long ago, he had refused to acknowledge Feng Qingyang as his master in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect because of Feng Qingyang. I hope Senior Feng Qingyang is safe in the Azura Hell. Otherwise, I'll kill Yun Qin Yen and uproot the Yun clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with killing intent when he thought about Feng Qingyang. It was as though he was about to devour someone. That's all I know. Zhang Hantian smiled wryly. He looked at Huan Er and said, "Girl, you shouldn't interfere in your parents' affairs for now. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. Your mother is still alive." Zhang Hantian took out a soul pearl and handed it to Huan. "This is your mother's soul pearl." "Mother!" He took the soul pearl and rubbed it with her hands as tears welled up in her eyes. "Girl, I advise you not to act rashly before you become a titled celestial emperor." Zhang Hantian could see Huan Er's intention of going to the boundless heaven to look for Du Xian. "Thank you, clan leader Zhang." After thanking Zhang Hantian, Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand and left with Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. After leaving the Phantom Fox clan's estate, the atmosphere was a little tense. "Brother Lingtian, I want to go to the boundless heaven," Huan Er said to Duan Lingtian. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew Huan Er wanted to explore the boundless heaven's heavenly pool, so he did not refuse. He could understand Huan Er's feelings, so he did not refuse. Duan Lingtian's words were quickly cut off by Zhuge Yun. "With your current strength, you'll only be courting death if you go to the boundless heaven's heavenly pool. You can't go," Zhuge Yun said in a deep voice. "Senior," Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He was about to persuade Zhuge Yun when Zhuge Yun interrupted him. "I understand Huan Er's feelings, but you can't go. Let's return to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect first. You and Huan Er will stay in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Zhuge Feng and I will go and gather information for you," Zhuge Yun said. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. It would be best if Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were willing to help Huan or enter the boundless heaven. After all, the duo could even kill a titled celestial emperor if they joined forces. It would not be difficult for them to gather information in the heavenly pool palace. Thank you, Senior. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He knew Zhuge Yun could have ignored them because of this matter, but she still did. This was a great favor. Huan, Zhuge Feng and I will make a trip to the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven to inquire about your parents' whereabouts. If your mother isn't imprisoned by the heavenly pool palace, I'll bring her back to reunite with you. Zhuge Yun said to Huan. Thank you, progenitor Zhuge Yun. Huan, thanked Zhuge Yun profusely. On their way back to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Duan Lingtian asked Zhuge Yun, Senior, do you know about the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms? The Azura Hell? Zhuge Yun's expression changed when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Zhuge Feng's expression changed slightly. Duan Lingtian, why are you suddenly asking about the Azura Hell? Zhuge Yun asked. I have an elder who was forced to enter the Azura Hell. Duan Lingtian said with a bitter smile on his face. The Azura Hell is one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It's said that only those who are ranked in the top 3 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking are able to come out alive from there. Moreover, that's without entering the Azura Hell. Zhuge Yun said solemnly, unless your elder has attained godhood, it's impossible for him to come out alive. However, recently, there's someone who managed to come out of the Azura Hell even though he hasn't attained godhood. Moreover, it's very likely that he has entered the Azura Hell. Zhuge Yun said as though she had just recalled something. Who is it? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. If someone managed to come out of the Azura Hell alive without attaining godhood, it was likely that Feng Qingyang had come out alive as well. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Zhuge Yun replied. Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. He did not expect Zhuge Yun to be talking about Feng Qingyang. Follow Weibo. Public username, Feng Qingyang, the creator of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You can also check out pictures of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You can also check out pictures of Huan, Feng Tianwu, and the others. When I'm free, I'll update some news about important people including Feng Qingyang. Senior, are you sure Senior Feng Qingyang came out alive? Duan Lingtian asked with a dazed expression on his face. I'm sure. Zhuge Yun nodded. A hint of respect could be seen in her eyes as she said, not only did he come out of the Azura Hell, but he even returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the heavenly emperor who replaced him. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, a relieved smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He had been worried that something would happen to Feng Qingyang because of him. Now that he knew Feng Qingyang had come out of the Azura Hell alive, he sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the transporting formation and returned to the Nando territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It did not take long for them to return to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. During their journey, Duan Lingtian thought about going to the solitary destructive heaven to look for Feng Qingyang. However, in the end, he rejected the idea. Senior Feng Qingyang is now the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm sure he must have left behind many legacies in various places. In this vast world, I'm only one of his many successors. Moreover, the legacies I obtained are only legacies from the mundane realms. It's nothing. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea of looking for Feng Qingyang in the solitary destructive heaven. Initially, he wanted to find Feng Qingyang to ask for Feng Qingyang's help in dealing with her parents. But on second thought, that was the celestial emperor. How could he possibly help just because he wanted him to? After Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun left for the boundless heaven. Chapter 3256. Don't worry, Huo. Your mother will be fine. After Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun left, Duan Lingtian brought Huan back to Ganjiang Peak. He comforted her as they walked up the steps leading to the entrance of Ganjiang Peak. Brother Lingtian, do you think anything will happen to my father? In the past, Huan only knew she had a mother and did not know about her father's existence. Now that she knew about her father, it was only natural for her to think more about it. I'm sure he'll be fine. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, it's just a matter of ruining an engagement. I don't think your father will have to pay with his life, right? Perhaps they'll just imprison your father and force him to face the wall in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although Duan Lingtian said so, he did not think so in his heart. The Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force, had the backing of the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor. Otherwise, the heavenly sword mountain from the solitary destructive heaven would not have handed her father over to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Well, all you can do now is cultivate diligently and wait for news from the two branch masters. If your father is really imprisoned, your mother might not be able to save him. At that time, we'll have to rely on you. Naturally, Brother Lingtian will help you as well. With Duan Lingtian's comforting words, Huan calmed down. However, her eyes were filled with determination as she said, Brother Lingdan, I want to become stronger. All this while, she had never been obsessed with becoming stronger. When Duan Lingtian was weaker than her, she was still motivated to become stronger because she thought she could help Duan Lingtian. Ever since Duan Lingtian's strength had surpassed her, she had more or less slacked off when it came to cultivation. However, after learning about her parents' predicament, she became even more determined to cultivate. All right, Brother Lingtian will cultivate with you. Before Zhuge Feng left, he had told Duan Lingtian that he could use any place on Ganjiang Peak as his training ground. The entire Ganjiang Peak was empty because of Zhuge Feng's absence. Because of this, the world energy in Ganjiang Peak was much denser than the world energy in Taiya Peak. In the end, Duan Lingtian discovered a dilapidated stone platform on one side of the cliff halfway up Ganjiang Peak. Behind the stone platform was a cave. Inside the cave was a dusty abode. Clearly, it was a place where someone used to cultivate. Because this place was secluded enough, Duan Lingtian had chosen this place to cultivate on Ganjiang Peak. Standing in the cave, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand a few times. Suddenly, waves of wind swept out from his hand, rolling up all the dust in the cave and bringing it out of the cave. In an instant, the originally dusty cave abode became clean and tidy. Let's cultivate here, Huan. After greeting Huan, Duan Lingtian sat down on the stone bed in the cave. Huan sat beside him. During cultivation, Duan Lingtian intentionally drew out the world energy in his little world. However, he only distributed it around him and Huan. Naturally, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to control this when he was cultivating. For this reason, he asked the world-cleansing divine water for help. In Duan Lingtian's little world, the divine tree of life that had transformed into a towering tree stood in the middle. Two Ning dragons could be seen prostrating under the tree. They looked like they were sleeping, but in truth, they were cultivating. 5 rays of energy of different colors that resembled rays of sunlight could be seen swimming around the divine tree of life. These were none other than the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's little world had evolved to the 6th form. However, it was difficult for them to evolve to the 7th form with the world energy from the ruins of realms of gods that had accumulated in Duan Lingtian's little world. If they wanted to break through again, there was only one way for them to do so, and that was to devour the other corresponding divine elements. For example, the profound divine metal could only devour profound divine metal. The other divine elements were useless to it. It was the same for the other 4 divine elements. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about the 5 divine elements fighting among themselves. Little Tian, I've spoken to them. They're willing to acknowledge you as their master. However, they want you to promise to return their freedom after you become a god. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Actually, after you become gods, they won't be of much use to you anymore. So, I think you can agree to them. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Meanwhile, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian successfully signed a master-servant contract with the two Ning dragons in his little world. The two Ning dragons were not the only ones who had to fulfill their promise. Even Duan Lingtian had to fulfill his promise and return their freedom after he became a god. Roar! Although the two Ning dragons greeted Duan Lingtian after they acknowledged him as their master, Duan Lingtian could not understand what they were saying. However, this was not important. More importantly, even though the Ning dragon couldn't understand what he was saying, it was certain that the Ning dragon wouldn't recognize the wrong person if he asked it to attack. This was the most important thing to Duan Lingtian. Nothing else mattered to him. After dealing with the Ning dragons, Duan Lingtian began to absorb the world energy in his little world to cultivate. A year later, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun returned. Senior, did you manage to find anything? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuge Yun and asked without beating around the bush when he saw them again. Zhuge Yun glanced at Duan Lingtian before she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Huan's father is still alive. Duan Lingtian and Huan's eyes lit up when they heard Zhuge Yun's words. That's good news. However, there's another piece of bad news. Duan Lingtian and Huan's expressions stiffened when they heard Zhuge Yun's words. Huan's mother is also imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Zhuge Yun said. Sush. Duan Lingtian and Huan's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. This was indeed bad news for them. In other words, Huan's father and mother were currently imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace in the boundless heaven. Senior, do you know what happened to them? Duan Lingtian asked Zhuge Yun. Although he did not think Huan's parents would be a guest in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he did not think the Heavenly Pool Palace would treat them kindly. I don't know. Zhuge Yun shook her head. To find out more, we even paid a visit to the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Pool Palace in the name of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. I tried to sound him out, but he refused to talk about it. It's clear he's wary of me. Zhuge Yun said, however, based on the Grand Elder's tone, it's impossible for Huan's parents to be treated well in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Huan's expression changed drastically. A hint of worry could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim. It seemed like even if Huan's parents were still alive, they must have been tortured. He wondered how the Heavenly Pool Palace would deal with them. Brother Lingtian, I want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Huan said resolutely as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Huan we definitely want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, we need to think about it carefully. Even the seniors don't know anything about the Heavenly Pool Palace, let alone us. Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing this, Huan fell silent. She knew Duan Lingtian was right. If you really want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, there's a chance. Every 1,000 years, the Heavenly Pool Palace will recruit new disciples. The next recruitment will be held in 12 years. Anyone below the age of 1,000 who can pass the Heavenly Pool Palace's test will be able to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. People with different cultivation bases and ages will face different tests. It won't be difficult for both of you to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Zhuge Yun said. Huan's eyes lit up. Join the Heavenly Pool Palace? Huan's eyes lit up. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Although he was tempted, he did not think it was a good idea to join the Heavenly Pool Palace since they had just joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's hesitation, Zhuge Feng looked at Duan Lingtian approvingly. Zhuge Yun said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, you're not joining the Heavenly Pool Palace. You're only here to investigate Huan's parents. You're still a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. The Ganjiang progeny and Mo-Xie progeny will always welcome you back. Zhuge Yun said. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to accept Zhuge Yun's kindness. Thank you, progeny leader. Huan looked at Zhuge Yun solemnly and said, I'll always be a member of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sects Mo progeny. This will never change. Me too. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he had not been in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect for a long time, he still treated the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect as his home because of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. A home that he could return to at any time. Go on. Zhuge Yun casually tossed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Then she waved her hand and said, On our way back, we've decided to send you to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. The things in this spatial ring will be useful to you. After Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, he saw more than 10 celestial talismans in it. His expression turned grave immediately. The celestial talismans given by Zhuge Yun were not ordinary celestial talismans. The Heavenly Pool Palace is located in the boundless territory in the Boundless Heaven. Once you arrive at the transporting formation, you can head straight to the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Heavenly Pool Palace covers a huge area. Once you're there, you can ask for directions to the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Chapter 3257. The Boundless Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. The Boundless Territory was the largest territory in the Boundless Heaven. It was also where the powerhouses of the Boundless Heaven gathered. In the Boundless Territory, celestial emperors and celestial lords were everywhere. The Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven, was located at the east of the Boundless Territory. The Heavenly Pool Palace's strength was only above average among the heaven-grade forces in the Boundless Territory, let alone the heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. However, the Heavenly Pool Palace was the most powerful heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven. After all, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was the grandson of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was the Heavenly Pool Palace's backer. For this reason, even if other heaven-grade forces were stronger than the Heavenly Pool Palace, as long as the Heavenly Pool Palace didn't go too far, they wouldn't do anything to the Heavenly Pool Palace out of respect for the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. 12 years later, the Heavenly Pool Palace would be recruiting disciples. For this reason, a large group of people had already gathered outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. These people were all waiting for the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple recruitment ceremony that would be held 12 years later. Some of them were brought here by their elders while others came alone. There were both men and women. The only thing they had in common was that they were all younger than 1,000 years old. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace only recruited disciples younger than 1,000 years old. Regardless of their cultivation base, they were eligible to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test. Naturally, the test was different for people of different ages and cultivation bases. There are still 12 years left. Duan Lingtian stood outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and looked at Huan, who was standing next to him. He comforted her softly. Huan, let's find a place nearby and cultivate for 12 years before we participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test. Huan nodded slightly. However, her eyes remained fixed on the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate for a long time. The Heavenly Pool Palace's estate was hidden behind the clouds. One could only see its silhouette. Let's go. Duan Lingtian held Huan's hand and led her away. He knew if he did not bring her away, Huan would stay in the Heavenly Pool Palace for an entire day. After all, her parents were most likely in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Duan Lingtian brought Huan to a nearby mountain range. Finally, he opened up a cave abode on the side of a cliff and began his secluded cultivation for the next 12 years. How can you cultivate in your current state? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to start cultivating, he noticed that Huan's body was still trembling. Brother Lingtian, I have a strong feeling my mother and father are in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I can clearly feel that my bloodline isn't calm. Even so, we still have to wait 12 years before we can enter. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly as he tried to persuade Huan. Oh, Huan, listen to Brother Lingtian. Calm down and focus on your cultivation. After 12 years, the more outstanding your performance in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, the higher your status in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be, and you'll be accepted as a disciple. The higher your status in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the more you'll know. Moreover, they'll be more powerful. Duan Lingtian reminded Huan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan Er's expression turned solemn. She quickly immersed herself in her cultivation. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Then, he narrowed his eyes and immersed himself in his cultivation. Since they were outside, Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water to help him set up a formation to prevent the spiritual energy in the Heavenly Pool Palace from leaking out. This was to prevent others from discovering the secret of the little world in his body. I can imagine that if someone discovers the secret of my small world, even if they can't transfer my small world to their own body, even if they can't transfer the spiritual energy of the universe to their own small world, I will definitely die. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. My current cultivation base is still too low. If nothing goes wrong, I'll definitely be able to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord in 12 years. Duan Lingtian knew his current strength was largely due to the profundities of the law and the 5 divine elements. His cultivation base was only a 3 talents celestial lord. Moreover, he had broken through in God's secret treasure in the genius secret realm. 12 years passed in just a blink of an eye for those in the Devata realms. 12 years later, outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate in the boundless territory, many people had gathered. There were men, women, young people, middle-aged people, and old people. The leader of these people was a gray-clad old woman. The gray-clad old woman was skinny. She wore a gray overcoat that seemed empty. She looked as though she would fall to the ground at any moment. However, her eyes were exceptionally sharp, as though they could pierce through anything. I'm Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion. The old woman stood in front of a group of people as she looked at the crowd gathered in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. The pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion? She's the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion? The Sword Trial Pavilion of the Heavenly Pool Palace is responsible for recruiting new disciples and assessing new disciples. Previously, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion was the one in charge of the assessment. Why is the Pavilion Master here this time? She's Lei Ying? The merciless Celestial Emperor? That's right. She's one of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. She's the Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Rumor has it that the merciless Celestial Emperor is very powerful. She has killed more than 5 titled Celestial Emperors. I've also heard that the merciless Celestial Emperor is ranked in the top 5 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The gray-clad old woman, Lei Ying, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion, caused an uproar among the crowd. Those who were unaware of Lei Ying's identity immediately regained their senses when they heard her title. So she's the merciless Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Heavens! The merciless Celestial Emperor is known for her ruthlessness. She's going to be the one in charge of the assessment this time. She was the one who presided over the assessment 10,000 years ago. That time, the number of new disciples accepted was less than 1/5 of the usual number. Why are we so unlucky? Many people who were not confident in their strength smiled wryly when they learned that Lei Ying was the one presiding over the assessment this time. Lei Ying, the Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, the merciless Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lei Ying's introduction. 12 years ago, when he had just arrived in the boundless heaven, he had done some research on the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, he knew all the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. There were 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying was one of them. Her title was Merciless. It was said that she was ranked in the top 5 among the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. We're quite lucky. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion rarely presides over the assessment. Duan Lingtian said to Huan, as long as we perform well, we'll be noticed by her. If she can accept you as her disciple, with her status, it shouldn't be difficult for her to find out about your parents. Although Huan was not wearing a bamboo hat, she still wore a veil to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, even with the veil, it only concealed a small part of her beauty. Even with the veil, she still looked beautiful and alluring. It was just that her beauty was not as exaggerated as when she was not wearing a veil. At this moment, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion, said, "Next, I'll set up an age measuring formation to cover an area of 3 miles in front of us." As soon as she finished speaking, a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, the people who had escorted the juniors to the Heavenly Pool Palace quickly retreated from the area within 3 miles. In just a blink of an eye, only 6,000 people were left in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was not that there were not many people participating in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, but the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment was very strict. Those who were not confident would not waste their time participating in the assessment. Under normal circumstances, about 600 people would be left in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, since Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion, was personally presiding over the assessment, it would be considered good if 100 people were left in the assessment. Swoosh, swoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lei Ying raised her hand and tossed a formation compass out. The formation compass covered an area of 3 miles in front of the 6,000 people. However, there was no reaction when the formation enveloped them. Upon seeing this, Lei Ying withdrew the formation compass and looked at the 6,000 people in front of her. "Now, you'll be divided into groups according to your age. Those who are below 100 years old, stand over there. Those who are between 100 and 200 years old, stand over there. Those who are between 300 and 400 years old, stand over there." After Lei Ying finished speaking, she divided the remaining 6,000 people into 10 groups. Each group represented a different age. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian and the others began to make their moves. For this reason, she was still with Duan Lingtian. Therefore, she moved to the group where the people between 200 and 300 years old were supposed to stand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 6,000 people moved in unison. It did not take long before they were divided into 10 groups. The number of people in each group was different. The most people in each group were below 100 years old, and the least were between 900 and 1,000 years old. It seems like most people want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace when they're young. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. Chapter 3258. A person who joined the Heavenly Pool Palace before the age of 100 and was nurtured by the Heavenly Pool Palace would not be able to compare to a person who joined the Heavenly Pool Palace when he was almost 1,000 years old. To a certain extent, the latter had already lost at the starting line. Let me emphasize again. This is the place for those below the age of 100. Over there is the place for those between the age of 100 and 200. Over there. Lei Ying looked at the people who were divided into 10 groups before she said again, "The test for each group is different. Therefore, you must stand in the right place." As soon as Lei Ying said this, 6 people immediately moved to the place where the people under 100 years old were standing. These 6 people? Are they trying to take advantage of me? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this, and he faintly realized that they were going to be in trouble. He did not think these 6 people were below the age of 100. If they were really below the age of 100, why did they only go there now? Swoosh. After a dozen breaths of time, Lei Ying took out another disc array. This disc array was clearly different from the previous disc array. The formation plate rose into the air and transformed into 10 halos in just a blink of an eye that shrouded the people in the 10 groups. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw halos appearing above the heads of more than 10 people in the group who were below the age of 100. However, the same thing did not happen to the people in the other groups. These fellows, they didn't even know the rules of the Heavenly Pool Palace's test, and yet, they came here? They're digging their own graves. A young man standing near Duan Lingtian said as he looked at the people with halos above their heads. His eyes were filled with pity. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Lei Ying turned to look at the people with halos above their heads. The 13 of you have failed the test. Lei Ying said indifferently. Just as the 13 people were about to leave, a middle-aged man stepped out from behind Lei Ying. With a wave of his hand, 13 waves of energy shot out toward the 13 people. The 13 people tried to defend themselves. However, even with their full strength, they could not withstand the middle-aged man's attack. In just a blink of an eye, they were reduced to dust by the middle-aged man's attack. Immortal Emperor! Duan Lingtian could tell that the middle-aged man had the strength of a celestial emperor. Among the 13 people, the strongest was only a 2-forms celestial lord. It was impossible for them to block the attack of this celestial emperor. Even if it was just a casual attack that was divided into 13 parts. As the 13 people were killed, many people were frightened. Some people who were prepared to go to the place where the group of people under 100 years old were standing were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. They had almost died because of a single mistake. Go! Just as Lei Ying's voice sounded in everyone's ears, Duan Lingtian and the others saw 10 figures stepping out from behind Lei Ying. Even the middle-aged man who had attacked earlier had come out at this moment. However, unlike the other 9 people, he went to the side of the 900 to 1,000 years old people. When the group of people saw the middle-aged man approaching them and staring at them like a tiger eyeing its prey, their expressions all changed. Boom! Rumble! Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering noises, the 10 people made their moves one after another, launching attacks that enveloped the people in each group. The sky was filled with all kinds of different colored energies. Like a storm, they rained down. 7 celestial lords and 3 celestial emperors. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered 3 celestial emperors and 7 celestial lords among the 10 people who had attacked earlier. The 3 celestial emperors were responsible for the people above the age of 700. As for the 7 celestial lords, they were responsible for the people below the age of 700. Moreover, the older the celestial lord was, the stronger he was. For example, in Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's group, the celestial lord was only a 6 combos celestial lord. Although the 6 combos celestial lord had comprehended quite a few profundities, he was still incomparable to Huan Er, let alone Duan Lingtian. When break his attack. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan. A 6 combos celestial lord was not a threat to them at all. Yes, brother Lingtian, Huan Er replied. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan Er made her move. Space energy surged out of her body as she rose into the air. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as Huan Er made her move. She easily destroyed the Celestial Lord's attack. The Celestial Lord was a young man. His expression changed drastically when he saw Huan Er's attack. How could a person who was not even 300 years old break through his attack? Although he did not use his full strength, he had used at least 70 to 80% of his strength. After all, there were many people in the group. If he held back, he would not be able to pressure them. Again! The young man narrowed his eyes and exerted his full strength again. This time, he targeted Huan Er with his attack. The commotion earlier had attracted Lei Ying's attention. She looked at Huan Er with a shocked expression on her face. Boom! Under Lei Ying's gaze, Huan Er made her move again. Violent spatial energy shattered the Celestial Lord's attack like a bolt of lightning. Barf! The Celestial Lord's attack injured the Celestial Lord, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This, unlike the other groups who were busy resisting the pressure, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's group looked at Huan Er in shock. The white-clad woman with a veil was so strong? Moreover, she was not even 300 years old? He was not even 300 years old, but he was already so strong. Even the peerless geniuses in the heavenly pool palace couldn't compare to him. Lei Ying was not angry when she saw the celestial lord's attack. Instead, she looked at Huan Er with a burning gaze. "You've advanced to the next round," Lei Ying said as she looked at Huan. At the same time, she gestured for Huan Er to stand to the side. She no longer needed to endure the pressure. Naturally, with Huan Er's strength, she would only put more pressure on the celestial lord if she continued to endure the pressure. After the celestial lord consumed a celestial pill to heal his injuries, he looked at Huan Er warily before he shifted his gaze back to Duan Lingtian and the others. His eyes flashed coldly as his aura fluctuated. It was clear he wanted to vent his anger on the people in front of him. Swoosh! The celestial lord's celestial origin energy surged out of the young man's body. At the same time, he boosted his strength with the profundities of a law he had comprehended. This is bad. That fellow was defeated by the white-clad woman earlier. He's trying to take revenge on us. Why would he want to take revenge on us? We're not the ones who defeated him. Do you think he's capable of taking revenge on the white-clad woman with her strength? Naturally, he can only pick on the weak ones. Who's that woman? She's not even 300 years old, but she's stronger than that young man. Even among the prodigies in the heavenly pool palace, not many have such strength, right? The group of people around Duan Lingtian felt the pressure from the young man's aura. All of them tried their best to resist the young man's aura. Just as the group of people gritted their teeth and resisted, Duan Lingtian finally raised his hand and casually pressed it upward. In just an instant, boom! Rumble! At this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. His violent spatial energy transformed into a gray python as it shot toward the young man's oppressive force. Following Huan Er's action, it shattered the young man's oppressive force. Barf! The young man miserably spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, even Lei Ying could not help but lose her composure. She was dumbstruck. First, there was a monstrous genius. Now, there was another monstrous genius? On the other hand, the people around Duan Lingtian were dumbfounded as well. Since when were there so many monstrous geniuses? Were they really not even 300 years old? "Senior, can I stand over there?" Duan Lingtian asked Lei Ying, who was still in a daze as he pointed at Huan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lei Ying nodded in a daze. It was obvious the purple-clad young man was much stronger than the white-clad woman. When Lei Ying saw Duan Lingtian walking toward Huan Er and Huan Er holding his hand, she could tell the two of them were together. Lei Ying could not help but be wary of the appearance of two monstrous geniuses whose innate talent was on par with most of the prodigies in the heavenly pool palace. They're so strong. Are they really not even 300 years old? Meanwhile, the heavenly pool palace's disciples who were standing behind Lei Ying were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's performance. The young man was in the worst state. Although he had consumed a celestial healing pill, his recovery speed was still slower than his injuries. "You can go and rest now." Lei Ying glanced at the young man and said indifferently, "Yes, Lord Palace Master." After the young man left, another person took his place. The new person's expression was grave as he looked at the remaining people. He was very worried that among this group of people between 200 and 300 years old, there would be another monster like the purple-clothed youth and the white-clothed woman. However, he soon discovered he was worried for nothing. "Who are the two of you?" Lei Ying asked in a low voice as she looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan. "Senior, what do you mean by that? Since we're here to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, it's only natural that we're sectless cultivators." Duan Lingtian looked at Lei Ying in confusion as though he did not understand her words. "What's your name?" Lei Ying asked again. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied, "Senior, is there a problem?" Perhaps the Heavenly Pool Palace won't accept us? If they won't accept us, we'll have to try our luck at another heaven-grade organization. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he held Huan Er's hand and flew away. In just a blink of an eye, they had traveled a few miles. Come back. Chapter 3259. The purple-clad young man and the white-clad young woman were not even 300 years old, but they were already strong enough to defeat a 6-combos celestial lord. Moreover, the 6-combos celestial lord they defeated was a disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although he was not a prodigy of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was still much stronger than an ordinary 6-combos celestial lord. Even then, he was still weaker than them. In the current generation of the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were less than 20 people below the age of 300 who were as strong as them. For this reason, Lei Ying suspected Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's identities. With their innate talents, they would definitely be heavily nurtured by any heaven-grade force. Senior, we chose the Heavenly Pool Palace because we know the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Otherwise, we would have gone to another heaven-grade force. Duan Lingtian said solemnly when he heard Lei Ying's words. As long as you perform well in the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'll introduce you to the Heavenly Emperor when he visits the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying said. Lei Ying had only suspected Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's identities out of instinct. On second thought, regardless of their identities, since they were here to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, as long as they did not violate the rules, she had no reason to reject them. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er stood at the side and watched as the remaining people endured the pressure from the 10 celestial emperors and celestial lords. In the end, some people could no longer withstand the pressure and vomited blood. And these people were all eliminated. In the end, only about 1,000 people were left. At the same time, the 10 celestial emperors who had pressured them retreated. The 1,000 of you have passed the first round of selection. Lei Ying looked at the remaining 1,000 people and said indifferently, the second round of selection will be held here as well. Just like before, you'll be divided into 10 groups. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er returned to the group of people between the ages of 200 to 300 years old. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan Er returned, the people in their group greeted them warmly. As long as one was not a fool, one would be able to tell that Duan Lingtian and Huan Er would definitely join the Heavenly Pool Palace. With their achievements at such a young age, they'll definitely be heavily nurtured by the Heavenly Pool Palace. How enviable! There's nothing to be envious about. Who asked us to be inferior to others? In any case, no matter what you think, I'm convinced. I can't help but be impressed. They're not even 300 years old, but they're already so strong. Even in the Heavenly Pool Palace, there are only a few people who are younger than 300 years old who are as strong as them. Most importantly, they're here to join the Heavenly Pool Palace's entrance examination. This means they didn't receive any cultivation resources from heaven-grade forces in the past. They should have had some fortuitous encounters. Even if they had a fortuitous encounter, their talent and comprehension must be extremely monstrous. Duan Lingtian nodded at the person who greeted him. As for Huan Er, she did not even look at the people around her. Soon after, the second round of the assessment began. The second round of assessment was to break through the restrictions of the array. The first 500 people to break through the array would advance to the third round of assessment. Half of the people will be eliminated in the second round. Many people's expressions changed when they heard Lei Ying's explanation of the second round of the assessment. Those who were eliminated did not leave and stayed behind to watch the second round of the assessment. "500 people out of 1,000 will have to stay behind. Moreover, they'll have to participate in the third round of the assessment. Even if I stayed behind, I wouldn't be able to last until the end. The merciless Celestial Emperor really lives up to her reputation. It seems like those who pass the assessment and enter the Heavenly Pool Palace are younger than 100 years old. However, compared to the first round of the assessment, the second round of the assessment is more direct. The stronger one is, the earlier they'll be able to break through the second round. Soon, under Lei Ying's arrangement, 40 people walked out from behind him. They were in groups of 4 and stood around a group of examinees, surrounding them in a quadrangular formation. It was obvious the 4 people would work together to form the formation. Let's begin. Following Lei Ying's indifferent words, the 40 people split into groups of 4 and began to set up formations. Various colors and surging energies that resembled boiling water combined together in a bizarre manner and swept towards the 1,000 people who were participating in the second round of the examination. All of you may move now. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, 998 people among the 1,000 people began to move, trying to break through the formation. However, even after a long time had passed, none of them managed to break through the formation. Duan Lingtian and Huan remained motionless. Just as Lei Ying was wondering why the duo was still standing there, she saw the duo vanishing into thin air at almost the same time. She was shocked to see Duan Lingtian and Huan vanishing into thin air. When they reappeared, they were not far away from her. The teleportation profundity? Lei Ying's eyes widened in shock. She knew what it meant. Although the 4 people who formed the formation to trap Duan Lingtian and Huan were only celestial lords, they had comprehended many profundities from the law of space. It was impossible for them to break through the formation unless they had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. In other words, one of the 2 people in front of her had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. You're violating the rules. Lei Ying glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan indifferently before she said, "You're not allowed to bring anyone out. Everyone has to rely on their own strength to break through the formation. Which one of you managed to break through the teleportation profundity? As for the other one, I'll send you back to the formation so you can retake the assessment." Lei Ying said. Although Duan Lingtian and Huan were strong enough to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Lei Ying still allowed them to join the Heavenly Pool Palace because she wanted to see their performance. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Duan Lingtian and Huan exchanged a look before Huan teleported back to the formation. Without waiting for Lei Ying to react, Duan Lingtian teleported out of the formation and appeared in the formation before he exited again. They've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Lei Ying was slightly taken aback. She did not expect this outcome at all. Meanwhile, the people from the Heavenly Pool Palace standing behind Lei Ying were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan's performance. I didn't expect to meet 2 such talented people in this assessment. When I was less than 300 years old, I couldn't even compare to them. Me too. Duan Lingtian and Huan were the first to pass the second round of the assessment. Although Lei Ying and the others were not surprised, they were still shocked by the way the 2 of them passed the second round of the assessment. After about 15 minutes, the first person finally came out of the formation. During this time, Duan Lingtian observed the 10 formations in front of him and discovered there were differences in strength among them. Those who were younger than 100 years old had the weakest formation. The group of people between the ages of 900 and 1000 faced the strongest array formation. 5 elements celestial lords, 6 combos celestial lords, and even 7 stars celestial lords? When Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the group of people between the ages of 900 to 1000 years old, he discovered there were many powerhouses among them. The strongest powerhouse among them was a 7 stars celestial lord. After Duan Lingtian and Huan, the third person to come out of the formation was a 6 combos celestial lord. The 6 combos celestial lord was a young man dressed in green. His appearance was outstanding, and his aura was extraordinary. When he saw Duan Lingtian and Huan, the smile on his face froze. They're out of the formation so quickly? The green-clad young man was shocked. However, when he recalled the duo's performance in the first round of the assessment, he felt relieved. That's right. Based on their performance in the first round of the assessment, the second round of the assessment shouldn't be difficult for them. Their assessment isn't even 1/3 as difficult as mine. If they're facing the same assessment as mine, I doubt they'll be able to pass it. At this moment, the green-clad young man seemed to have forgotten that both Duan Lingtian and Huan were not even 300 years old. He, on the other hand, was more than 900 years old. Not bad. Lei Ying looked at the green-clad young man and asked, "What's your name?" "Hallmaster Lei, my name is Jun Haoshuan." The green-clad young man smiled. "All right." Lei Ying nodded. Then she shifted her gaze to the others. Another 15 minutes passed before the fourth person came out of the formation. After that, more and more people came out of the formation. After about an hour, more than 200 people had come out of the formation. An hour and a half later, the 500th person came out. At this time, the 40 people who were in charge of setting up the formation also removed it. However, those who did not make it out of the formation looked dejected. "I failed. Just a little bit more, and I would have made it out. I was just short of a breath's time." Even though some of the people who had been eliminated were unwilling to accept the result, they had no choice but to accept the fact that they hadn't passed the exam. They weren't allowed to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace, and they didn't even have the chance to visit the Heavenly Pool Palace. The 500 people who passed the assessment will follow me into the Heavenly Pool Palace. Under Lei Ying's lead, Duan Lingtian, Huan, and the other 500 people followed her into the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for the other people from the Heavenly Pool Palace, they stayed outside to evacuate the people who were eliminated. After passing through the clouds, the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate finally appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The Heavenly Pool Palace's encampment was located above a vast lake that was shrouded in white mist. Numerous floating islands floated above the lake. The islands were lush with lush greenery. From afar, the floating islands set off the lake, making it look like a paradise. Chapter 3260. The third and final round of the test. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. The final round of the test will be held in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Under Lei Ying's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others entered one of the floating islands in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and arrived at a palace. At this moment, there were quite a few people standing around the palace, sizing them up with curiosity in their eyes. It was obvious these people were disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, they would not be here. The Sword Trial Pavilion. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the words Sword Trial Pavilion written on the plaque above the entrance of the palace. The words were neatly written as though they were printed. The Sword Trial Pavilion was spacious. Perhaps it was because the Heavenly Pool Palace's new disciple assessment was held today, but the Sword Trial Pavilion was deserted. Lord Palace Master. 10 middle-aged men and old men were waiting for Lei Ying at the entrance of the Sword Trial Pavilion. When they saw Lei Ying and the others, they quickly stepped forward to welcome them. "Yes." Lei Ying nodded indifferently. Then she said to the 10 middle-aged men, "Bring them in." Although Duan Lingtian and the others did not know why Lei Ying did not follow them, they still followed the 10 middle-aged men into the Sword Trial Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian and the others entered the Sword Trial Pavilion, a tall young man flew over from afar and arrived next to Lei Ying in just a blink of an eye. "Lei Ying, I heard there are 2 talented disciples this time?" The young man was wearing a blue robe. His appearance was ordinary, but he had a strange temperament, giving people a comfortable feeling. "Su Lang, you're quite well informed." Lei Ying looked at the young man meaningfully. "However, the Sword Trial Pavilion wants them. Don't think too much about it." Su Lang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His title was Qing Yuan, and his strength was on par with Lei Ying. He had received news that there were 2 talented disciples among the new disciples who were not even 300 years old, but their strength was comparable to a titled celestial lord. Lei Ying, you are too greedy. Su Lang shook his head. Two people. No matter what, you have to give one to me. Don't forget, 1,000 years ago, I also gave one to you. Humph. Lei Ying snorted coldly. It would have been better if you didn't mention this. Now that you mention it, I get angry. That brat you gave me only knew how to cause trouble for me. In the end, he even provoked Lord Heavenly Emperor. If I hadn't killed him ruthlessly, Lord Heavenly Emperor would have definitely vented his anger on me. 1,000 years ago, it was not Lei Ying who presided over the new disciple assessment, but one of her vice hall masters. That time, there was also a good seedling, but not as good as the two seedlings this time. However, since Lei Ying was not the one in charge of the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were divided up by Su Lang and the others. Since Su Lang was a titled celestial emperor, he had snatched two talented young men from Lei Ying. When Lei Ying finally showed up, he gave one of them to Lei Ying. The person whom Su Lang had given to Lei Ying was arrogant and unruly. He had even offended the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven when he came to the Heavenly Pool Palace. At that time, Lei Ying had personally killed the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven to save herself from being implicated. Lei Ying, that was an accident. When I gave him to you, I didn't know he would cause so much trouble. Su Lang said awkwardly. Then, he continued to say awkwardly, ask yourself, did I give one of my disciples to you without hesitation? This time, Lei Ying interrupted him. Just as Su Lang was about to continue speaking, Lei Ying interrupted him. You'll come with me to watch the assessment. As for whether they're willing to become your disciple, that's not something I can control. Don't worry. Su Lang smiled confidently. As long as you're willing to let him go, I have my ways. Lei Ying did not enter the sword trial pavilion with Duan Lingtian and the others because she had received Su Lang's message and was waiting for him. After agreeing to Su Lang's request, Lei Ying brought Su Lang to the sword trial pavilion. As soon as they entered the sword trial pavilion, they found themselves in a spacious square. At first glance, they could not see anything other than the flat ground. When they turned around, they could no longer see the entrance of the sword trial pavilion. Currently, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other 500 participants, there were also the middle-aged men and old men who had brought them into the sword trial pavilion. Is this a little world? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw two figures standing in the air. One of them was Lei Ying. The other person was a young man. Duan Lingtian had not seen him before entering the sword trial pavilion, so he did not know who he was. Although Duan Lingtian did not know who the young man was, it was not difficult for him to guess that the young man's status in the Heavenly Pool Palace was on par with Lei Ying when he saw the young man standing next to Lei Ying. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. I think there are only two people in the Heavenly Pool Palace who have a higher status than Lei Ying and who look like young men. Based on his appearance, he seems to be the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian had a vague impression of him. He was in the group between 900 and 1,000 years old. During the second round of the examination, this middle-aged man had come out after the third young man, Jun Haoxuan. During the second round of the examination, Jun Haoxuan's results were second only to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Su Lang? The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor? Why is he here? There must be a reason why he's here. Otherwise, why would a titled Celestial Emperor like him come here just to watch the show? He must have found out about the two young men. Many people whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan in unison. Most of them thought Su Lang's appearance had something to do with Duan Lingtian and Huan. Another titled Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself, there are only 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, and yet, 2 of them are here? Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan. If Su Lang is here for us, let's see if Lei Ying wants to accept you as her disciple after the examination ends. If she does, you can join her. As for me, I'll choose Su Lang. Duan Lingtian said. Brother Ling Tian, I don't want to be separated from you, Huan, said through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Silly girl, Brother Ling Tian doesn't want to be separated from you. I'm only doing this so I can use the resources I have to investigate your parents' whereabouts. Duan Ling Tian said. Huan's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, she did not say anything else. The third examination. At this moment, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, began to explain the rules of the third examination. In the third examination, the participants would be divided into 10 groups. Each group would only have 10 people remaining in the end. In other words, some groups that had more than 100 people would only have 10 people remaining in the end. Some groups that only had 30 to 40 people would only have 10 people remaining in the end. A battle royale? After a while, Duan Ling Tian and the others learned from Lei Ying that the third examination would be a battle royale. Each group would fight among themselves until only 10 people would remain in the end. The 10 groups will be divided into groups. Those who are eliminated will be resurrected and have a chance to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Lei Ying said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The 10 groups would fight one by one. The first group to fight was the group of people who were younger than 100 years old. They were the group with the most people remaining in the end. There were about 116 people in the group. 116 people would fight to their heart's content until the remaining 10 people would join the Heavenly Pool Palace and become its disciples. The competition in this group is really intense. The rest of the people were watching from the side. Seeing that over 100 people were walking around the vast stone platform, but no one made the first move, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. 116 people, only 10 people are left. That is to say, 106 people will be eliminated. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, more than 100 people who were younger than 100 years old made their moves in unison. A battle royale began. It was a battle royale. As soon as the battle began, some people were killed by other people. After the other people killed their opponents, they began to look for their next target. Naturally, there were also some people who knew they were no match for the other people, so they retreated. About half an hour later, there were only 32 people left who hadn't been eliminated. At this moment, the 32 people were scattered all over the place, glaring at each other. Huan, who do you think will make it to the next round? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the 32 people on the stone platform. I think it's him. Huan looked at one of the 32 people. This person was the one who had the most outstanding performance so far. Although he was outstanding, he was not as outstanding as Duan Ling Tian and Huan. He was only slightly stronger than the others. I don't think so. Upon hearing Huan's words, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He had also paid attention to the person Huan mentioned. Indeed, he was the strongest among the 32 people on the stone platform. However, it was a pity he was too outstanding. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian was right. It didn't take long for more than 20 of the 31 people to join forces against the person Huan had just mentioned, killing him in the blink of an eye. Huan was stunned. Huan, unless you're strong enough, you should learn to conceal your strength and bide your time. If you know how to conceal your strength and bide your time, you'll definitely be able to stay in the palace and go far. Duan Ling Tian said patiently. After the stronger person was killed, the remaining 31 people began to fight. In just a blink of an eye, a portion of them were defeated. After a quarter of an hour, only 10 people were left standing. Take them away and complete the procedures to enter the palace. After deciding on the last 10 people, Lei Ying looked at a middle-aged man behind her and said faintly, "Yes, Lord Temple Master." Chapter 3261. The 10 people in the group below the age of 100 were brought out of the sword trial pavilion to complete the procedures to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. At the same time, the people in the group between the age of 100 and 200 entered the arena one after another. The number of people in this group was not as many as the previous group. However, there were still nearly 100 people in this group. Let's begin. Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion, gave the order. Naturally, during this process, they were only allowed to use celestial weapons and not celestial talismans. Those who used celestial talismans would be killed immediately. One by one, people fell to the ground and left the arena to admit defeat. About half an hour later, there were only 20 or so people left, and these 20 or so people also began to engage in the fiercest competition. Perhaps it was because of the example of the strongest person in the first group, but the remaining 20 or so people began to display strength that was on par with each other. However, in the end, the strength of the 20-plus people all increased by a level. Some of them even displayed cultivations capable of suppressing the entire crowd. In the end, they reached a consensus and joined forces to eliminate more than 10 people before they successfully advanced to the next round. Now, those who have been eliminated in the group below the age of 100 can challenge any one of the remaining 10 people in this group. If you succeed, you won't have to accept any other challenge and will be able to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying's voice rang in the air again. The people who had been eliminated earlier were eager to challenge Lei Ying again. Soon after, 2 people entered the arena and challenged 2 people. However, both of them failed and one of them was killed. Among the group of people between 100 and 200 years old, any one of the 10 people who remained until the end was undoubtedly very powerful. It was difficult for those who were eliminated in the group below the age of 100 to be resurrected. In the end, a few people challenged the remaining 10 people, but they all failed. None of the people below the age of 100 were resurrected. All of you wait at the side. Someone will send all of you out of the arena after the 3rd round is over. Lei Ying glanced at the people in the group below the age of 100 who were eliminated indifferently. At this moment, these people no longer had the chance to challenge the remaining 10 people. Bring the 10 of them down to complete the procedures to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying looked at one of the 9 elders of the sword trial hall and said to him. The elder immediately led the 10 people who had advanced and left. Then, it was time for people between 200 and 300 years old to take the stage. Duan Lingtian and Huan stepped into the arena together. When the 2 of them stood in the arena, everyone's eyes fell on them. Their eyes were filled with fear. Even more people had helpless looks in their eyes. Duan Lingtian and Huan had already displayed their strength in the first round of the examination. This made them realize that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat either of them. Moreover, the 2 of them were together, so they would definitely take care of each other. The others probably don't have the courage to make a move against the 2 of them. There's no meaning in letting them participate in the 3rd round of the test. Su Lang transmitted his voice to Lei Ying. As it turned out, Su Lang was right. As soon as Lei Ying announced the start of the 2nd round, the people in Duan Lingtian and Huan's group began to make their moves. However, none of them dared to make a move against the 2 of them. While the battle was intense, the place where Duan Lingtian and Huan were standing was completely calm. Boom! Rumble! A series of explosions rang in the air as the people in the 2nd round made their moves. However, they intentionally avoided Duan Lingtian and Huan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan, who had yet to make a move, became the focus of everyone's attention. Nobody dares to make a move against the 2 of them. I heard that the 2 of them managed to defeat the 6 combos Celestial Lord and injure him during the 1st round of the examination. With such strength, even if the others join forces, they won't be a match for the 2 of them. Who are the 2 of them? How can sectless cultivators possess such strength? They're not even 300 years old, but they possess such strength. Even in the heaven-grade forces in the boundless heaven, there aren't many people with such strength. I'm sure the 2 of them will become prodigious disciples as soon as they join the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's not surprising. At this moment, many people in the other groups who did not pay attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan finally learned about the 2 Duan Lingtian and Huan's terrifying strength. In the end, almost an hour had passed. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and Huan, who had been standing for an hour, the remaining 8 participants had been decided. They tacitly gave 2 spots to Duan Ling Tian and Huan. Those who were eliminated from the previous group can challenge any of the 10 people in this group. If they win, they'll be given a chance to join the Heavenly Pool Palace again. Lei Ying looked at the people between the ages of 100 and 200 who had been eliminated and said in a clear voice. Upon seeing this, the people in this group were eager to make a move. Although they knew the people between the ages of 200 and 300 were very strong, they still wanted to try their best to see if they would be given a chance to join the Heavenly Pool Palace again. However, no one challenged Duan Ling Tian and Huan. On the other hand, the other 8 people were challenged. The challengers were not stupid. They knew how strong Duan Ling Tian and Huan were. Therefore, they avoided challenging them. Duan Ling Tian, I challenged you, and you deliberately lost to me. After this, I'll give you an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. With your innate talent, comprehension ability, and strength, even if you lose, the Heavenly Pool Palace will still make an exception and recruit you. A young man dressed in embroidered robes sent a message to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon? However, Duan Ling Tian only glanced at the young man indifferently and ignored him. Upon seeing this, the young man turned to look at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, and sent a voice transmission. However, Huan was even more stubborn than Duan Ling Tian. She did not even look at the young man. In the end, no one succeeded in challenging the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Ling Tian and Huan, stay here. As for the other 8 people, follow Elder Qian to complete the formalities. After Lei Ying finished speaking, she looked at an old man among the 8 remaining elders from the Sword Trial Pavilion and said, Elder Qian, please follow me. Follow me. The old man called Elder Qian led the 8 people in Duan Ling Tian and Huan's group away. Meanwhile, Lei Ying forcefully stopped the 3rd round of the selection. Duan Ling Tian, are you willing to join me and Su Lang? If you join us, you don't have to address us as masters. You can just address us as teachers. Lei Ying said kindly as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huan, with a forced smile on her face. Based on her words, it was clear she did not force Duan Ling Tian and Huan, to address her and Su Lang as masters since they already had masters. Lei Ying did not deliberately lower her voice so everyone present on the square heard her words. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huan, enviously. Naturally, there were also some people who looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huan with envy. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian and Huan to receive invitations from 2 titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace before they even left the Sword Trial Pavilion. After all, there are only a few titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. With their innate talent, it's not surprising that they're chosen by 2 titled celestial emperors. They've just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, but they're already capable of becoming prodigious disciples. I'm sure any titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace would want to recruit them, right? Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian, Lei Ying, and Su Lang as they waited for Duan Ling Tian's reply. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huan were communicating through voice transmission. Huan, you should join Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, while I'll join Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. This way, we'll be able to search for your parents from both sides. Moreover, if we join a titled celestial emperor, we'll have 2 backers in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Ling Tian had thought far ahead. Huan, naturally, would listen to Duan Ling Tian's words unconditionally. Duan Ling Tian. Su Lang and Lei Ying could tell Duan Ling Tian and Huan were hesitant when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan remained silent. Therefore, they hurriedly sent voice transmissions to Duan Ling Tian. Based on their conversation, they made a lot of promises in hopes that Duan Ling Tian would join them. Clearly, they were more eager to have Duan Ling Tian join them than Huan. Moreover, they could tell that Huan and Huan were very clingy. Huan was very clingy to Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps Huan would insist on following Duan Lingtian even if he joined them. Senior Su Lang, I'll join you, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Su Lang. Su Lang's eyes lit up and Lei Ying's expression stiffened slightly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said, Pavilion Master Lei Ying, Huan, will join you. Initially, Lei Ying thought Huan would follow Duan Lingtian wherever he went when she saw the two of them sticking together like glue. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, her expression softened. All right. Su Lang, you've taken advantage of me, Lei Ying said through gritted teeth. Then, she looked at Huan and said with a gentle expression, Huan, you and Duan Lingtian will follow Su Lang to complete the procedures. I'll look for you after the test is over. After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Lang and said, Su Lang, I'm sure you have no objections to bringing Huan along to complete the procedures, right? It's nothing. Naturally, I have no objections. Su Lang laughed. Then he beckoned to Duan Lingtian and Huan before he led them away. After Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan were left, the third test continued. Senior Su Lang, the place we were in earlier was not a formation but a little world, right? Duan Lingtian asked Su Lang after they left the sword trial pavilion. Chapter 3262. The procedures to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace were simple. With Su Lang, a titled celestial emperor, leading the way, everything went smoothly. This is the place where the disciples of my sect cultivate, said Qin Wenyan. Under Su Lang's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at a floating island that was surrounded by lofty mountains. The lofty mountains and lofty forests covered a vast area. One could vaguely see caves everywhere. Many people could be seen shuttling back and forth. I have a total of 6 prodigious disciples under me. As for the people you see now, they are basically their family members or friends. Su Lang said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the lofty mountains and lofty mountains. Here, there are a total of 10 dangerous peaks. The peak in the middle is where I cultivate. As for the other 9 peaks, 6 of them are occupied by the prodigious disciples of my sect. You can choose one of the other 3 as your cultivation ground in the future. Su Lang paused for a moment before he continued to say, you should rest for a few days before you apply for the prodigious disciple assessment at the sword trial pavilion. There are many benefits to becoming a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Becoming a prodigious disciple? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Previously, when he was participating in the Heavenly Pool Palace's new disciple assessment, he had heard many people talking about the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Did they have to pass the assessment to become a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace? How do I pass the assessment? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. You can challenge other prodigious disciples of the same age group. It's similar to the new disciple selection where all of you were in groups of 200 to 300 years old. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, there are 10 spots for prodigious disciples in this age group. If you want to pass the assessment, you'll have to challenge the last prodigious disciple in the sword trial pavilion. In the sword trial pavilion, there are rankings of prodigious disciples of various ages. When you return and apply to participate in the prodigious disciple assessment, you'll be able to see the rankings in the sword trial pavilion. Su Lang explained. Now, follow me to my cultivation place. I'll summon a few of my prodigious disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace to meet you, Duan Lingtian said. Unlike some titled celestial emperors, the prodigious disciples of my sect are ranked based on age instead of strength. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, he brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to his cultivation place. At the peak of the mountain in the middle of the forest, there was a vast platform. Behind the platform, there was a palace. This was also the place where Su Lang usually cultivated. Su Lang led Duan Lingtian and Huan into the palace. At the same time, Su Lang sent a few messages to his subordinates before leading them to the main hall of the palace. A moment later, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the main hall. "Teacher, where did you kidnap our 7th junior brother from?" A series of laughter rang in the air before a plump man appeared. The plump man was dressed in a red robe. Due to his weight, his facial features were scrunched up as he looked around the main hall. Finally, his gaze landed on Duan Lingteng. "Your 7th junior brother is a new disciple who joined the Heavenly Pool Palace today." As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, 2 figures appeared in the hall. One of them was a beautiful woman dressed in a blue robe. She had an elegant bearing. Her gaze was gentle when she looked at Duan Lingteng. "Hello, 7th junior brother. I'm your 4th senior sister." The other person was a young man dressed in a black robe. He carried a sheathed sword on his back. His expression was cold, but his gaze softened slightly when he looked at Duan Lingteng. "Hello, 7th junior brother." The black-clad young man nodded at Duan Lingtian. "7th junior brother, this is 2nd senior brother. 2nd senior brother is the strongest among us. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he's already a powerful celestial emperor." At this moment, the plump man dressed in a red robe introduced the black-clad young man to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he did not forget to introduce himself. "As for me, I'm your 6th senior brother. If you can defeat me, you can call me by my name," the plump man said with a smile. "Sush, sush." A few moments later, 2 figures appeared in the hall. One of them was a beautiful woman dressed in a red robe, and the other was a young man dressed like a scholar. "Your 7th junior brother?" The beautiful woman dressed in a red robe walked up to Duan Lingtian. Under Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze, she lifted Duan Lingtian's chin and said, "Not bad, you're quite handsome. 7th junior brother, are you interested in having a romantic relationship with 3rd senior sister?" Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was infuriated by the woman's actions. She scoffed and slapped the woman's hand away. "You're my sister-in-law? I'm sorry. I didn't notice you earlier. However, sister-in-law, why are you wearing a veil?" The woman in red was the first to withdraw her hand. When Huan Er's hand missed, she lifted her hand and removed the veil from Huan Er's face. Huan Er's peerless beauty was revealed to everyone. At this moment, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the woman in red was stunned for a long time before she said with a sigh, "I didn't expect there to be a woman who's comparable to 1st senior sister in this world. No, I should say there's a woman who's even more beautiful than 1st senior sister." As soon as the woman in red finished speaking, the black-clad young man scoffed. The woman in red smiled awkwardly and said, "2nd senior brother, I was just joking. 7th junior brother, sister-in-law, 3rd senior sister has no ill intentions. I'm your 5th senior brother, Ouyang Qifei." The young man who was dressed like a scholar nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian before he introduced himself. "Duan Lingteng, this is your 2nd senior brother, Lu Ji." At this moment, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, introduced his 5 prodigious disciples to Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji nodded at Duan Lingtian with a faint smile on his stiff and cold face. "This is your 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei." Then, Su Lang turned to the woman in red and introduced her to Duan Lingtian. The woman in red winked at Duan Lingtian as though she was trying to seduce him. She only withdrew her gaze when she saw Huan Er glaring at her. "This is your 4th senior sister, Huan Er." Then, Su Lang turned to the blue-clad woman and introduced her to Duan Lingtian. The blue-clad woman nodded and smiled warmly at Duan Lingteng. "This is your 5th senior brother, Ouyang Qifei. He introduced himself earlier." Then, Su Lang looked at the scholarly young man and said, "He's the only one among your senior brothers who's normal." Upon hearing Su Lang's words, the fat man looked at Su Lang with a hint of resentment in his eyes. "Teacher, although you're a teacher, you can't slander me like this, right? Why don't you tell me how I, Hong Fei, am abnormal? If you don't explain yourself today, I'll hug your leg and not let go." As soon as the fat man finished speaking, he rolled towards Su Lang like a ball. In the end, he really hugged Su Lang's thigh, looking like he would not let go even if he was beaten to death. Scram. Alas, Su Lang was a titled celestial emperor. Naturally, he would not allow the fat man to do as he pleased. Following Su Lang's shout, a tyrannical force swept out from Su Lang's leg and sent the fatty flying. He crashed heavily into a pillar in the palace. Boom! Rumble! Following a series of earth-shaking noises, the entire palace shook a few times. However, the fatty who had crashed into the pillars seemed to be completely fine. His entire body was covered in an earthen yellow light as he continued to look at Su Lang with resentment in his eyes. "Teacher, how can you treat me like this?" Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. Although the 5 people in front of him were Su Lang's prodigious disciples, they did not seem like proper disciples at all. They seemed more like a group of scoundrels. "Little junior brother, do you think our teacher doesn't act like a teacher at all?" The red-clad woman who was Duan Lingtian's current 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, smiled and said, "Actually, all of us respect teacher a lot. However, teacher is more amiable and is willing to be friends with us. We can't deprive him of this little bit of power. If we treat him like an elder, he'll be unhappy. Therefore, just treat him as a friend from now on." Hu Mei said with a smile. "Hu Mei, you've led this fat man astray, and now you're leading Duan Lingtian astray as well?" Su Lang glared at Hu Mei angrily. Although he looked angry, Duan Lingtian could feel that Su Lang was just putting on an act. He was not really angry. "Little junior brother, you'll get used to it after staying with us for a while. Although our teacher is a titled celestial emperor, he doesn't care about trifles in front of his own people." When Duan Lingtian's 4th senior sister, looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled gently. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. For some reason, a warm feeling rose in his heart. For a moment he even felt like he was at home. Perhaps, this was the carefree life of a family. Previously, when Su Lang led the way, Duan Lingtian had thought he was Su Lang's true self. Perhaps, Su Lang's true self was Duan Lingtian's true self. Sigh. Now that I have old 7, I am no longer the little junior brother. Fatty really lacks love now, and no one loves him. Hong Fei, the 6th senior brother, sighed and shrugged. "Fatty, you make it sound like you didn't lack love when you were little junior brother." Hu Mei, the 3rd senior sister, rolled her eyes at Hong Fei. Then she looked at Hong Fei's fat body and said, "If you're as handsome as little junior brother, I'll definitely love and dote on you. However, with your current appearance, I really can't bring myself to love and dote on you." Chapter 2. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3263. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian had only joined Su Lang because he wanted to help him find out more about her parents. However, now that he was interacting with Su Lang and the other prodigious disciples, he felt a sense of enjoyment. "Little junior brother, tell 3rd senior sister, how did you manage to win over such a beautiful little sister?" After Hu Mei's 3rd senior sister scoffed at her 6th senior brother, she moved closer to Duan Lingtian with a smile on her face. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian before she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian. "3rd senior sister, are you usually so direct?" Although Duan Lingtian could tell Hu Mei was a straightforward person based on her behavior earlier, he felt slightly embarrassed when Hu Mei shifted her attention to him and Huan. "Little junior brother, 3rd senior sister has always been like this. She doesn't have any ill intentions. You'll get used to it," Ouyang Chi Fei said with a smile. His gentle and refined manner made him look like a young teacher in the academy. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he could tell Hu Mei did not have any ill intentions. "Little junior brother, I'm going back to cultivate. I'll take my leave first." 2nd senior brother Lu Ji glanced at Duan Lingtian as a rare smile appeared on his face. The moment his words left his mouth, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and left. When Lu Ji moved to leave, his figure was indeed surrounded by bolts of purple lightning, emitting bursts of violent aura. It was clear Lu Ji had comprehended the law of thunder. Little junior brother, second senior brother means if anyone bullies you in the future, you can ask him for help. Second senior brother is one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. People call him the thunderclap sword celestial. Sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, narrowed his eyes as he smiled at Duan Ling Tian. After bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian, Su Lang left the main hall and went to the backyard to cultivate. After Su Lang left, Duan Ling Tian continued to chat with his 2 senior brothers and senior sisters who were still in the heavenly pool palace. Gradually, he gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly pool palace. In the heavenly pool palace, only the most outstanding disciples under the age of 1,000 would be able to obtain the title of a prodigious disciple. After 1,000 years of age, the identity of a heaven's chosen disciple would automatically be revoked. For this reason, his second senior brother, Lu Ji, was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples under the age of 1,000 in the heavenly pool palace. Little junior brother, you've just joined the heavenly pool palace. I don't think you've obtained the identity of a genius disciple yet, right? Fourth senior sister Wenwan asked with a smile. Not yet. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I plan to visit the sword trial hall tomorrow. Earlier, I heard teacher say that he wanted to take this close female friend of yours as a disciple as well. However, you allowed her to become a disciple of Hall Master Laying? Ouyang Qifei asked. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Little junior brother, after chatting for so long, I still don't know the name of your lover? Who Mei, his third senior sister, asked with a smile. Third senior sister, her name is Huan. Duan Ling Tian replied. Hu Mei looked at Huan, from head to toe before she said, Indeed, she's as beautiful as a dream. If it weren't for her, I would have thought eldest senior sister is the most beautiful woman in the world. Eldest senior sister? Duan Lingtan asked curiously, Isn't eldest senior sister in the heavenly pool palace? Hu Mei nodded. If eldest senior sister is in the heavenly pool palace, she'll definitely come over when she learns that you've joined the heavenly pool palace. She has something to attend to. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Hong Fei chimed in. He chuckled and said, Little junior brother, although eldest senior sister isn't a prodigious disciple, that's only because she's over 1,000 years old. She's very strong. Before she's 1,000 years old, she's widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigious disciple in the heavenly pool palace. The #1 prodigious disciple in the heavenly pool palace? Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Naturally, he knew what Hong Fei's words meant. Hong Fei was the strongest person under the age of 1,000 in the heavenly pool palace. Eldest senior sister is so powerful? For a moment, Duan Lingtian was curious about Hong Fei's eldest senior sister whom he had never met before. Little junior brother, when eldest senior sister returns, don't look at her lecherously. Otherwise, second senior brother will beat you up. Hong Fei continued to chuckle as he said, Let me tell you a secret. Second senior brother likes eldest senior sister, but eldest senior sister doesn't pay much attention to him. It's a one-sided love. What kind of secret is that? Hu Mei said snappily, This isn't a secret in the heavenly pool palace, all right? You're just trying to be mysterious. However, little junior brother, when eldest senior sister returns, you must listen to her. It's fine if you don't listen to the teachers, but you must listen to eldest senior sister. Hu Mei said with a smile, This is because even the teachers have to listen to eldest senior sister. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Duan Lingtian was confused. His teacher, Su Lang, had to listen to eldest senior sister? Little junior brother. Eldest senior sister is teacher's daughter. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's confusion, Ouyang Qifei explained, However, there's a story between teacher and eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister doesn't like to talk to teacher, but teacher only wants to make it up to eldest senior sister. That's why he listens to her every word. As for the exact reason, we're not too sure. The only thing we know is that the reason why their relationship became like that is related to Mistress, who passed away. Ouyang Qifei said. After learning about the sect's affairs, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, Senior sisters, senior brothers? How many profundities have the strongest prodigies comprehended to the mastery stage in the Heavenly Pool Palace? He was very curious about this. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, prodigies were disciples under the age of 1,000. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, the most outstanding disciples under the age of 1,000 had comprehended several profundities of laws to the greater mastery stage. He was very curious about this. Little junior brother, apart from the thunder elemental profundity, which is the most basic profundity of the law of thunder, I've already comprehended the other 8 profundities to the mastery stage. What do you think? Fatty Hong Fei said with a smile. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. At the same time, he realized how terrifying a prodigy from a heaven-grade force was. Hong Fei was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a celestial emperor who had comprehended all the profundities from the law of thunder to the mastery stage. 6th senior brother, you said 2nd senior brother's strength is ranked in the top 5 among the prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Don't tell me the other 4 have also comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Hong Fei nodded. It's not just the 5 of them. There are a few other prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace who have comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage as well. Little junior brother, why are you asking this? Don't tell me you've comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage as well? When Hong Fei reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but widen his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Earlier, I heard from our teacher that little junior brother managed to defeat the 6 combos Celestial Lord's disciple in the first round. Ouyang Qifei looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, moreover, little junior brother's cultivation base is only a 4 phenomenon Celestial Lord. However, the 6 combos Celestial Lord has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Little junior brother's strength is truly extraordinary. Ouyang Qifei said. 5th senior brother, did you secretly ask teacher about this through voice transmission? Hong Fei looked at Ouyang Qifei in surprise. Ouyang Qifei smiled awkwardly and said, I'm just curious about little junior brother. I think you're just curious about how our teacher took a liking to little junior brother and took the initiative to recruit him, right? Humei glared at Ouyang Qifei. Ouyang Qifei felt even more embarrassed now that his thoughts were exposed. Not only little junior brother, but Huan Er's strength is also enough to defeat that person. Ouyang Qifei changed the topic when he mentioned Huan. Hong Fei, Humei and Wenwan looked at Huan in shock when they heard Ouyang Qifei's words. They did not expect Huan to possess such strength as well. Don't underestimate Huan. Although she's not even 300 years old like little junior brother, her cultivation base is higher than little junior brother's. She's already a 6 combos Celestial Lord. Ouyang Qifei said. No wonder our teacher wants to recruit Huan. As it turns out, Huan Er's innate talent is not inferior to little junior brother's. Humei exclaimed. Wait a minute. At this moment, Hong Fei's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan. Little junior brother, you and Miss Huan are not even 300 years old? Not even 300 years old. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Humei and Wenwan were reminded of the key points Ouyang Qifei had mentioned earlier. Their little junior brother and Huan were not even 300 years old? How could they be 4 phenomenon Celestial Lords and 6 combos Celestial Lords when they were not even 300 years old? Moreover, they were even stronger than a 6 combos Celestial Lord who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage? It seems like our teacher has picked up a treasure this time. Humei's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Then she asked, Huan, do you mind if your brother Lingtian has another woman? Upon hearing Humei's words, Huan looked at Humei with a hostile expression on her face. Hu Mei could not help but laugh when she saw Huan Er's expression. It's just a joke. Look at you. Hu Mei shook her head as she laughed. She was certain Huan would attack him if Hu Mei continued to make a fuss. Senior sisters, senior brothers. We'll return to our cultivation now. Duan Lingtian did not know what to do with Hu Mei. He was worried that Hu Mei would provoke Huan again, so he quickly left with Huan. Naturally, he was still in shock when he left. He thought to himself, I thought it was rare for me to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. I didn't expect there are more than 10 profundities under the age of 1000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace who have comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Chapter 3264. After leaving Su Lang's cultivation place, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to one of the cultivation places on the peak of one of the 3 perilous peaks that had been vacated. The layout of this place was similar to Su Lang's cultivation place, except it was covered with a thick layer of dust. However, the dust was nothing to Duan Lingtian. With just a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept out. In just a blink of an eye, the cultivation place became spotless again. Brother Lingtian, I didn't expect the prodigious disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace to have such terrifying innate talent and comprehension ability. There are even celestial emperors who are younger than 1000 years old. Moreover, there are almost 10 of them who have comprehended profundities to the mastery stage. Although Huan did not join in the conversation between Duan Lingtian and his seniors, she had clearly heard their conversation. Well, think about it this way. The Heavenly Pool Palace is a heaven-grade force. There are only a handful of heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he said, although Heavenly Emperor's forces are superior to heaven-grade forces, that's only because of the existence of Heavenly Emperors. The prodigious disciples of heaven-grade forces aren't necessarily inferior to the prodigious disciples of Heavenly Emperor's forces. In other words, the prodigious disciples of heaven-grade forces are considered the most outstanding in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian said, think about it. There are only 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. There are only 10 prodigious disciples in every 100 years old and 100 prodigious disciples under 1000 years old. Duan Lingtian continued to say, therefore, it's not surprising that there are a few celestial emperors who have comprehended all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage before the age of 1000. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Huan fell silent for a moment before she agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. Huan, although you've become Lei Ying's disciple, it's still better for you to cultivate at my place. I'm sure the merciless celestial emperor won't say anything about it. Duan Lingtian said. He knew that the reason Lei Ying was willing to accept Huan as a disciple was because of her talent and comprehension ability. She was destined to become a prodigious disciple. There wasn't much of a difference between her and Su Lang. As for the possibility of Huan betraying him, that didn't exist at all. After all, Huan could have chosen not to become her disciple. She was already giving her a lot of face by doing so. Furthermore, at Lei Ying's level of cultivation, she no longer cared about controlling her disciples. Instead, she cared about her reputation. No matter where she cultivated, the more outstanding she was, the more respect she would gain for her. After all, why would a titled celestial emperor care about Huan Er's help? The next morning, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to the sword trial hall. Yesterday, Su Lang had brought them to the Heavenly Pool Palace to complete the procedures to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace. For this reason, both of them were considered disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. With the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple token hanging on their waists, they were allowed to go anywhere in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Let's challenge the prodigious disciples. When Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the Sword Trial Pavilion, they immediately looked for one of the Sword Trial Pavilion's elders. Coincidentally, This sword trial pavilion's elder was one of the 10 elders they had met yesterday. Miss Huan. The elder ignored Duan Lingtian and greeted Huan with a smile on his face. Then, he said, there are 10 prodigious disciples between the age of 200 and 300. Since you're not prodigious disciples yet, you can only challenge the last prodigious disciple. If the prodigious disciple doesn't accept the challenge within 3 months, the challenger can replace the prodigious disciple and become the last prodigious disciple on the ranking list. After becoming a prodigious disciple, you can challenge the other 9 prodigious disciples who are ranked at the top. The elder of the Sword Trial Palace explained patiently. He did not dare to slight Huan, since she was a new disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, Laying was the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Hall, his superior. If the prodigious disciple doesn't accept the challenge because he's away, will he be replaced by a challenger? Duan Lingtian asked. The elder nodded. If you're away for too long, you'll be replaced by a challenger. If you want to become a prodigious disciple again, you'll have to challenge the prodigious disciple again. After listening to the elder's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood the rules of the prodigious disciples. I'll challenge the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 and 300. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he looked at the Sword Trial Hall elder. Give me your identity token and leave behind a soul pearl. I'll contact the prodigious disciple you're challenging. If he accepts the challenge, I'll inform you of the time and location. The elder looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, the challenger won't be allowed to enter closed-door cultivation or leave the Heavenly Pool Palace for 3 months. Are you sure? I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's wait for the news. Then he looked at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, and said with a smile, Miss Huan, are you going to challenge the prodigious disciples? Huan nodded. If 2 prodigious disciples in the same age group challenge the prodigious disciples at the same time, the 2 prodigious disciples at the bottom will accept the challenge. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder took out her identity token and handed over a soul jewel to Huan. Miss Huan, I'll make the necessary arrangements. After the Sword Trial Pavilion elder finished registering Huan and Duan Lingtian's identity tokens, he returned them to them before he left to carry out his task. Huan, you're much more respected than I am in the Sword Trial Hall. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, it seems like it was the right decision to let you become the Pavilion Master's disciple. At the very least, things will be much more convenient in the Sword Trial Hall. After the elder left, Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to leave. However, Laying, the Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Hall, appeared again. Senior. Duan Lingtian greeted Laying. Huan nodded at her as well. Laying could tell Huan was a reserved person during the assessment yesterday. Therefore, she did not mind Huan's behavior. Huan, I'll bring you to the place where my disciples cultivate, Laying said to Huan. Then, she brought Huan and Duan Lingtian to the place where her disciples cultivated. It was a vast valley filled with buildings. Many people could be seen flying up and down. Most of the people here are friends and family of the prodigies under my wing. Including you, there are a total of 5 prodigies under my wing. Lei Ying said to Huan. Soon after, under Lei Ying's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at a vast stone platform on the side of a mountain. A majestic palace could be seen on the platform. The prodigious disciples are ranked according to their strength. Huan, you're ranked 5th since you've just joined the sect. You'll have to address the 4 people in front of you as senior brothers and sisters. However, if you're stronger than them one day, no one will dare to object even if you want to be the eldest senior sister. Lei Ying added. Soon after, Lei Ying sent a message to Duan Lingtian and Huan. 4 figures arrived at the palace where Lei Ying had brought Duan Lingtian and Huan. 3 of them were men and 1 was a woman. Teacher. The 4 of them bowed respectfully at Lei Ying. The atmosphere in the palace was solemn. It was a stark contrast to the atmosphere in Su Lang's palace. Huan, This is your eldest senior brother, Shimin Linjie. Lei Ying looked at the tall and sturdy young man in crimson robes and introduced him to Huan. The young man from the Shimin Lin clan had a determined expression on his face. When Lei Ying introduced him to Huan, a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. Although Huan was wearing a veil, it could not hide her peerless beauty. This is your second senior brother, Lei Jun. Lei Ying looked at the other young man who resembled Lei Ying. He was dressed in gray robes and had a simple and honest appearance. He's also my only son. Hello, little junior sister. Lei Jun grinned at Huan. His sincere smile was filled with warmth. This is your third senior sister, Linghu Yuan. Lei Ying turned to look at the only woman among the four. The woman was dressed in green, and she had an ordinary appearance. However, when she looked at Huan, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes, but she hid it well. Even so, Duan Lingtian still noticed it. A woman's jealousy is truly terrifying. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This is your fourth senior brother, He Wen. Finally, Lei Ying looked at a middle-aged man who was dressed in short robes and said to Huan. He Wen nodded at Huan before he turned to look at Linghu Yuan with a hint of infatuation in his eyes. However, when Linghu Yuan noticed his gaze, a hint of disdain could be seen on her face. This is your fifth junior sister, Huan. Don't underestimate her. She's not even 300 years old, but she can easily defeat a 6-combos celestial lord who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Moreover, she's also a 6-combos celestial lord. In terms of strength, she might not be weaker than old third and old fourth. Lei Ying paused for a moment before she looked at Linghu Yuan and He Wen. A 6-combos celestial lord who's not even 300 years old? Lei Ying's words, naturally, shocked the four of them. A few moments later, Linghu Yuan stepped forward and said with a grin on her face, Little junior sister, I heard from teacher that you're quite strong. Do you want to spar with your third senior sister? If you win, you'll be master's new third senior sister. Chapter 3265. Junior Sister Linghu, you're an 8-trigram celestial lord, and you're more than 700 years old. Don't you think it's unfair for you to challenge little junior sister? Lei Jun frowned slightly when he heard Linghu Yuan's challenge. Second senior brother, didn't you hear master say little junior sister's strength is on par with He Wen and me? I'm afraid you're worrying too much. Linghu Yuan smiled. Lei Ying did not react like Lei Jun. She looked at Huan and said with a faint smile, Your third senior sister wants to challenge you to a duel. What do you think? Lei Ying did not know much about Huan's strength. She had only said those words earlier because she knew Linghu Yuan would challenge Huan. Now that Linghu Yuan was going according to her plan, she was, naturally, happy to see it happen. All right. Huan nodded. In that case, both of you can go out and have a duel. Lei Ying's eyes lit up when she heard Huan's agreement. Then, she walked out of the palace and hovered in the air above the valley. Duan Lingtian and the others followed after her. An 8-trigram celestial lord? Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Yuan indifferently. Lei Jun had said Linghu Yuan was an 8-trigram celestial lord who was more than 700 years old. It was impossible for her to comprehend all the profundities from a law to the mastery stage. It was possible for her to comprehend 7 profundities from a law to the mastery stage, but it was unlikely for her to do so due to her age. At most, she would only be able to comprehend 6 profundities from a law to the mastery stage. Well, since she's the one who provoked us, there's no need for you to hold back. You can attack her as long as you don't kill her. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan. He knew Huan's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Huan's strongest ability was not her cultivation base or the profundities from the law of space, but her abilities as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. If Huan did not use her abilities as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she would not be a match for him. However, if she were to use the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's technique, Even he would not dare to say that he would be able to defeat her. In fact, he would most likely lose. Duan Lingtian would have to rely on the 5 divine elements to see through Huan Er's illusions. Yes. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan Er replied, "Brother Lingtian, I won't hold back because I don't like her." Upon hearing this, a hint of schadenfreude flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He knew that someone was going to be in trouble. Huan Er rarely got angry, but when she did, her anger was not something an ordinary person could withstand. He was deeply aware of this point. "Second senior brother, have you taken a fancy to this junior sister?" Ling Huyuan looked at Lei Jun and asked with a smile. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lei Jun frowned. "If you don't like her, why are you speaking up for her? However, second senior brother, if you really like her, I advise you to give up. Look at her, her entire heart is with the man beside her." Ling Huyuan chuckled. A few moments later, everyone arrived at the location where Lei Ying had arrived. Huan Er and Ling Huyuan stood facing each other as they stared at each other. "Little junior sister, let me, your third senior sister, witness your strength." Ling Huyuan looked at Huan Er with a fake smile on her face. As soon as Ling Huyuan finished speaking, Huan Er teleported and appeared behind Ling Huyuan. Buzz, 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 buzz. The sound of saber humming rang in the air as 9 spatial tiers appeared. Then, a gray saber flew out from each spatial tier, aiming for Ling Huyuan. When Ling Huyuan saw this, she instinctively tried to dodge. At this moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged out from Huan Er's body and spread out to interfere with Ling Huyuan's movements. "No!" Ling Huyuan shrieked. Then, she turned into a gust of wind and flew away. Even so, a few streaks of blood could be seen on the spot where she had been standing. It was obvious she was injured by the dimensional/profundity. Was that a soul attack? Everything happened so fast that even Lei Ying could not react in time. After all, she was not skilled in soul attacks. Nevertheless, she could still sense the fluctuation of Huan Er's soul with her divine consciousness. Earlier, when Ling Huyuan was hit by the dimensional/profundity, she had mobilized all her celestial origin energy to save Ling Huyuan. It was not that she was trying to help Ling Huyuan. Even if Huan Er was in danger, she would still step in. She only had a few prodigious disciples under her wing. Naturally, she did not want anything to happen to them. Ling Huyuan won't dare to underestimate Huan Er anymore. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Huyuan calmly. It was not difficult for him to see that Ling Huyuan had been injured because she had underestimated Huan Er. "Junior sister is so strong?" Lei Jun was shocked. "That soul attack is a little strange." Shiman Linjie slightly narrowed his eyes, and his face became somewhat dignified. "Junior sister." At this moment, Ling Huyuan, who had fled far away, no longer had the look of contempt on her face. She looked at Huan Er solemnly as she said, "It seems like I've underestimated you. I won't hold back anymore." When Ling Huyuan reached the end of her sentence, her tone became colder. "No one asked you to hold back." However, in the face of Ling Huyuan's provocation, Huan only replied indifferently. Although his words were flat, when they fell into Ling Huyuan's ears, it was tantamount to slapping her face. Ling Huyuan had always been arrogant. Sush, 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 sush. Ling Huyuan seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as she disappeared into thin air. The gust of wind was headed for Huan. Sush. Huan Er teleported and disappeared from where she was, causing Ling Huyuan to miss her. However, as soon as she appeared in another place, Ling Huyuan, who had transformed into a gust of wind, chased after her. They went back and forth a few times, one chasing and the other dodging. "Junior sister, is dodging the only thing you can do?" Ling Huyuan's impatient voice rang in the air. It was clear she was infuriated by Huan Er's teleportation. For those who comprehended the law of wind, those who comprehended the law of space were the bane of her existence. Naturally, even if Huan Er could teleport, Ling Huyuan was confident she could catch up to her. However, it would take a lot of time. She did not want to waste that much time. I'm afraid you won't be able to last long if I don't teleport, Huan said indifferently. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had a strange expression on their faces when they heard Huan's indifferent voice. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. His lips twitched involuntarily when he heard Huan's words. When did Huan learn to speak like that? He felt a sense of déjà vu when he heard Huan's words. It seemed like he had said something similar to her in the past. I'd like to see it for myself. Ling Huyuan exploded when she heard Huan's words. The sound of wind whistling rang in Duan Lingtian and the others' ears. Sush. When Huan reappeared, she did not teleport again. However, a faint white light shone in her eyes. Following that, the silhouette of a huge white fox appeared behind her. It was as huge as a mountain, and it emitted a chilling aura. Sush. Without any warning, a white light shone in the eyes of the white fox behind Huan as well. In the next moment, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw Ling Huyuan coming to a halt when she was close to Huan. Then he actually attacked the void. His tyrannical power missed again and again. An illusion? At this moment, any ordinary person would be able to tell that Huan had used some sort of illusory technique on Ling Huyuan, and she was unable to extricate herself from it. Is that 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? While Lei Jun and the others were still in shock, Lei Ying's gaze shifted to the white fox silhouette behind Huan, that was gradually fading away. As a titled celestial emperor, Lei Ying was naturally astute. Although the Phantom Fox clan's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox only existed in legends, she was still familiar with its characteristics. I knew she wasn't human. I didn't expect her to be a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. I found a treasure. I found a treasure. Lei Ying's eyes were brimming with excitement. At this moment, even if Su Lang offered her Duan Lingtian in exchange for Huan, she would not agree to it. Huan might not be a match for Duan Lingtian in a head-on battle, but if she used her 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she might not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Most importantly, Huan was much more flexible. As a 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, her potential to become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor was high. Given enough time, she would definitely become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. In fact, in the history of the Devata realms, there were several thousand Phantoms Ice Foxes who managed to achieve godhood. More than 90% of heavenly emperors aren't able to achieve godhood. If one can achieve godhood, won't Lei Ying and the merciless celestial emperor be fated with a god? When Lei Ying thought of this, she found Huan pleasing to the eye. When the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's silhouette disappeared, Ling Huyuan was finally freed from the illusory technique. When she saw Huan standing in front of her in her snow-white robes, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Why are you unharmed? One must know that earlier, she had clearly seen her junior sister being forced back by her attacks in a very sorry state. However, in just a blink of an eye, Huan seemed fine. Ling Huyuan took a deep breath before she prepared to continue attacking. Enough. At this moment, Lei Ying said, "Third brother, you've lost. If Huan wanted to kill you, you would have died a long time ago." End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.